This is it, the final split of the NACL 2025 season. Rising stars, returning giants, and one last shot at promotion. Disguised will fight to hold their spot, but the challengers are hungry. With new teams from open qualifiers and a revamped format, anything can happen. This isn't just another split. It's the last stop before the LTA, before the big stage. NACL Split 2 starts July 17th. Let's finish the fight.
Hello and welcome, everyone. It's NACL Split 2. We're back with another week of action. Week 2, Day 1. The competition is heating up and the stakes are high. And promotion into the LTA North is on the line. For the casting desk, the Loud Boys are back at it. It's Eric Desirux Beltran, and of course, joining me is Ben Hawkins. I said it right this time, Ben.
I'm glad we were able to get the names right this time, Eric. Oh, what a pleasure it is to be back, my friend. Week 2 of the NACL, and I mean, already we got to start thinking about things like playoff implications and a whole lot else, because we are going to be, at the end of this week, halfway through our regular season.
And that's kind of crazy to think about. This season's going to go by really, really fast, and that's kind of the nature of a best-of-1 round robin. On top of that, it's kind of the nature of the fact that we got to get to another tournament where we're going to try and see one of these teams take the throne of Disguised, but that's way later in the future. But if you want to keep up to date with that, no worries, because we have our socials available for you. If you want to keep up with all things NACL, go ahead and follow us on Twitter, where we post clips and all the updates on the league. You can follow that at WatchNACL. And go ahead and choose your broadcast of favor on both Twitch and YouTube at NACL. Hawk, what do you personally pick?
Ooh, you know, I always like the YouTube broadcasts, personally. So it's always a nice place to watch. So definitely check it out. But regardless, wherever you may be watching, it's going to be a great, beautiful day of League.
Most definitely. I'm pretty excited for the matchups that we're going to have today. And as a firm reminder, I'm going to keep saying this throughout the season, but it's a very important thing to really nail down, is a best-of-1 round robin means that every match really does count. So for these, lower-end teams that, are put low in the power rankings, they have a way to try and fight themselves back if they could just scrap out one win against some of the other teams that are in the league. Well, let's go ahead and pull up a recap of what happened on Week 1, Day 2, because things went pretty fast, and it all started with Blue Otter versus Luminosity Gaming in a very one-sided win for LG.
Yeah, not the same upsets over LG like what we saw on Day 1 coming out of CCG, but not a day without excitement across the board, as the first 2 matches, I think, going about as expected. Winthrop picking up a win with Coach Tails in at the mid lane as well, which was very fun. But things started to heat up later on, Eric, as we had some very competitive games between Dark Zero and Dorado Gaming. I think one that Dark Zero was really heavily favored in, ultimately picking up the win, but Dorado staying, I think, more competitive than a lot of people expected. And then a bit of an upset. Conviction taking down the Citadel.
Yeah, that game was a lot of fun to watch, especially because of Viper, who most of the time when he would give up his life, it would still result in a net positive for Conviction. You can even see right here, Cat Evolve doing a lot of that work to still scrap by and get Conviction into the driver's seat, which does pose a lot of questions towards Citadel Gaming, going 1-1 on the season when expectations are so high. Then, of course, we move on to the next game, which is CCG versus Supernova. And honestly, Hawk, Supernova looking like the best team in the league currently.
Yeah, I don't think that's too controversial of a take. I mean, we talk about how Dark Zero may be a bit more competitive against Dorado than we expected. Oh, they maybe have some growing pains to work out, bit of a new roster. Supernova not looking like they have the same limitations, as they had 2 extremely dominant wins. It is them and Dark Zero that sit at the top of the standings at 2-0. Dorado and Vancouver Impact down at the bottom at 0-2. And then everybody
else. The final NACL split of 2025 is going to work. We're kicking off July 17th with a faster, punchier format. A single round robin best-of-1 regular season, with August 8th being the final day of Phase 1, leading straight into an 8-team double elimination playoff bracket starting August 14th. Yep, you heard that right, double elim. With a mix of best-of-3s and best-of-5s all played in full fearless mode, no repicks, no second chances. But don't sleep on the regular season. because the bottom two teams aren't just out of playoffs, they'll have to defend their spot in 2026 against the best squads from the Open qualifiers. Speaking of which, want to go pro? Grab your friends and sign up for the last Open qualifier of the year starting August 23rd. 64 teams, double elim, best of threes, and best of fives. Top 4 move on to the NACL promotion tournament where they'll face off against the bottom 2 NACL teams with a 2026 spot on the line. The top 2 teams from NACL, they'll head to the LTA North promotion tournament, joining Disguised and the best team from LATAM North fighting for the final LTA guest slot, and a shot at Tier 1 events like MSI and World. The road's wide open, the rules are clear. It all starts now. For more information and match updates, follow @WatchNACL and tune in live.
All right, Lennon Mazel White, we got to have a talk. You can't just interrupt my co-caster like that. But hey, it's fine. We'll move on to the standings as we take a look at how things unfolded. I mean, the things that stick out to me are going to be Citadel and Luminosity. They didn't start the way expectations really were for them, going 1-1 apiece. And of course, dominating the league right now is going to be Dark Zero Supernova, currently undefeated in the first week of play.
Yeah, and everybody else sitting in the middle at 1-1, expecting to see the standings shake out maybe a little bit more by the end of this week. I think ultimately everything starting to take shape the way we expected, but not every single game necessarily going according to plan. And as we sort of look ahead to our first matchup of the day, it's two teams that I think both had their first weeks not really go the way that they wanted. Dorado sitting down there at the bottom 0-2, but then the Citadel, who quite frankly I think should have expected to go 2-0 and maybe should have gone 0-2, Eric.
But not just that match, man, because look what comes up immediately after. This is going to be one of the bangers of the league because Supernova, again, as we said, looking like one of the best teams that we have currently, looking like the best team that we have currently, and they're going against the reigning defending champions. Some of these players having NACL win streaks. That one has me excited, man.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity going through the gauntlet of the 2-2-0 teams this week, and I think most people would agree that those are the clear favorites to be the top 3 this split, with maybe 2 of those teams moving on to the LTA promotion tournament. And so I think we're going to get a lot of information this week on Luminosity, on Supernova, on Dark Zero, and what a treat it is going to be to watch. And every single game today, a lot of competitive ones across the board. Again, a lot of questions to ask about the standings, because I want to set a really clear expectation. 3 or 4 wins and you're safe pretty much from going to relegation, from missing out on playoffs. And a lot of these teams already a good portion of the way there. Some of them might be there by the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, when you get around that 3 to 4 mark, that does put you in around that tiebreaker area. But considering it's the top 8 that get through, there's only 2 spots that are not going to make it. So it does put a pretty wide net cast for some of these teams to try and make a claim for themselves, man. And of course, going to be very, very important given this is one of the most critical seasons of NACL with that promotion on the line. You know, you make it to playoffs, top 2 teams get to participate into that promotion tournament where they'll face Disguised and try and claim their spot from them. But let's start getting into our matchups of the day. I mean, we already have one that's sitting on the table right now. You had alluded to it earlier, and that's going to be Citadel versus Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, both having a bit of a shaky start to their season. Dorado obviously going 0-2, being down there at the bottom of the standings. But, I mean, the Citadel, quite frankly, I think they should have been joining them. They barely scraped by a Winthrop University that I think a lot of people had them favored against, and then kind of got punched in the mouth by conviction a little bit. And this has been a team that ever since they came together for this Open qualifier, and honestly, even casting back to the previous Open qualifier, they have had some struggles, and there's been a lot of ups and downs. Yes, they breezed their way through the promotion tournament, but for this team, it's not 2022 anymore, and I think a lot of us want to see them get back to that level. But the new kids on the block, the team that promoted with them, Dorado Gaming, they ran into the 2 top teams in the league in Supernova and Dark Zero. I think there's a very real possibility that they can bounce back against the Citadel here today.
So let's go ahead and pull up the roster, starting with Dorado Gaming. Now, this is a squad that it's very interesting on paper because of the rookies coming in. Both Sushi and Ariana Having good displays, even Sushi getting a lot of props from Double Lift. But we got some of the tried and true classic, Cincinnati Fear. We are very familiar with Shochi from that era, who's been looking to try and step up for the squad, but again, so far, winless on the season.
Yeah, and I will say, to Shochi's credit, I think he was the best performing player in week 1. Honestly, felt like an off week for everybody here. Yes, they were playing the 2 best teams in the league, but I think for Sushi in particular, first starting spot in the NACL, didn't really, in my opinion, show us what he was capable of, but Shochi was able to get the better of one of the most touted prospects we have in our region right now, Toasty Alex. I think a really solid game against Dark Zero, the biggest reason that game felt so competitive for as long as it was. But I really just am looking at a return to form for Ariana, Kaido, Sushi, and Mix. I think these players are NACL caliber players now against a team that they very realistically can beat. I want to see them get back to it.
And again, to give them a little bit of leeway, it was a very tough week to go. You're going against some of the top squads in the team. Moving on to Citadel Gaming. Now as we hit this team, I mean, expectations were pretty high right here, but as shaky as they look in OQs, it seems like that trend is continuing, Hawk.
Yeah, they looked shaky in OQs, and then they looked good in the promotion tournament. Oh, return to form, Citadel's back, but then a really rough week 1, and I think some of the same problems continuing to rear their head for the Citadel, where they just look a little bit stagnant, especially in the early stages of the game. Yeah, they've got great players, and their team fighting is still extremely good, especially towards the later stages. But like I said, I just feel like these players are not currently at their individual peaks that they might have been at 2-3 years ago, and they've struggled, I think, to really find proactivity. And I think against their Dorado gaming team with, a mid jungle that likes to get active, a very aggressive support, we've actually not seen these two teams play against each other. I'm really curious to see which way it does go.
Yeah, I mean, for Citadel, it's been a lot of shaky early games is what I've been seeing from them. A lot of that coming from, Diamond, sadly enough, where they overextend very early on and leave themselves susceptible to these jungle ganks coming through. Now, all that being said, they're still an incredibly capable team. I think CNV has been one of the biggest highlights for this squad. Cubby would not stop talking about the Vi-R buffered through a Gnar ultimate, which was super cool. But on top of that, 2 pivotal steals, an Oddcon and a Baron that came out from CNV that kept them alive in that 40-minute slugfest against Winthrop, where they would ultimately take it. That was the longest game of week 1, and it was definitely a pleasure to see just how far this team can really take these games, put it in the deep innings. But off of that note, if you're fans of any of these teams, well, I got some good news for you. One of our sponsors is going to be ProDiff. And for ProDiff, one of the best things about it is you can really take the opportunity to learn directly from NACL pros, no matter what your current rank is. And you can fast track your road to improvement by scheduling one-on-one coaching over at prodiff.gg. Every coach on ProDiff is an active or recent member of NACL or LTA North. So you really got your choice when it comes to some of these players. So be sure to check out prodiff.gg if you want to expand upon and improve your play in League of Legends. What about you, Hawk? You going to go pro anytime soon?
I can't say I'm going pro anytime soon. I don't think any of you want to see that, but these players might be, and you can learn from them, and I think that's the best part about it. But hey, speaking of players that want to go pro sometime soon, Citadel, most of these guys, they've already been there. Dorado, I think a roster that is filled with a lot of the players that people are wondering if they can get there. Sushi, Mixture, Shochi, all of them have sort of been at that conversation at one time or another. And I think nobody on this team there at the moment, but I would really like to see what steps they potentially can take together as a team.
So we are going to get notice on side selection just a second now. I do want to point out that one of the things that Shochi was talking about coming into this matchup, yes, it will be Dorado on blue side, was the fact that he feels very at home on this team. There was a quote that he told me that I felt was, pretty nice to really hear from him. He said, "I've realized recently that instead of I need to succeed to be happy. It's more like I need to be happy in order to succeed. And a lot of this team does have some good camaraderie. They enjoy playing together. We just got to see that all now come together, because a 0-2 week 1, again, it's very forgiving considering the strength of schedule they had was brutal. But now is the time to start putting up, because again, you only get one chance to go for this. So let's go ahead and pull up predictions to see what our casters thought for this one. And I mean, Hawk, me and you, we might be in the same bus, and it's a pretty lonely one compared to everyone else.
I mean, you know, we still got some camaraderie here, as you say. We're the Dorado believers. I'm actually pretty surprised that everybody else is on the side of Citadel. I mean, look, I think Citadel is favored in this game based on both week 1 performance and then also general expectations. But I think, having watched the tape from Promotion Tournament and Tier 3, Dorado is much closer to the Citadel, and even at times exceeded them, in my opinion, than a lot of people think. So I really want to personally see if Dorado can bring that to the fold, but there's a lot of talent on the side of Citadel. Let's see who's got it. Dorado on the blue side and the Citadel on red.
I'm definitely very interested in this. Normally going into this, like, I see Citadel, especially on paper, and it's like the NACL Avengers, man. They should be the one to clear top 3 pretty easily, but as you said, Hawk, that hasn't really been the story, at least in terms of OQs, and at least in terms of week 1. So we definitely got to see more from both of these teams, and I think this is going to be a good matchup right here. First ban's coming in. You know, that Pantheon always going to be taken away. Trundle has become a more and more popular pick. We saw, I believe it was Kisno that was playing a lot of that over on Dark Zero. Zier banned as well, Vi, and Gwen, only one more ban for Citadel.
And a lot of jungle focus so far. As to start looking at specific matchups, I do think mid-jungle going to be the place to look. Kaido and Shochi versus Kenvi and Bradley. As you say, Kenvi been a big bright spot for the Citadel over the last month or so, including the promotion tournament. After, in my opinion, struggling quite a bit for his 2025 start, mind you. So good to see him bouncing back. But Bradley, been a slow laner, and we talked about how Shochi has been pretty good in that department for Dorado, but big questions about whether Kaido can keep up with Kenvi and which side of the duos can find the advantage for each other's teams.
So this is a champ that's been in very, very high priority. Varus finally going to make it through the picks and bans. I think we only saw it once, and everything else was a ban otherwise. So going to have a nice pick right here to start off for Sushi and really give a lot of lane power.
And being answered by the Jhin. Double utility 80 carries. Both the Jhin and the Varus have looked extremely strong. I will say, Instinct to me has always looked best on the hyper carries when he's really able to just let it loose in the team fights for the Citadel. He's made some pretty miraculous plays happen on things like Zeri, for example. The Jhin doesn't exactly fit that bill, but it definitely can do a lot of damage. And alongside the Nico, strong 2v2, Instinct and Diamond, they can dominate in that capacity. And that is something where Sushi and Mixture, compared to a lot of other NACL bot lanes, still have some work to do.
And it does take away some of the flexibility that Dorado are often looking to do, because Shochi doesn't call it a champion pool, it's a champion galaxy.
Yeah.
So he can pull out a
Swiss
lot
Army
of these
Knife of League of Legends.
Yeah, and flex them all around. So taking that
That
away,
could be a
always
Scion
gonna be good.
mid.
And you, and you always got to consider as well that Varus is a very immobile champion, so being able to close the distance on that Varus, get the Nico to sneak in, maybe become a minion, and go right under the radar could be a big deal to try and catch out this Varus and put it down. The great front line now established by Dorado Gaming, and we'll see what they follow up here. That's looking like the Karma that's going to be locked in, so you're going to get some pretty decent shove in the bot lane.
I like this rotation a lot here from Dorado. Scion, to me, is just so damn overpowered when Trundle's not available. I swear he never dies in any game I ever see it. And the Karma, a pick for Mix that accomplishes two things. One is it's going to have push. Varus Karma extremely strong 2 versus 2. It's going to be a boon for this duo lane that, as we said, needs to do some work in their laning phase, I think, to really catch up with the rest of the NACL. But also, I think it allows Kaido and Shochi to play double carries in the mid-jungle and be facilitated by the strong Enchanter Karma. So I like this a lot. Cassante answer for Philip is good, though. The big question is mid-jungles. That's what's yet to have been locked in. So maybe both teams identifying that this is going to be a big point of attack for both sides.
And I thought you said Scion was going in the mid lane, huh?
Sorry, you're right. Guys, we're missing a top laner, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, you never know with Shochi, but first phase of the draft so far, I really do like what Dorado have. I think the ease of execution is much better. Of course, Varus can be an excellent poke champion, but you have a solid front line with the Scion. And again, as you had mentioned, taking away that Trundle early really did set up this Scion to be in a state where you're not just going to become a paper tank thanks to that ultimate that comes out from Trundle. Now as the next bans come in, mid lane focus out of Citadels will take away the Victor. Taking away some of that engage as well. J4 gets banned off.
I'm actually really surprised that Citadel are the ones banning the Victor away from Shochi, because that's been a favorite of Bradley throughout this year. And I mean, looking at the Citadel, they need some of that late game team fight damage. Azir, oh no, also banned out in the first rotation. So I wonder what they could be going for here. I mean, like something like a Rise is still available if Bradley wanted to go for it. I feel like you're not picking Orianna if you're banning Victor. Could also just be an R5 coming out from Bradley. Kenby still has a good amount of champions that he could go for. Something like the Lee Sin has been nerfed, but is still strong. You know, Xin Zhao up and available. That's definitely the best pick. I'm very surprised to see this Orianna on 4 for Bradley.
It does make sense with the bans that were coming through over on the side of Dorado, because they're taking away a lot of that wombo combo that you could set up for with an Orianna Nocturne or an Orianna J4. So well aware of that. Still though, Citadel going to be happy to take that Orianna. I mean, it does provide a lot of teamfight presence, especially paired with that Nico if you can lock him down with the Pop.
It just goes in here.
Yeah,
Easy
Zin pick as Dorado.
I'm so surprised that Citadel gave this one over, because I feel like this has also been a huge pick for Kenby this year. And it synergizes so beautifully with the Karma. Now you can get Shochi on whatever he wants to try to play through mid-jungle and have an advantageous matchup over Bradley. The Syndra, definitely something that packs a lot of range. Once you hit that 40 splinters, it's a completely winning matchup. Provides fantastic late game damage as well. A lot of spacing to come through in range. Like, how are you getting through this Xin Scion with the Karma, and then you have Syndra Varus? Not a lot of dive. The Wukong does provide at least some semblance of a ball delivery system. Maybe if you can bring it all together with the Wukong, Nico, Orianna, it could be good, but this is a very stalwart frontline for Dorado, and a strong mid-jungle, a strong bot lane. I'm going to be honest, I think Dorado a fantastic composition here.
I do like the draft. I like it quite a bit, especially the pick potential that you have alongside it. Scion's ultimate can just get him there in a heartbeat, but you also got to remember the Scatter the Weak from the Syndra. If you're out of place, that's a very easy stun to land. You had mentioned it earlier, Xin works really well if he can get in some sort of Enchantress with him, and Karma will still give you that shield and movement speed buff. That's always really nice for the Xin Zhao, so a lot of this pairing does work pretty well. I don't think it's a complete discount onto Citadel's comp altogether, though. A lot of these bigger matches tend to get won around these team fights, and as long as Citadel are able to get past the shaky early games that we've been seeing, this is a pretty vicious comp to actually have to fight into.
You are definitely correct, and I mean, Citadel, their bread has been buttered in the team fight, and I think, you know, as we sort of highlighted coming in, it's going to be all about the mid-jungle 2v2 in the early game. If Kenby and Bradley are able to beat Kaido and Shochi just by outplaying, which is definitely possible. I mean, let's not sleep on the Wukong Orianna combo. The game's going to be winning. If you can get those characters going, this front line is all of a sudden not going to be as tanky. The Wukong, good 1v1 power into the Xin Zhao specifically, can build a Black Cleaver to try to shred through that Scion if he's strong. So definitely still win conditions here for the Citadel. Dorado, something they have struggled with is some of their mid-game rotations. I think Shochi sometimes overstaying on side lanes, Sushi greeting for waves, people being late to objectives as a result. That's definitely something they're going to have to clean up, because if Citadel is able to get first to the objective, walking through the Lotus Traps, walking through the Ori Ball, and a Cassante is a pretty dangerous prospect.
Here's the thing that has been bugging me about Dorado so far is they've been overreaching in a lot of fights, and that's why I do think Citadel's comp is a good response, because if they overreach, a Wukong can punish that pretty heavily. So that's something that we're gonna have to watch out for. I mean, I do think even though Dorado,
for the Citadel.
Yeah, even though they had a pretty rough week, they are still capable of landing some of these wombo combos that they can go for. Not necessarily a wombo combo comp, but still has a good skirmish that you can work with, given the composition of Dorado. I do think it's going to be an interesting match, though. Again, both of these teams have very clear issues. Citadel in their early games, Their shakiness from OQs has still been continuing. I think one of the high points is going to be CNV. On this Wukong. He showed great play. He's probably the most consistent member on Citadel at the moment. Clutched out that Winthrop win thanks to 2 steals that he was able to get on Otacon and Baron. So I do put a lot of emphasis on CNV and his performance, but let us know who you think is going to take the dub on this one. Go ahead and vote in the Twitch chat or YouTube chat. I'm not sure if we actually do it over there, but the Twitch chat most definitely. Yeah, the Twitch icon's right there. There we go. Hashtag DOG if you want Dorado to take it. Hashtag CTG if you want Citadel Gaming to win.
Let us know if your dogs are barking or if your Citadels are sitting. Let us know if you're on Eric's side, if you're with us or against us. We will judge you harshly. Looks like 75% of the chat is with us so far, but I think the fact remains, Eric, this is going to be a really competitive one. 2 strong compositions. I slightly favor Dorados if they are able to execute upon it well, but as you mentioned, a lot of outplay potential on the side of the Citadel that they can definitely leverage if Dorado goes too deep. And I'm just so excited what a fun one it's going to be. 2 of our promotion teams facing off against each other, and Dorado and Citadel definitely the ones that everybody expected to get here. And I think not only did people expect them to get here, people expect them to contend for the upper middle part of the table.
And I remember talking to Diamond, and he said, like, this is still very important to take games like these. You know, there's a lot of good teams this split, and the members of Citadel Gaming, a lot of them don't know what, you know, being on the lower half of the bracket means. I think only Instinct is the one who's been on that side, and only once. Everyone else has been above 5th place. Diamond himself has been above 3rd place every time he's participated in the NACL. So it does give me a lot of questions with their early performances, but they're still a very stable team. There's still a lot of potential there. We just got to actually see that, you know, activated.
Yeah, and I need to let it be known, I have to be careful ever, you know, criticizing the Citadel after they rolled through the promotion tournament and Diamond called me out. So I feel like, you know, I need to be like, their early games have still been a little shaky, but they played really well in the promotion tournament. They fixed a lot of stuff, and they really did. And so, like, I think, like, I mean, to be quite honest, a lot of these players, like, this is the highest level of competition they've seen in, like, a year. So, you know, there's going to be growing pains. I think it's definitely fair to say this team has come together slower than a lot of fans would have wanted, but that definitely does not mean they aren't capable of putting on a strong performance. I think this could definitely be a marquee win. Dorado, in my opinion, seems like they're supposed to be their biggest rival. So let's see who comes out on top in the first game of the day.
Dorado Gaming, Citadel Gaming. Expectations high for a lot of these squads. Citadel, NACL Avengers. Now looking for a potential setup over in the bottom lane. 5-point spread coming out from Dorado. I will be watching a lot of this early jungle pathing, especially from CNV. I think his presence on the Wukong can get tripped up if he's in the wrong spot at the wrong time. You know, Kaido on Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is very capable of dueling. But CNV has to be on the heads up for that, and again, one of the most consistent players on Citadel, has been able to clutch time and time again. Cubby calls them senior hands as he goes by, and definitely going to be a close thing to watch out for in the jungle.
Cubby put on some major carry performances with this Wukong in the promotion tournament, operating with a pretty substantial information advantage thanks to the level 1 of Dorado, but Dog securing the push for Sushi and Mixture. We talk about the importance of mid-jungle 2v2 and bottom lane push, both of which theoretically should go the way of Dorado, especially once Shochi gets that 40 splinters for the double ball. And that is something that they're really going to want, because playing around early neutrals with things like the Karma's in Syndra, definitely going to be something you want to do. Not a lot of early CC for the Citadel. Really waiting for that level 6, I think, for a lot of their composition's power to come online. Being able to track Kaido early on, not only going to help out CNV, but also help out a lot of the team in avoiding some of those level 3, 4 fights.
You can see some of the push that Bradley's getting right now. That does enable at least a lot of setup for the jungle, as long as he's very careful about this, because Orianna still a pretty mobile champion. You only have the dissonance to give you a speed up, as well as a shield for blocking. Scatter the Weak and Zen Zhao don't really care that much because they got crowd control they can go ahead and handle you with. Now still looking at that jungle pathing. CNV just finishing up his red buff right now. We'll end up towards the bottom side of the map. I want to see what Kaido's going to do here if he wants to try and push for that mid lane potential gank that you can get off on an Orianna. Even burning the flash, of course, going to be real nice.
Again, that's going to be so hard with them knowing fully where Kaido is clearing. I mean, I'm sure Dorado has an idea of where CNV's going as well, full clearing towards the bottom side, but that concrete information advantage for Citadel definitely feeling nice. We've seen a lot of early and aggressive trading from both sides in basically every lane as everybody's taking chunks, everybody's been chugging potions. I think the biggest story to me is that the Citadel are actually the ones dictating the push. So despite that early 5-stack from Dorado, it is Instinct and Diamond that were able to win out in that early bottom side couple of waves.
I think you could speak a little bit more to this, Hawk, but it's always going to be an interesting watch looking at Orianna. We got to hold that thought, though, because the gank coming out in the bottom lane, brilliantly placed with that trap from Instinct. It does slow down Kaido from even getting towards that bot lane of Citadel.
Yeah, but that early push from the Citadel bottom lane and mid lane, gonna secure a crab for CNV. I think that's pretty big because it just continues to allow the Citadel's laners on the bottom side of the map to play aggressively, to take those big trades. Again, full information advantage over to their side. And
yeah.
I mean, not only that, CNV, he's on his way to this top crab, maybe gonna try to contest Kaido for it, but doesn't have top push.
It's going to be tricky right there, as Orianna did have that push, was backing in that area. And now we can get back towards that conversation. I think you can speak a little bit more to it, Hawk, about Orianna's performance throughout the qualifiers. This is someone who was kind of getting touted and put in a pretty high light as a rookie coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Orianna, definitely a really good player. Top laner for Grandview. That's the first place I got to see him play. And I mean, for sure, one of the bright spots on that collegiate program, and I'm so happy. I think one of the players that benefits a lot from the changes to the import rules in Tier 2 and Tier 3, not being required to play with his affiliated college program, but can just kind of play with anyone. We've got a few players in the league benefiting from that, and Orianna, very smart about how he plays the game. Not necessarily the most individually talented. I mean, he most certainly is, but he's very intelligent about how he plays on side lanes, about how he approaches team fights, and that to me has been one of the biggest standouts about him so far. And I think can definitely be a really good secondary, tertiary carry here for this Dorado gaming team. Something I also like about him, as we're kind of seeing here, not pigeonholed into either the tank or the carry play style, right? Citadel respect banning away his Gwen, which is very, very good. One of, if not his best champion, but just going over to the Scion and willing to sort of drop ego, play for the team in this one.
And it was nice seeing him on Gwen last week. There was a play he did that was fantastic. He took down K's Jax by flash queuing. So he didn't queue then flash, he did the flash in the queue to make sure that K's flash would still be in the snip, snip, snip. So stuff like that is always really cool to see from some of these rookie players, showing that they have a lot of heads up and foundation. But again, this is an experienced player in Phillip that you're going against. You know, we used to see him a lot on that Cincinnati Fear roster. I think he was the only one that stayed almost on every single iteration of them, was definitely a long-time alum of that squad, and brought a lot of stability to that roster. I still think he's a good pickup for Citadel. And that's kind of the question here. Like, how is this bot lane, not this bot lane, this top lane going to break out? Now, is in the mid lane, we got to fight. Unleashed Power lands on Bradley. He will burn his flash to get out.
Flash for flash with Kaido and Bradley, but a big health chunk, and it was an early swap from the Citadel. Instinct is in the top lane right now, so Dorado just securing themselves this dragon by chunking out Bradley, and not opting to match the swap is Dorado, as good scatter from Shoji, good flash.
Yeah, so both mid laners going to have their flashes burnt now. Shochi did get caught by that shockwave, but at this point, it's only revenge for the gank that happened earlier.
Critically, though, Diamond maintaining that summoner spell, so it is a slight summoner spell advantage going the way of Citadel. They're actually going to contest for this.
This is going to be a tricky one to go for. Kaido just goes forward right onto Bradley. He knows Bradley doesn't have his flash, but it will cost Kaido his life. Now the Scion train was just ran right in, but it's not into a destination you want to be. Mixture caught out and killed by CNV as Senior Hands picks up a double.
And this is something you talk about, Eric. It's Dorado going too deep. They felt pressure by the Citadel. They felt like they had to make a play. And Kaido, he simply just goes too hard onto the flashes. Orianna thinking he has something, but the rest of the team can't follow up. And the Citadel carries were able to fire in the damage. We talk about the mid-jungle. Kenby, he's up 2-0, and he gets the dragon.
That's really rough right there. Definitely a good start for Citadel, but the way they played it out, they played to the over-aggression that Dorado have been bringing, especially in week number 1. Kind of upsetting to see it in that light because Kaido forcing that out. You knew the Nico was in the area. You knew Kenby's got to be nearby as well. So kind of biting off more than they could chew as they focus onto the mid lane, and it seems like Dorado gonna bite right back as Kaido takes down Bradley.
Nice bounce back right there from Dorado. Should secure them the Void Grubs as Bradley has no TP as well. So at the very least, still keeping the game competitive, keeping the gold even, and the neutral objectives likewise. But we can take another look at this fight. I just don't think Kaido has to make this play, and that to me, maybe a bit of nerves, over-ambition, whatever you want to call it, but I feel like Dorado was not under nearly as much pressure as perhaps they identified, and Kaido tries to make a play, ends up baiting his team too far forward, and 2-for-1 in favor of Citadel with the dragon getting taken.
You know, at the bare minimum, this is going to be Bradley's second death as they were able to double up. So that does help to try and put Bradley behind. He's been keeping up with CS so well so far, though. So during the replay, we did get some grubs picked up. Dorado were able to pick up those Void Grubs, Hawk.
Yeah, so, I mean, ultimately still very even across sort of the extended sequence with Bradley going down and the Void Grubs going over, but still, you want to see maybe better performance from Dorado in the future team fights as good health chunk onto Diamond. Kenby just trying to secure the bottom lane pushes. Dorado has now matched the swap, getting their bot lane up top lane into Instinct and Diamond. But I will say something that hasn't really been too relevant so far this game, but maybe worth tracking. Orianna, he's been having a pretty good time against Philip so far. Not really up much CS, but consistently having a health and push advantage, meaning he can always potentially move first to any play that does break out.
Of course, having the dinner bell, too, just is like kind of a discount teleport, so can help you get around the map a little bit faster. But yeah, teleport's always going to be nice there. So far, 10 minutes into the game, it's going to be pretty much dead even, with some of that money going on to Kaido and Mixture for the kills earlier. I think not the best places to be. Definitely would like that on some of the carries. I think Kenvi can operate with that gold pretty decently, though, that he got 2 kills. Especially now that you're level 6, you know, the Wukong damage is not something to be undermined.
I do think something that is big for Dorado, though, is how beefy their frontline can get. And so a kill onto Kaido and also Mixture, I mean, going to bolster that part of their composition. I do think that is the biggest advantage that Dorado does have in their comp as we approach the later stages, whereas the Citadel, it's a little bit more about the counter engage and the big wombo combo ultimates and the damage that will come through from that. So it's definitely not the worst, but I do agree with you. I think double kill on the Wukong feels pretty good.
Now, I would like to see Citadel play this at least a little bit faster, because I don't think the scaling benefits them as much as, you know, you would see on paper. Especially with Orianna being on that Scion. Jhin is not the best at eating up tanks, neither is Orianna. So if we can get towards those late stages and Orianna can survive it well, it's going to be very hard to take down that front line of Dorado.
And we can see with Shochi getting some of those splinter stacks, starting to trade back pretty effectively against Bradley. I do definitely agree with you. And again, that's sort of why I think Dorado having their front line get so big is a big boon. But as things have, you know, slowed down quite a bit, kind of just waiting for the next dragon to spawn, I think, Eric. CS advantages in mid and bot for Citadel, just on straight laning. They are simply picking up more creeps than their opposite numbers. Are those CS advantages substantial? No, not at all. It's like 100 gold worth. But, hey, that's 100 gold that you can't get back. So, you know, it's something.
Those early game mantra Qs are always something you have to respect from a Karma. Her base damage, pretty up there, man. And she can harass pretty well around these neutral objectives if you're not set up properly. Tell Mix you're going to try and get the best of that as much as you can. Sushi and Instinct, left to their own devices, going to trade out a little bit as the fight for vision happens around bottom river. Might be looking for more. Doesn't exactly have the angle to land that chain of corruptions.
We'll say, though, just chunking out Instinct that little bit, securing the push. Early TP, even, from Shochi to try to get push in mid. Good river control from Dorado. We said Citadel, they really want to get first to the objective and force Dorado to walk into them. Let's see if Dorado learned their lesson from the previous setup, because they had a pretty good position and simply went too deep. But if they can hold the line against the Citadel and isolate out targets, it would be nice to watch as we see all out in top lane.
I'm gonna have to go ahead and ring the dinner bell, but it's to escape instead, as Ariana forced to burn that ultimate from harassment to Philip. Pretty sure that all out was right through the wall, and that's why Ariana was in a tough spot there. Ariana still has teleport, so if something does break out around this dragon, Ariana will be there for the fight.
That's a good trade of ults, though, for Philip. His ult not nearly as impactful as the unstoppable onslaught. Both top laners having teleport, but not many resources. They would like to go back to base. But okay, so both top laners are going to handshake, hit the B button, and then both TP to this fight.
We got places to be, man. You know, you done? I'm done. Okay, let's go to the Dragon Pit right now. Teleport's coming out. About 1k health now. Kaido looks to secure it and will be able to get it for Dorado. Kenby going forward.
Good
Doesn't
flash.
get the Cyclone on Ashochi, who's able to do it preemptively. Curtain Call going to open up. The shockwave of Bradley lands flush. And 3 members of Dorado, oh, almost 3, going to fall right now. As what a trade coming out. I mean, Shochi was able to play that pretty damn well to get away from Kenby, but then that shockwave flipped it on its head, Hawk.
Yeah, it really did, as Shochi was able to disengage the fight, but Citadel did such a great job with their target selection. Dorado got themselves a little bit scattered. At the very least, it's a 2-for-1, and they get the dragon, so I honestly think it's pretty fine for both sides, if not even a little bit Dorado favored. If we are looking at extended team fights and dragon stacking being one of the big win conditions in this game, I don't think that single kill gonna make maybe as much of a difference as potential dragon stacking can. As Kaido hits the smite, Shochi gets sectioned off on the side. Great flash to survive, but then Diamond finds the bottom lane of Dorado, funneling it in too far. Again, I feel like after Shochi was able to avoid Kenby's engage, they might have been able to just disengage the fight. Instead, they walk too far in, and they end up giving over a 2-for-1.
I mean, the toughest thing about that was attention was drawn in 2 different places. Because Kenby's chasing Shochi, automatically Kaido and Ariana want to peel off to protect him, and that leaves the bot lane oh so vulnerable. That was a great capitalization coming out from Bradley to go ahead and get that shockwave onto the bot lane. It still gives Citadel a slight lead, and that's why Dorado getting busy with these neutrals.
In Dorado, they really want to play these team fights front to back, so in the future, I would like to see them try to have all 3 of their backliners together in a line behind their 2 beefy frontliners instead of having Shochi isolated on the side. Even though I think Shochi played that fight fairly well, I do think, to your point, he kind of was the indirect cause, perhaps, of his bot lane getting caught out, as Bradley getting a lot of work done on this bottom lane turret. Ariana, though, going to make sure it doesn't go down. Maybe first tower up top lane for Dorado. Remember, they have the Void Grubs.
The little Twitch chatters doing their job to attack the turrets now. Here comes Kenby. Does have Cyclone available. Doesn't have Flash, so that Scatter of the Weak. Great disengage from Shochi.
Something I do want to point out quickly is kills that went over in the last fight. We talk about gold allocation. It's actually Kenby that went down, and that went into Shochi's pocket. Meanwhile, Philip and Instinct picking up those ones. I think the biggest thing for me is that Bradley still just a little bit behind the curve of this game, especially going for the Seraph's build. I mean, it will be slightly better scaling, which we've talked a lot about the team fight, so I don't hate it, but he is pretty damn weak until he finishes that Seraph stacking and really gets a second item. Meanwhile, Shochi with the Blackfire, building towards, what does he have an Aether Wisp for? Or Cosmic Drive, I guess? I don't know. Whatever he's building with that Aether Wisp, he's going to be much stronger, I think, quicker than Bradley will be.
I'm going to be curious about the next back from Kenby. He's been eating pretty well this game. He was able to get that Trinity Force around the 10-minute mark, which is rather early, especially for a jungle Wukong to have. Now the focus and attention is going to be put towards the bottom side, but Kaido able to read out Kenby's movements.
So, Eric, about 17 minutes in, Kaido versus Kenby, one of the big matchups we were highlighting. I think, you know, Kaido in now his, what is this, second and a half split of NACL or third split of NACL, he's Ben had a lot of ups and downs, had some struggles, had some good performances up against one of the best junglers we've ever seen at this level of play. I would say keeping up fairly well. CNV maybe been slightly better in some of these team fights, but I do think Kaido's had some good finds, and he's been able to read the map fairly well.
I mean, the only slip-up I've seen from CNV was less of a slip-up and more of Shochi just being quick with the hands, man.
Yeah.
So good stuff to see. I mean, CNV, very experienced player. For those of you who, you know, watched LCS back in, 22, around that summer. He was part of Immortals, definitely a long-time part of UST as well. So he has quite the storied career, and definitely a lot of hype around his name when he was coming up. And the hype continues, even in his adventure back to Tier 2, as Ultimate going to be used once again from Ariana to get out. Now the Rift Herald crashing into the bot lane.
And that is going to be the first tower. I don't believe feats of strength have been claimed. I think we are waiting for the next neutral objective to get picked up, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, that was actually feats for Dorado. I guess they got the feat of... Oh, no. Sorry, they have a dragon, they had a herald, and they had the grub. So yeah, it was off the objectives and the tower, so claiming feats right there. Nicely done by Dorado, and giving them priority setup around this dragon. Eric, it's already been 5 minutes since we've seen our last fight. Where's the time gone?
They just keep coming, and they just keep coming. You see Diamond right now looking for a flank around the backside. That Pop Blossom, is he going to go unnoticed? Because this could be a huge engage in favor of Citadel Gaming. Still hiding out there. You also have CNV over on this side looking for Shochi. Shochi able to flash away, but now he's caught out by CNV again. That Trinity Force does damage. Now the focus onto Sushi. Sushi looking to bail out, but gets caught by the curtain call. 3 members of Dorado remain. Kaido looking for something back, tries to get Diamond. Crescent Guard will finish the job. And with Kaido falling, that's a 3-for-1 in favor of Citadel.
Yeah, and Shochi's just trying way too hard to be a hero, and CNV has his number. This time, not letting the Dorado mid laner slip through his fingers as Instinct was able to assist from afar. That's going to be a second dragon and a 3-for-1 team fight in favor of Citadel.
Yeah, brutal right there. I mean, Diamond going for that flank. Sure, they were able to take him down, but it was way late into the fight when already so many members had fallen, and this is like a reoccurring problem, Hawk. They just keep getting pulled in.
Yeah, like... I get it. Shochi, he finds a really good health trade onto Bradley, and hey, last fight he outplayed CNV. Let's go for it again, but I cannot endorse this. I need Dorado to play more front to back, and I think a big mistake from Shochi sort of selling on his team right there. I want to give credit to Philip, though. Found a great angle in the backline, got a lot of damage down with the all-out W, so it wasn't all just the mispositioning of the Syndra. It was a team effort to get it done, but Dorado just looking like they're playing so impatiently, not willing to simply stand and stick their feet in the ground as a team.
And this is what we saw from Dorado over week 1. One of the big ones was Dark Zero. They did a dive into the mid lane. They weren't able to execute it, but they still continued the dive and gave up team fights over it. It's stuff like that where they're just not exactly getting their team fight positioning. They're getting pulled way too thin. And now with your side lanes not exactly going into your favor, this is going to allow Philip to grab a brick. Might need to wait for one more wave. Now just going to go for it outright and destroy that tower.
I mean, the shining light right now...
Oh, no. That is a
not
nasty
that. Oh,
catch
good scatter.
to have. Even with the scatter, I think CNV is going to be A-okay, and this just keeps getting worse for Dorado.
As I was going to say, the shining light for them is sort of that they did manage to take the first 3 outer towers while Citadel just got their first one, but they are not winning these fights.
You don't have to deal with the unkillable tank of Sion if you just kill him before he hits that point. And with that, Philip goes for the long chase. It's like, you know, tearing down a brick wall, but it's all right. He brought a wrecking ball and will claim the life of Ariana.
And another tower for Bradley as well, as Dorado sort of got magnetized up to the top side, maybe trying to bail their top laner out, and Citadel now exploiting their lead up 3,000, and Philip having a great game for himself, 3-0-2. We are long past where Sion was winning that lane, as Philip excellent in the team fights as well. And I think I got to give credit to all of the Citadel. They have had a very clear idea of how they want to execute in these fights. I think their target selection as a team has been splendid. And again, Eric, it's like Their early games are pretty boring. They don't really do anything. But Dorado was not exactly the team to punish that, and now we're getting to the point of the game, this mid to late stage, with the team fights coming through where Citadel can really shine and where their players are at their best.
I notice you always call them the Citadel. Is there a reason for that in specific? I'm just curious.
It sounds cool. I don't know. Citadel Gaming.
It does, you know. I want to be the
Citadel. I feel like that's what they... I want to say they were the Citadel when they first got announced for the first OQ, but then they didn't rebrand their org, but they changed a couple things.
Is this a replay? Because Sushi got caught in the same exact place once again, and has fallen. This is pretty painful for your bot lane. I mean, 4 deaths already for Sushi, highest deaths on his team. Citadel are picking him out beautifully.
I'm going to be honest, I think Sushi is not having a good game. Multiple positioning errors. You know, it was him and Mix that got caught out around that second dragon, and then now twice in mid lane. It's just the same thing. Brother, you don't have cleanse. You cannot solo contest the mid wave against this Jhin. Instinct has done a great job punishing with back-to-back deadly flourishes.
Oh, yeah. And then here we go again. As long as you don't let the Scion reach late game, he's still killable. As they chase down Orianna, that shield only going to delay the inevitable at this point because now Philip is here and he will go on a rampage.
I mean, we have seen, 5 unanswered kills from the Citadel now, where they're just basically walking up to a lane and killing whichever Dorado member happens to be there, because Dorado is not respecting the strength of Citadel's composition whatsoever. And, I mean, geez, this is not looking good for Dorado, but credit to Citadel again for how they are managing to find these angles and can open up the map in their favor. Now their AD carry, top laner, and their jungler are all very, very fed, and we talked about the power trough of Bradley. We're pretty much beyond that. He's got the Leandries, he's got the Seraphs, he is strong.
Gonna do Orianna things in a lot of these fights, and now that everyone is doing well, this makes this combination of ultimates so deadly to have to go against. I mean, Bradley can stealth in, Diamond can stealth in, they can all catch Sushi all by his lonesome. A very immobile ADC. Kind of the same thing for Syndra. This time it's going to be Dorado having first touch onto the river to try and set up for Dragon, but they have to watch their 6 because Kenvi awaits.
Yeah, Kenvi has a pretty diabolical angle right here, and I'm not sure if Dorado has spotted him. They're very split as well. Look at Sushi, he's in mid-wave again!
Alright, a good scatter of the week comes out, but it's time for the monkey business as Kenvi has arrived, gets the first Cyclone to go through. No one going to go down just yet, but ultimates getting burnt. Unleashed power, Chain of Corruption, even the unstoppable onslaught. It seems like Citadel are game to fight this out more.
Shockwave and Pop Blossom also still available. Mix is very low. I think Citadel in a pretty good position. How do you walk through the Orianna ball? I think the answer is that you don't. Dorado going to try to reposition on this fight, but I don't know. This looks really difficult to approach.
I mean, this is tough. I feel like you have to give this up. Shochi does not have flash. It's only Sushi who has that available. Diamond right on the flank and use that clone, trying to step up closer. Dragon, 3k health remains, got to the weekend to land. Going deep into this fight is Kaido with the Crescent Guard, but will not secure the steal. Instead, it's nothing but death delivered to Dorado as Citadel Gaming will win the Dragon fight, taking a double kill, and they are not done. They see Mixture all by his lonesome. The Karma Tether comes through. It's enough to find the escape, but good God, is this game in the hands of Citadel.
Yeah, this is looking over as not only does Citadel win the fight 2-0, but they get the Dragon as well. Soul point in their pocket. Baron on the map to take if they wanted to. Kaido still on respawn. I don't think there's going to be a start right now, but with a 6,000 gold lead, Citadel definitely going to have their eyes set on that prize.
You have to question a lot of the decision-making coming out from Dorado so far. I mean, just staying there for that fight when you burnt so many crucial ultimates, when Shochi doesn't have his flash, and when you know Diamond's constantly looking for these back-end flanks, you have to go ahead and cut your losses. It doesn't make sense to stay for some of these Dragons that are so heavily in favor of Citadel. And now, potential overextension, but nope, Ariana's going to be okay, and Citadel just run the rift.
I mean, I think that fight and Dorado's problems could just be summed up by it was Kaido that was just running in there trying to steal the Dragon. It's not Orianna that was leading the charge, and, you know, all the while, none of Dorado's backline was able to hit anybody. At this point, I think Sushi and Shochi are too far behind to really chew through the Citadel and do meaningful damage at this point. And so, yeah, I mean, once Diamond came in with the pop loss and that fight was already over. Citadel now, they would really like to open up this map mid lane tier 1. Most certainly the focus, as Bradley has a lot of push in top, a lot of control over the top side jungle. And there is that tower. That's going to make Baron that much easier to start up for Citadel.
Citadel now finding the reset off of a good amount of gold picked up. Outer turrets have all fallen for Dorado Gaming. And it feels like hope for winning this match is really falling for them. They have not been able to find a team fight really in their favor. Even though Citadel were a little bit shaky early on, they've still managed to get those shakes, right off of them and get back into the action. And that's what we're seeing right now as Citadel return to the map and look to claim the vision that already was set up right here. But CNV on the flank with the Cyclone will be able to find Sushi. Now running away is Ariana. Will be able to escape with the unstoppable onslaught. Here comes the Crescent Guard. But your ADC is already dead once again, and they're not done. They want the whole damn bot lane.
Yeah, Bradley able to find Mixture with the Shockwave. Citadel easily going to be able to collect this Baron with the enemy bot lane dead. As it was CNV, a great find. Citadel, we wanted to see them prove that they can put away some of these lower middle of the pack teams. And, I mean, they're most certainly doing it. Dorado has just not looked competitive in this match, and I think a lot of questions going to come up about Sushi, who now 3 games in has struggled pretty substantially here in Split 2.
A lot of high caliber talent that we're seeing improve and keep on improving as Kaido looking for a pick on the Diamond. Diamond will burn the Pop Blossom at least, so that tool is going to be down, but I don't think it really matters at this state of the game when it's currently an AK lead.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, Bradley, he has gotten so much work done in these side lanes. I feel like I don't usually see an Orianna hit towers this much, but Bradley's gotten a lot of time to just work these ones down. No one on Dorado in position to respond. The gold lead has exploded to nearly 10,000 now at this point. Soul also going to spawn for them in a couple of minutes. Dorado maybe can just deathball down mid, find Instinct. Feels like it might be their only hope at this point. He does have no cleanse.
Oh, they're really looking for the chase onto him. Will be able to flash away at the last second from the unstoppable onslaught. Over the wall comes Bradley, and this team is grouped up. Scatter of the week going out. Instinct is going to go down. A great pick from Shochi. Finally brings some reprieve from Dorado.
Yeah, good find. Instinct goes down. Shochi with the flash, able to get him with the scatter, and I think Instinct thought his team might have been going for a pincer move, but they just weren't quite in position, or Citadel wasn't willing to pull the trigger. So it does maybe give Dorado a lease on life in this game. 4 versus 5 now for the Dragon Soul. Can be level 16 with a Guardian Angel.
All right, here we go. Going after CNV. 3-talent strike, landing on the clone. Diamond did not get the Pop Blossom in. Shochi was able to get a Scatter of the Week to stop that. So now ball's in Dorado's court. Philip steps away. Citadel pulled thin right now, but they're still being able to dictate the tempo in this one. The sidestep from the Scatter of the Week. Here comes CNV, puts on the Cyclone, and Bradley will grab the kill. Cyclone continues, second charge. Kaido looking to escape, has to get away with the wind becomes lightning, but Philip will make him become dead as 2 fall by the wayside for Dorado, and it's all in flames, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado, 4 versus 5 on the map. They can't find the angle. Citadel was just trying to buy time for their AD carry to respawn, but Shochi gets caught trying to play hero ball by Bradley and deleted as CNV now 6-1-5 on this Wukong. He is having an amazing game. Philip leading the charge with this Cassante under this mid lane tier 2. He is having an amazing game. And Citadel, they're all having an amazing game as they are looking to break open Dorado's base. Still 2 members dead for 10 seconds.
Knocking right at the door. And they just break it down. Inhibitor exposed. Citadel looking fantastic so far as they'll take the inhibitor in the mid lane. And now that lead at around 11K. This is absolutely devastating. And it's definitely a great form coming out from Citadel. One of the things that was mentioned by this squad is that, this is a group of friends. They didn't have any budget, time restraints, or differences of opinion. And so they feel like they're much better at relying on each other and evaluating a lot of this. A lot of this is not ego. They're an upper level team, but made of friends, and being able to recover from some of the performances that we saw from week 1 and take a dominating lead like this really does speak to that statement.
I do think part of what is cool for this team as well is, you know, they did acknowledge in the promotion tournament that they did have a lot of things to work on, that they still do have a lot of things to work on. And I do think, you know, when you're looking at veterans of this caliber that have hit the peaks that they have, I have faith that they should be able to work those things out. And so far in week 2, at least looking like they've definitely made progress. Again, I would still like to see a little bit more in the early game, but there is no doubting that their mid to late has just been completely dominant. I mean, every single team fight has been not even close. And that definitely speaks to how they played together as 5.
Yeah, they work together incredibly well, and they've come into this week well prepared for this matchup against Dorado. Looking fantastic so far as they start to march towards the base once again. Dorado on the back foot in a devastating way, as this top tower is not looking long for this world.
No, it is not. Citadel doesn't have the Baron anymore, so it is a little bit more difficult to push in. Shochi doing a good job of clearing out those waves, but I mean, I don't think Dorado is really long for this game, because the problem is they can clear super minions all they want, but at a certain point, an objective is going to spawn like the second Baron or the Elder, and yeah. I do not really see Dorado's way in. As Citadel, to their credit, has done a beautiful job of controlling their jungle, and now I think Ariana, he is set to die.
Yeah, your front line is frontlining all right, just on the complete opposite side of the map. Unstoppable onslaught to look for an escape out. Nope, we're just collecting CS
wave
at the very last second there. You know, pad the CS stats before you go down. Instinct right on top of Ariana will give the emote, and Ariana, there's nowhere to go. Locked in with this Jhin, you're locked in with Kenvi, and they're gonna take their sweet time taking
Yeah, they're
down.
delaying his death because Eric pings onto the Baron. It is spawning in less than a minute, and Ariana, he is going to be dead for 50 seconds. So Citadel trying to delay the death, this certain death of the enemy top laner, such that they can have as much time as possible to play for the big purple worm and likely close out this game.
Before coming into the mid lane, Philip will join the fray. Big purple worm in the crosshairs. Instinct just clearing up the mid wave in the meantime. And I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna say it straight up. The moment Elder spawns, you fight. Doesn't matter if it's not advantageous. Doesn't matter if the cards are not dealt to you properly. You just gotta fight, because you can't go out on a whimper. We saw a little bit of that last week. This has to be just throw it all together and try and scrap out whatever you can, even if the odds are this heavily against you.
Citadel might not even give them that Elder fight, though. They are pushing in top lane. They still have Super streaming in towards bottom, and Dorado is not in position to defend this at all. They're going to be late. I think this tower's gone.
The decimating smash only knocking up the tankiest member of the crew. And they just love jumping on Ariana because it's an easy target to grab when their tank gets cut through by this squad.
Diamond.
Jumping in forward, Diamond will get the Pop Blossom, but it's only on Ariana. Decimating Smash doesn't find as Diamond goes golden, but here comes Kenvi. He's looking for the Cyclone, able to get it onto Shochi, finds Mixture on top of it, and Dorado are completely dismantled. Shochi with one more scatter the week, but the week is looking the other way right now, Dorado, as Citadel in your base. Nexus Towers destroyed. Shochi will pad in one more kill, but Citadel will pad in a victory.
And a big win coming out for them. Dorado falls to winless, but the Citadel up to 2-1 over their promotion opponent. As, I mean, start to finish, Citadel looking like the better team in the team fights, grouped up as 5. They were just vastly superior than the opposition.
Yeah, and again, it really does speak to these, issues we've been having with Dorado. where they're not exactly picking fights the right way. They're not setting up for fights the right way. And teams can capitalize on that. I think Diamond was a pretty good example. He was able to get Pot Blossoms from the flank. Even Kenvi was spot on with a lot of his early positioning and kills. And Philip, who just held the line over in top lane and was solo killing Ariana. So many of these downsides were just capitalized through Citadel Gaming, and you gotta appreciate it. They did smart League of Legends, maybe a little scrappy in the early game, but it doesn't matter when they're able to pull that off in the mid to late.
Yeah, and make sure you let us know who you think is the MVP for this game. We're going to throw up the vote as we go into a break. Kenvi, Philip, and Diamond are your options. I don't know. I feel like there's an obvious choice here, Eric. I feel like Kenvi had just a really damn good game on that Wukong from start to finish. He, to me, felt like the start and the finish for Citadel. But let us know what you think. We'll be right back. And when we return, we'll unveil your MVP and have an interview. Don't go anywhere.
Back everyone to the NACL Split 2. Just had a matchup unfold between Dorado Gaming and Citadel Gaming, and it was kind of clinical, to say the least, Hawk.
I would say clinical as well, for sure, as Citadel, basically, they just rocked up the team fights, and they kind of won the game. Some good picks on side lanes in between, and Dorado just didn't really look like they have the answers. I think it's no surprise that as we sort of scroll through the highlights here, it's just a lot of dragon fights, Eric, and a lot of dragon fights won by CTG.
I mean, over through the board, we had a lot of good play coming out from the squad. You know, Philip was able to handle Ariana on that top side beautifully well. The flanks from Diamond were immaculate to land those Pop Blossoms and keep Sushi under pressure. as well as CNV, who was spot on with a lot of these Cyclones and catching down crucial members. You know, again and again and again, it was Sushi who was getting caught out in the mid lane, and CNV capitalizing that. Instinct capitalized on it on some point. Overall, Citadel capitalized on pretty much every single mistake Dorado made.
Yeah, they truly did. And I mean, the target selection, the ability to all go in was so good. I feel like really the only misstep that I can think of in this game was when Instinct did get picked, like before that soul fight. You know, that was a good find from Dorado. Maybe was a little too far ahead of the rest of his team and trying to find the pincer, but basically every other play was pretty much immaculate. And I'm really splitting hairs here too as well, because there were so many good finds across the board. And I mean, just a very clean win. I think Citadel returned to form with that win.
I think that's a good way to put it, a return to form. We talked about qualifiers. They did look a little shaky. Week 1, they looked a little bit shaky, and now this is the expectations that I've been waiting for Citadel to meet, and they're meeting it beautifully well. A team with a lot of experience, a lot of people who have played on NACL for a long time and don't know what the bottom half of the standings is. So seeing them step up like this and put a very demanding, a very how do I put this? A win that cannot be denied. There we go. That's the phrasing I'll go for right there. This is what I wanted to see from Citadel right out of the gates.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, it was just a good win, and I think for Dorado as well. Now going down to 0-3. Look, I was willing to look past their losses to Dark Zero and Supernova because, they're the two best teams in the league. You know, like maybe against a mid-table team, they can really show something. I think Citadel is their direct competition, and they just did not really look competitive. But one of the players that helped put them in the dirt is joining us for an interview right now. Welcome, Philip, who had a pretty damn good performance on the Cassante, I'd say. Philip, my friend, how you doing?
Hi, I'm chilling. How about you?
We're chilling too, man. We're chilling too. You know, especially after that game, you make it so easy, to say the least. Well, Philip, I want to start with the first question here is, you had a pretty rough week 1 that could have almost ended in a 0-2. You did the Nexus to Nexus against Winthrop and definitely slugged it out with conviction. So coming into this week, were there any changes in mindset, any team talks that you guys had to get yourselves back on track?
Well, going to this week, practice hasn't been the most ideal. Let's just say that, but I mean, yeah, I think knowing our players and knowing the reputations we have, I knew when we got to the stage match we were gonna perform. And I mean, last week in our loss, we had a bit of an unfortunate draft, but yeah, going to this week, we mainly focused on draft, and yeah, that's why I would say today the game looked pretty easy.
You focused on draft, busting out the Cassante today, Philip. I gotta know, anytime you get put on Cassante, is this your choice, or is the team jailing you on tank top lane weak side?
Well, I personally think I'm the best tank player in NACL, so I'm kind of comfortable with all these types of tank matches, and yeah, it's just my preferred pick into Sound, which he picked earlier, right?
Yeah.
All right, what were your thoughts on your lane opponent? Because for the interview, we had a little bit of spice. I don't know if you want to tamper that down a little bit, but going against Ariana, you kind of bodied him, man. So what was basically your thoughts on Ariana?
I mean, from my experiences with him, he seems like he doesn't really respect a lot of the NA players. But I mean, from my perspective, if you're from another region and I don't know you, and you're coming here and disrespecting everyone, then I'm not gonna respect you. So yeah, I went into the game really locked in, and yeah, I really wanted to just beat him.
You know, Philip, thank you, an American hero, for proving, just like FlyQuest, that NA is superior to EU. But the last thing I really want to ask you before we let you go, or actually I'm being told we should wrap up the interview. So, Philip, thank you so much for joining us. Before we let you go, any shout-outs, anything else you want to say?
I mean, yeah, just shout out my team as usual. Shout out to my friends and the staff members behind the scene. And yeah, that's all.
All right, thank you so much for the interview, Philip. One day when the meta dictates it, I hope to see you on Wukong once again. But we'll see you another time, man. Take care.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, always great to have Philip. I always like his personality. He's been fun with a lot of the content that we've made in the past, and saying he's the best tank player, at least in NACL, I think a lot of his play really does back that up because time and time again, when we've seen him on past rosters, he puts his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, I'm not really inclined to disagree. Philip has definitely proven that he has the sauce when he's on the weak side of the map. So, I mean, credit to him for having the confidence to bust it out, and definitely a player I've always enjoyed watching as well. And it's funny to hear too, you know, about the practice not going as well this week, because I think it looked still pretty good. Yep. But regardless, Eric, it's time to unveil our MVP. Is it Philip? Philip would be my number 2. Or did Twitch chat vote for CNV, who would be my number 1? And it looks like Twitch chat coming out on the right side of history here.
Senor Hans. He always shows up when the team needs it. Again, I think he's the most consistent player so far on Citadel. Big part of that win against Winthrop that we saw last week was him being able to clutch out steals in order to make sure that Citadel were going to stay in the race. And now even in this game, his flanks were beautiful. Some of them caught me off guard, where I didn't even realize he was sneaking up behind him. That one on Sushi in the mid lane was absolutely brutal, but CNV absolutely deserves it.
Yeah, I think there were some flanks where Kenby maybe caught our wonderful observers off guard too, like coming from off camera to find Sushi, or especially finding Shochi in a lot of those team fights. And I think in the mid stages of the game, that was really where things were. And as I said before, it felt like Kenvi was the start and the finish for the Citadel. So definitely a very deserved MVP.
Now we got to move on to our next match. In this one, I got to say it in the right voice. I used to make content saying this. It's going to be a super heavyweight smackdown. Luminosity, Supernova. Supernova right now looking like the best team in the league against the reigning defending champions Luminosity. I feel this one's going to be a banger, Hawk.
Oh, it is absolutely going to be the banger. It's the team that everybody thought was going to be the obvious number 1 against the team that I think most people have as the number 1 coming out of the week 1. Let's start with that unanimous number 1 coming into the season. It's Luminosity Gaming. That's the reigning champions. Is Phi Mini starting today?
I don't know. I thought it was going to be Insanity, but yeah, apparently Phi Mini going to be in the mid lane for this one. And it should be very interesting in that regard. I do feel like Insanity at least has been on the back foot with a lot of the plays where we've seen, especially in week 1, but crazy to see Phi Mini here, and it's going to be interesting to see how this shapes up now that he's in the mid lane for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I was not expecting this at all, and Phi Mini going to have to go against one of the players that I think had the best week 1 across the entire league, Blaze Olive. Him and the rest of Supernova looking extremely good. I mean, I'm going to be straight up. This is the best mid-jungle 2v2 in the league right now. And oh, by the way, they have Scary Jerry, Breezy, and Hoarder, who are also absolutely filthy. I feel like Dardock is basically the best game manager that you can have in League of Legends, in Tier 2 League of Legends right now. He is so good at how he facilitates this team's gameplay. And for Luminosity, look, their setups and their experience are so clean. They team fight really well. I think if they're able to slow down the game against Supernova, they, well, I think it's disingenuous to just say they have a chance. I think they are favored, but I'm really curious to see how Phi Mini slots into that, because this is a kid that is not afraid to try to hands check whoever he's up against.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for me, especially because it's a Blaze Olive that he's going to be facing. And I think the entirety of the squad for Supernova was looking so solid. It is some of the most explosive early games that we've seen from a team, averaging a goal differential at 15 of 2,500, which is pretty explosive to me. That's what I can say the least about it. But to that regard, I do like the way the entire team plays around Dardock. Dardock, well, not necessarily around him, but he's able to do these very aggressive plays like dives in the bottom lane, and the entire team is on the exact same page as him. So I think Supernova is a team that can really go fist for fist with Luminosity Gaming.
Oh, they most certainly can. And I mean, I'm just going to be straight up. The matchup that I am so excited to watch, you know, as we sort of look ahead towards our draft, especially with LG on the blue side, maybe a blind pick coming out in this matchup for Fake God up against the kid Hoarder, the guy that everyone has as the best top laner in the league now that Mr. Zamudo has gone to Lion, against the guy that's like next up after Zamudo. Hoarder had a great week 1 after a really solid rookie debut split, and I think Hoarder, alongside a couple of other top laners, is sort of one of those guys that wants to establish himself as like that number 2 behind Fake Otter himself, or hell, even surpass
take the number 1, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so excited to watch these two players go up against each other. I really hope Supernova just gives them the R5. Let the kid cook, man.
Yeah, as we pull up our predictions, I mean, Hoarder, some of the play we saw last week was tremendous. I believe he's carrying the league in multi-kills right now. He had 1 triple kill, and I believe it was 4 double kills that he got throughout that week 1. And we can see right now that almost split so far. Luminosity voted by Beatdown and Mazel. I'm personally in the Supernova bucket. I think the hype train is running, and it's running well.
Yeah, I am with you. Eric, you and I, once again, in agreement. It seems like Mazel and Beatdown are just our mortal enemies today. I think this is definitely going to be a contested matchup. I will say that, you know, on the Salty Runback, I did have the bold prediction that I think Luminosity goes 0-2 this week against Supernova and Dark Zero tomorrow, by the way. So if you think this matchup is a banger, well, good. You got another one tomorrow. But, yeah, I just think that Supernova looks like the best team in the league right now, and especially with 5 Minion. Look, the kid's good, but I feel like this definitely does nerf Luminosity, unfortunately. So that just bolsters my Supernova prediction even more, which was made before I knew about the substitution.
Yeah, and, oh man, I don't know though, because one of the things that still is up in the air with me is just, as I said, in week 1, I don't believe Insanity played the best. He got solo killed by his lane opponents in both of those. So Phi Mini has a chance to, you know, like TSM Wild Turtle things, like we saw back in the old days when Wild Turtle made his debut and had this standout performance. Maybe Phi Mini can actually put up numbers against a Blaze Olive. I do know that's a tall task to have to ask from him, but he's going to need it in this super smackdown that we're going to have right now. We are getting word that there are some technical issues, so you'll be seeing our mugs a little bit longer before we get into the game.
I will say, Eric, to your previous point, there is a player on this team that sort of has some experience with like slotting into a veteran team in unexpected circumstances and overtaking one of the greatest, Mr. Tactical down there in the bottom lane, famously in 2020 with double lift the Callista quadra kill in his own base. So, you know, it's definitely possible. I do agree. I mean, I think there's a lot of people out there that were disappointed that Phi Mini was not able to find another team for this split of the NACL. So, you know, it is good to see that he has found his place as a substitute on Luminosity. I think an emergency substitute, but one nonetheless. And I agree. I mean, I'm excited to see what he can do. I think this is a great opportunity. It's just a tough team to do it against.
And fun fact for some of those watching, you like Tomio? Yeah, I do too. He's on prodiff.gg. So if you enjoyed any of the games today and you want to take the opportunity to learn from some of the NACL pros, no matter your current rank, you can go ahead and book them over for one-on-one coaching sessions at prodiff.gg. Every coach on Prodiff is an active or recent NACL or LTA North player, so you can be confident they have the knowledge to help you climb faster. Be sure to check that out and be sure to book some of these players, man, because you have Zamudo, who used to be on a Dark Zero, now, as you said, Lion, Kisno over from Conviction, Sajed, now on Dark Zero, Levitate Breezy. There's a lot of good players who play from, you know, both Tier 1 and Tier 2 over there. Take advantage of it, man. You want to be pro? You saw it in the format video. They're qualifiers, man. You get good coaching, maybe it could be you next.
Definitely could be, you know. We're Tomio fans here for sure, and you should be too, so definitely be sure to support. I gotta say, sort of looking across the rest of the matchups for this one, I am really intrigued to how the mid jungle is going to go, not just because of the substitution of Phi Mini, but also Tomio against Dardoch. Like I said, I think Dardoch has been pretty spectacular so far, but Tomio has pretty much been the best jungler in Tier 2 anytime he's played here over like the last 3 years. Like, I don't think that's really a controversial take. This guy is just so damn good. He's really put the facilitator shoes on for this Luminosity Gaming squad. And, you know, I would actually really like to see how he can maybe support Phi Mini to try to get an advantage over ABO.
All right, we are just getting word that there's still technical difficulties going on, so we are going to throw it to a short break. When we return, we'll get into this banger of a matchup between Supernova and Luminosity Gaming.
lot considering that I've never won a title before. But there is, if we do win, not saying we will, but I mean I am saying that we will. But there's the promotion tournament after, right? If or whoever wins, so I'll probably be more happy if I were to win that. But I'd still be very happy because I've never won the title before.
I mean, it would mean a lot if I was able to win with you, because previously in Tier 2, I've never really had like a winning performance. It was always like top 4 and just like on the upper end, but I never really made that jump into actually winning. So it'd mean a lot, as well as promotion on the line. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to win this split. So
it probably mean a lot to me, just because like I don't think a lot of people probably saw like me coming to like, can I still call it NACL? Yeah, but I don't see I don't think people really recognize me enough that I feel like I'm an NACL player. But I want to prove people wrong. I want to prove that I'll be able to like handle my own in NACL. That's the fun part of me like competing, is that like I want to prove doubters wrong. But yeah, that's just, yeah.
What it mean? I think it will require a lot of determination, a lot of discipline, a lot of teamwork. I think it requires just the power of friendship. All I gotta say is, you know, as long as we work together and we try hard, I think we will win this split. That's all we got.
It would mean a big amount just for myself to prove that I'm the best in the league still, after not playing for a year or two, I think. And it would be also our 4th championship. The last time I played was in 2023 and we won both splits in a row, and this split we won the first one and winning the second one. So basically we're on like a 4-win streak if we win this one. So it's like a 4-beat basically.
Honestly, winning split 2 would mean a lot because that means get to play in the Persian tournament versus DSG, and yeah, have an opportunity for LCS or LTA. So I think it means a lot more now than it ever has. So it would mean a lot.
Welcome back, everyone. Hawk, don't press that button again. Broke the broadcast last time.
What?
Yeah, hands up, hands up, hands up. Okay.
I thought we agreed that we weren't going to talk about it, man. Like, what?
My bad, man. My bad. I got angry. I got emotional, and I really wanted to see Luminosity versus Supernova, and we're going to see it. Now we had some technical issues over on Luminosity's side, so they did have to use up some extra time, which means they'll be losing out on their 5th ban in this draft.
But other than that, we're all good to go. 5 Mini is still in for the squad, but everyone else is here too, and that's the most important part. Into the picks and bans, I'm really curious to see what is prioritized. I already called out that I would love to see an R5 for Hoarder to see what he can do into Fake God, who is the preeminent best top laner in the league, I think it's fair to say. But how much do you respect 5 Mini if you are Supernova? That's a question I definitely have. Regardless, I'm expecting priority early on to come out for either Tomio or Tactical. It looks like Tomio saw what CNV did on the Wukong and said, I could do that.
To update some of our viewers who might not know, 5 Mini did play on Apex Mission Impossible last split. Unfortunately, that team was relegated out of the league. Did have some pretty good potential players in there, so it's great to see some of them get at least another spotlight within the NACL as the first pick. That Wukong. So we've seen the power of the Wukong, especially in the hands of Dardoch, who was playing it last week, but we've also seen the power of this Trundle that's now locked in alongside Lucian.
Trundle definitely a good pick for Dardoch. He loves playing these beat stick stat checker type champions because he moves around the map and tracks the enemy jungler so well. All I have to do is be able to beat their booty once I follow them to whatever play they try to go for. But I want to focus on this Victor, well, that's a good pick too, but I want to focus on this Lucian pick for Scary Jerry because always was known as a lane-focused AD carry in the NACL. I feel like that was something that Disguised didn't really cultivate for him that well, if I'm being completely honest, so I like to see Supernova getting him back toward this, onto something that he can fight fire with in the bottom lane 2v2.
And this is a lot of strong synergy coming out early for Luminosity Gaming. Gravitational Field slows you down and can stun you up. At the same time, you're dealing with Cyclone, you're dealing with the Equalizer, so the zone control that Luminosity have from their ultimates alone, already very potent in this lock-in, but the response out of Supernova, they're going to go for the Galio mid lane.
Yeah, I think Luminosity has a strong composition so far. I will say, I think there's a Galio top for Hoarder into Fake God's Rumble, but it could definitely be mid for ABO as well. It's strong in either matchup, and it's a strong Galio angle regardless, because it's so much space that you create around this Lucian that has to get close to what is a lot of damage on the side of LG. Big focus for me that I'm expecting is to take away some of these engaged supports that can hold people down in the Chaos Storm, in the Equalizer. I'm a bit surprised to see a Xayah ban this, or like, I don't know. I feel like if you're picking the Lucian here for Jerry, you're comfortable to let the 2v2 be what it's going to be, but maybe wanting to remove some of that safety.
Seems like Luminosity definitely on top of things. Coach Deos gets a lot of praise for this squad and what he's been able to build with this team. He's done his homework. He knows that Lucian Nami has been kind of an idealized combo in this latest meta, so going to take that away. All in the meanwhile, Supernova is very much targeting this bot lane, taking away Tactical's Caitlyn and Xayah.
Wow, yeah.
Quick bans come through.
I mean, a lot of resources being put in to secure this 2v2 for Jerry. I will say, like, the Lucian pick does sort of dissuade a tank support because, it's weakest at level 1, right? And the range supports are much better at contesting for that than a lot of these melees. And so, if the Lucian is against a melee support, could take some of those punishing trades, does secure them the 2v2 anyway. So maybe that's the read here for Supernova, because LG on their 4-5, they do need to get CC. They've got a great core of carries, and ADC will definitely round it out, but they need a support that can lay out targets and hold people down. Wukong loves to have somebody that can dive into the mix with him.
All right, so quick update once again, that 5th ban was taken away from Luminosity due to their technical difficulties. They needed to extend that timer to get prepared for this match. Corki will be locked in from Tactical. It's something we've seen him play in the past, and it's going to be rounded out with the Rakan.
Yeah, and Supernova also now has the knowledge that they couldn't ban out both Nami and Milio. So Milio available for Hoarder if he does want it, or for Breezy if he does want it, or maybe could go some other direction. I will say the Rakan definitely fits the bill. It's something that has some laning presence, a lot of good healing sustain in the kit, but also has that CC lockdown for the rest of the composition. As it's going to be Rel for Breezy, so not one of those combos we're necessarily accustomed to, but it does provide some much needed engage. Also over to this Supernova comp, a ball delivery system for the Orianna, which was a pick that not only does it do well into the Victor, but I mean, just against an immobile backline can be so strong.
Yeah, so you have some pretty solid engage right here. I mean, I used to lovingly call the Rel ultimate just mini Shockwave, and now you have that paired with the actual Shockwave they can use up here. So it's a nice combo to have, as well as the Trundle being locked in, the Galio. I think Scary Jerry has a pretty good champion to really make an impact into this game. I mean, given that Corki is short range, you do have a lot of mobility to try and get away from some of this lockdown that Luminosity is looking to put in. And again, as a reminder to our viewers that Insanity is subbed out for 5 Mini. We'll get more information on that as time goes. And that does put the question, is Luminosity currently nerfed? Can 5 Mini really pull out with this Victor?
And it's a 4-threat composition for Luminosity versus only 2.5 maybe on the side of Supernova. So the big question really is, can Luminosity get going in this game? They're going to need Tomio and 5 Mini to show up. Victor Wukong, very strong mid-jungle 2 versus 2. They're against a very strong mid-jungle 2 versus 2 of the Orianna Trundle. We saw what Kenvi was able to do on this champion last game. I want to see Tomio be able to do the same, because I think if Luminosity is not able to build a lead against the team that likes to play fast and build leads, this game's gonna just be tricky. I feel like there's a lot of frontline, still good damage on the side of Supernova, and I can't really say the same about frontline for LG.
I mean, you got to be very careful on your positioning if you're tactical for this one. Yeah, you have Valkyrie, but if that's burnt, and someone like Dardoch notices that, he's going to pillar, and that's going to lock you down from any escape. Considering you have to get close as well, it does make it a challenge if Galio's frontlining to be able to avoid that taunt that Galio's able to do. So there's a lot of worries in my mind for Luminosity to be the one to throw the first blow and get a lot of this going early on and accelerate this game. So go ahead and let us know in chat, who do you think is going to take the dub? Again, this was a pretty hyped up matchup coming onto the week. Luminosity, reigning defending champion, Supernova looking like the best squad in the NACL currently. And the only way you definitively get that title is if you take down Luminosity, and right now I see the Supernova fans are showing up.
Yeah, and I think Supernova's got a good draft to do it too. I will say, Luminosity did not exactly draft themselves the winning lanes with this mid-game composition that really does need to come online, right? The Galio should have priority against the Rumble after the first few levels, after the first base. Orianna early on, strong into the Victor. Lucian Rel will be maybe a bit contested into the Corki and the Rakan. Corki's so strong in the early game, but I mean, Rel generally favored into the Rakan, and like, let's not pretend Lucian is some laning phase slouch. So I do worry about that for LG, but I think this team has the sauce. Like, this is the kind of composition that they like to play. Something that can take these big mid-game team fights where everybody can be a carry and they can run things over, but they're doing it with a different mid laner, and they're doing it against potentially the best team in the league. I think at the very least, Eric, we're gonna get a lot of data from this game, and oh boy, I'm hoping for a lot of entertainment.
Yeah, I am a little bummed out because I was looking forward to a Blaze Olive and Insanity having a showdown. For those of you who remember all the way back in 2020 Tier 1, they both had their rookie debuts in LCS back then, so it would have been fun to see, but now it's a scary proposition for 5 Mini. If you saw the post-game interview from Blaze Olive last week, he was saying he feels like he's maturing into his best self. He's become much better as a competitor. He knows how to handle his nerves better, and even got the treatment he was missing out on. He mentioned sleep apnea being one of those, but it does have a big impact if you don't get proper sleep. So a big challenge for 5 Mini against veteran power such as a Blaze Olive. But we are now ready to hit the rift for a banger of a matchup. Luminosity Gaming having a substitute in the mid lane, taking on Supernova.
And this one goes out to all the fans back home that wanted to see 5 Mini in the NACL from the get-go. He gets to take on a Titan. And let's just see if they can come out on top. Luminosity, reigning champions, nearly unanimous favorites to, if not win the split, at the very least, show up in the LTA promotion tournament at Split's End. Supernova also most certainly in the conversation. And Eric, just add a little sauce to the soup, if you will. I don't think either of these teams really expected not to make the playoffs, but if Supernova wins this game,
Yeah.
they're pretty much there. They'll hit 3 wins right then and now.
All right, we're just getting word right now that there is a pause going on in the game, so we're going to bring it right back to our beautiful mugs, of course. But yeah, as you were mentioning just now, Hawk, I mean, this is a very impactful game over the fact that when you look at the power rankings for the NACL, these are the teams that feel like they're the top 2 best. And there's only one way to really decide that, and well, that's having them play against each other.
And as we all know, best of ones are the end-all be-all of everything. And we should all overreact depending on what the result of this game is, okay?
Absolutely.
I want to see everybody on Twitter and in Twitch chat and on Reddit spamming about how whoever wins this game is going to win the NACL and promote to the LTA and be disguised. That is, of course, until tomorrow when either Dark Zero or Luminosity wins, and then that team is going to win the NACL, win the LTA, win the LTA. Yeah, they're going to do all of that.
And I mean, there's a lot of already tier 1 experience on these squads. I mean, that goes without saying, it plays all of course. But one of the little fun facts that I love about this one is Dardock and Fake God, they're both former Dig players, so it's kind of cool to see old teammates have a showdown. As technical pause, now done, we're back on the Rift.
And it is fun, too, because we talk about that NACL, or rather that LTA experience. Normally in this matchup, it would just be Hoarder and Breezy that have not really gotten to that level for themselves. Hoarder, of course, being a rookie. But now we have a rookie on the opposite side, so kind of get a tale of 2 rookies, Hoarder, Mini. And again, I'm really intrigued by this top lane. Unfortunately, I don't think it's the most impactful matchup given the compositions, Eric, but I just want to see what Hoarder can bring to the table against Fake God now that he's sort of had a whole split to level up.
And Hoarder impressed me thoroughly. Some of the flanks he was able to take last week. There was one where he dived behind, it was behind the outer tower in mid lane, and just picks up a triple kill. It's one of the most disgusting Aatrox plays. Janitorial duty cleaned up the fight like it was nothing. He's got good instincts on him, and right now I think this is one of the toughest opponents you have in the league in Fake God, who definitely has a history of success within the NACL.
I think we can say the toughest. I mean, with Zamudo gone, I think Fake God definitely is the BBEG of the top lane. At least at the moment, maybe someone will rise up. Maybe it'll be Hoarder by the end of the split, but at least early on, Supernova dictating push in all 3 lanes, all going according to plan. But hey, maybe top lane gonna show some importance as Tomio is making his way up towards that side. Mismatch clear from these junglers. They're going to try to out-trade each other. Tomio most certainly going to want to attack one of these pushing lanes.
See some of the stats coming up from Dardock and Tomio. Dardock was heavily in a lot of the fights that Supernova were having, and put on double Wukong duty. He looked absolutely tremendous in setting an early game pace that was too fast for a lot of these teams to reach. So I'm definitely curious what he can do now that he's off the Wukong and onto the Trundle this time. He can still be that impactful player, as already in the bot lane, Scary Jerry and Breezy going aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, just great trading so far. And, I mean, again, this is what Jerry was known for back when he played on Maryville / Dragonsteel for the last few years. And I think this is sort of how he made his name, and it was a bit disappointing to not really see Disguised leverage that style. Of course, more difficult to make it work at the next level. It's great find from Breezy.
Gets traded out pretty decently well by Tactical. When you're in that short range of the Corki, the Gatling gun goes off, does provide some armor shred and bonus damage to that. Tactical will just take an early recall. Scary Jerry, excuse me.
They do run Scary Jerry trying to base on a non-cannon wave, so despite the aggression, Luminosity may have actually weathered the early game storm that Jerry and Breezy will be able to put down. Of course, I do want to address the most common misconception that we see in pro play. which is that Lucian does not need to dominate the lane. He wants to dominate mid waves in the mid game, make it such that Tactical cannot afford to step up or risk getting chunked out. So that's really what it's going to be about. I think both these AD carries would be more than happy to go even in the lane phase. Something I do want to point out, Tactical has had some very impressive carry performances on especially these mobile AD carries where he's able, you know, Valkyrie or rocket jump forward when the situation demands it or reposition to avoid an engage. I think he's been the best in the NACL when kind of given those mobility tools, at least so far this year.
I mean, dude, he 1v1'd an Ambessa as Tristana, which that's pretty incredible right there. I mean, kind of speaks to you how ahead he can get to even get himself into that situation to be able to duke it out with such a vicious skirmisher. But that's Tactical for you. I mean, long history on this player, and early lane swaps being called out by Supernova. Scary Jerry gonna go to the top lane, and Tactical will meet him there.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see this come out. I mean, that is what the early base buys you, but we are swapping away from the Dragon. However, it does put Dardoch's strong winning Galio on that side, so we might just be able to start this one up. Trundle has quite a bit of solo Dragon threat. Luminosity, recognizing they might need to find a play elsewhere, hovering around ABO, has the flash.
Azazel looking for an angle on ABO, but ABO not going to take it. Quick correction, by the way, it was Corki, not Tristana, that he got the 1v1 on. Still, solid stuff right there. Dragon getting taken.
He's probably 1v1 to them best on Tristana, too. He's damn good at that champion.
Already, Dragon going to be secured. The taunt coming out from Hoarder. Equalizer doesn't get as much work as they were looking for, and Supernova will be able to grab a Drake and get out.
There's a great macro right there from Supernova. They have the priority of their Galio, who was able to get bottom lane off the swap first. And as I mentioned, Trundle just so good at beating down those dragons on his own. Able to do it. Luminosity tries to arrive in time, but Supernova just barely had the timer to make it out. Disengages the fight, don't go too far forward, and we're back to farming.
Tomio and Dardoch around the same area. Tomio going to scout out into Dardoch's jungle. All the meanwhile, red buff is up and available. Dardoch might be turning his attention over towards this top side. Still pressure coming in, and has no idea that Tomio is thieving.
I think Dardoch might have his spider sense tingling. I gotta say, he's got the best Peter tingle out of everybody in the NACL, dare I say. Oh, as I say that. Okay. He knows. See? That's it. That's the tingle.
Would be fair if he put a pillar in there. He could have got vision for a moment to try and attempt the steal, but I think this was the safer route to just go ahead and let it go and be a little upset that your chicken nuggets were stolen.
Definitely feels bad. Well, we're gonna call it the Joshua Tingle from here on out, since
Joshua Tingle,
you know, that is Dardoch's name. But hey, I do want to point out, look at the rookie in mid lane. He's built up a nice little CS advantage over ABO in the counter matchup. Remember, this was a blind Victor against the LTA experienced mid laner of Supernova, and he is making it work. That is pretty big. Victor, when he's able to come online, can carry real hard.
Yeah, one of the most frustrating thing, like, I'll play a lot of ARAMs, and I really hate A-rounding against a Victor. Equalizer goes out, gets hoarded about 100 health. And the main reason why is this damn ultimate, man. It just chases me around, it grows so damn big.
And it gets very large. And you can, like, clear all the minion waves with, like, one spell. That's also a little annoying, too. I was playing some ARAMs the other day, and I played 2 ARAMs in a row against Malzahar, and I had a similar experience of, like, oh my god, this is miserable, because I can't dive on top of them, and his Void Lanes clear everything, but regardless, there's no Malzahar in this game. There's just a Victor, 5 mini, gonna use that priority to convert onto the grubs for his team, and I mean, we talk about Supernova wanting to play up-tempo. We are 9 minutes in. We have yet to see really any bloodshed. I mean, we've gotten kind of close to it at times, but at the very least, Supernova will be able to force LG off of the third one to maybe claim one for themselves, but both teams just content to, I mean, just play off their timers and not try to overplay into the opposition's zones of control.
Definitely pretty interesting to say the least. Supernova have been playing these incredibly fast, explosive games. 2,500, GD at 15. Goal differential per minute, almost 500. First bricks in both games. So they have that early game prowess, and that's really brought them a lot of success in week number 1. But a much more controlled game against Luminosity. They're definitely showing a lot of restraint and respect for this roster. Again, like reigning defending champions. When they have Insanity in there, I think it's like 12 NACL titles throughout the whole squad, so just 11 for the time being. But it really says a lot to the consistency of play this team has.
And we could see with Hoarder moving up towards the mid lane, Jerry getting to do what he wants to do on this Lucian, which is chunk out tactical and allow his team to take the river. Dardoch picking up that last Void grab. I do believe the Lucian mining maybe a turret plate. Yep, off that mid lane tower. So he's able to get some gold for himself. Then a wave from this Corki. Sure, Hoarder gives up a couple creeps for it, but you take that trade every day of the week.
A little disrespect there from Zazel to stop the back of Scary Jerry. Slow it down a little bit. On the meanwhile, he still have tactical in the mid lane, shoving in the wave. We got 35 seconds before the next dragon does come up. If dragon stacking is going to be a focus. There's a lot of vision really established by Supernova. You can see over on the top side river, as well as the bottom side river around that dragon pit.
I think the dragon might be a situation where we do see a bit of action. Both mid laners going for Roa. Oh my snooze fest, man. These guys not going to come online until a little bit later, but Jerry and Tactical both going to be strong on one item. Fake Out and Tomio, I think, also going to be interested in scrapping things out if given the opportunity. However, it looks like LG just trying to secure the push for 5 mini up on the top side at the moment with this dragon spawned.
And shout out to our observers for showing how dark the map was for Luminosity Gaming right there. They have no idea. Dardoch's over in that area starting the Drake. They probably have some ideas. He's already done that earlier. So starting that off and dragon stacking as quickly as they can on the respawn timer. Supernova will get a Mountain Drake.
Yeah, Tomio and Tactical not able to hit Triforce before this one, so I talk about these two champions wanting to scrap on one item. Well, you can't do it if you don't have an item, so they choose not to. Jerry already having that one completed makes him a bit of a threat. Dardoch just able to take a freebie. Yes, they do secure some of the push for 5 mini, but I mean, Breezy, great read from him. He walked up to the top side, understanding that Dardoch was under absolutely zero threat, just to make sure there's no threat of a dive whatsoever onto ABO, and I mean, doesn't end up coming through.
So far, it's Luminosity Gaming with the slight gold lead, but Supernova have the objective lead. It's definitely going to be the more important thing given the gold at the given moment. You know, we've seen some pretty fast dragon takes coming from some of these squads. Right now, Luminosity Gaming setting up at least towards this topside river. At the same time, Dardoch's camps are respawning, so trying to grab his buffs unimpeded.
Good trades from Tactical to get mid priority, at least securing the control on the top side for Luminosity at the moment. Are we going to see more action around this red buff than we see around neutral? No, the red buff's already gone. Okay, Dardoch able to take it, but ABO maybe not so lucky.
All right, here we go. The focus over on the top side. ABO losing about half his health. But Tomio, he doesn't have too many defensively to really boost up that health bar, so he's got to be careful on the fights he takes. All's that Rod of Ages might be a snoozer, but hey, provides some HP. Gives him more than Tomio in the current moment. And nothing gonna be found just yet. It's gonna be a pretty
wake
late...
me up in 10 minutes when somebody dies.
Okay, I feel like this is gonna be the story. It's gonna be very cautious, calm, slow, and then once the fights break out, they're just not gonna stop.
That's usually how it goes here in the NACL. And I will say, like, we are seeing an actually, like, fairly high-level game. I think both teams playing out the chess match of Summoner's Rift fairly well, playing off of each other's timers very cleanly. But definitely have not been the most openings taken. I will say, without support presence of Zazel and Breezy in any lane, it's pretty difficult to make a play. There's not actually that much lockdown CC really on either side.
Oh, there's an angle for the top lane right now. Zazel's headed in that direction. Big thing there is ABO, when he was ganked over on the top side, he was able to keep his flash. So that's still available for him. It's a very hard gank to pull off if Zazel wants to commit.
Trading decently with 5 mini despite being down a level. He's mostly, well, not shored up that CS deficit, but he's avoided it getting bigger despite some of the pressure that has been thrown his way, which is pretty good. I mean, Zeyzal is doing a really good job. I don't think Supernova has seen the top lane river in like 5 minutes.
Right.
And with Herald spawning in 30 seconds, that just speaks to the vision control and the work that Tomio and Zeyzal have done to secure that side of the map.
Yeah, Zeyzal's always been a big shot caller for whatever team he's on, and still plays the map beautifully well. Definitely one of our most experienced supports here. Probably our most experienced support overall within the space. But
It's
yeah,
hard
great
to get
see
more
him.
experience at this level of play than world semifinalist, I would say.
You know, what's interesting, I talked about this before, but this roster, the reason why we see Fake God, Tomio, and Zeyzal together like so much is this goes back to, it was Cloud9 Challengers where they had this core. And they just love this core. They love playing together. They would have even taken Lost and M&S if it wasn't for them not being NA residents. That's why they had to swap out and basically go for someone like Insanity. Luminosity Gaming playing it low and slow. Slow cooker is going to get them a Rift Herald.
But, like any good slow cooker, it creates a nice, delectable meal. Maybe some stew coming out here for LG as the fruits of their labor is that Herald.
And brisket, man.
Ooh,
Especially when you get that smoke ring and
I
it
could kill for
passes
some
the
good
bend
brisket
test.
right now. Eric, you want to go get brisket after the stream? That sounds really good.
I'm down. I'm down.
Dude, let's do it.
I mean, with how this early game's playing out, we might be able to go for...
We could go right now, yeah. Oh, man. A quick mid-cast meal. There are good places to get brisket in LA. I feel like I've not had, like, good, like, North Carolina pit barbecue in Los Angeles.
One of the better places, maybe not the best, is Lucille's. If you want to hit there.
Okay.
Not bad at all. But off of this note, while we do got a little time, actually we might not have the time, because we've got a focus coming out from Dardock looking to try and jump onto Tomio. Tomio will easily be able to bail out. Uses the clone, jumps over to the Raptors. With that, gravitational field causes one stun onto Breezy. Dragon now going to spawn. Any of these players interest you? Well, some of them do participate in prodiff.gg, so if you want some one-on-one coaching from the pros, be sure to check that out as we get ready for this dragon fight.
Supernova, good position around the area. Slight health bar advantages. However, Jerry has lost about 25% of his. Supernova not willing to start up the dragon. It's very dangerous against the big AoE teamfight ultimates that LG has. They're going to use the Rift Herald to try to take control of the area.
I was
Jerry's
remembering
pretty
last
low.
time we saw Rift Herald. It was Insanity piloting it. It was very, very awkward. We revoked his driver's license.
I believe I said in the Salty Runback Discord at that moment, what is my goat doing? Because it was not his finest moment for sure. But this time they just crashed it into the mid lane tower. Does not take it, but it does give them control over this dragon, and with a TP from Ablaze Olive to maybe secure the first tower of the game on the top side of the map, the dragon will go the way of LG.
Does slow the dragon stacking, but not without sacrifice. You do have Blaze Olive over in the top lane. Yeah, he's fallen behind, but he's okay with that, because once he's able to grab this brick, that's pretty much going to even things out quite easily. And there are some late game benefits, I mean, to both these squads.
Wasn't able to get it.
Especially Victor, yeah, wasn't able to pick that up. He might overstay trying to get it as well, because Zeyzal's over in the area. Blaze Olive does have his flash, but so does Zeyzal. The knockup found onto ABO. Shockwave comes out. Ultimate going to be used from Zeyzal, and they don't get the kill because backup has arrived as the pillar gets put in the face of Phi Mini. Now the teleport coming through. We're able to get Hoarder right into the fray. ABO still alive. Turret goes down. Phi Mini left by himself. First blood finally found 18 minutes in by Supernova.
And Dardock continues to be one of the best map managers that we have here in the NACL, as, I mean, Supernova completely caught unawares by the play, but they managed to turn it around. At the very least, LG, they do pick up a mid lane tier 1. They're going to pick up a bottom lane tier 1 as well, so ultimately, it's first blood in a tower traded for 2 structures on the map. I think LG's pretty okay with this.
Oh, man.
But
Tactical's not okay, though.
Did you overstep?
Yeah, looking for the taunt right now. Should be Hoarder in just a second. The flash coming out. Able to get his flash. Hey, that's still a big dub right there as Supernova, they're making the early moves.
flashes off of both carries of Luminosity and the support that has the engage for all his AoE ultimates. That's going to be big for this next Dragon, as Dorado had taken the Hex Gate. He was far. Supernova was not expecting this play at all, but the collapse just comes through so decisively. Hoarder with the teleport. Brazy shows up just to secure it as well. Dorado, great focus on the turret right there to make sure Fine Mini was sectioned off. And, I mean, just well played by the Trundle and the rest of SN, but ultimately the sequence still pretty even between both teams. The kill went onto the tank. Not exactly the best.
And a lot of this evened up due to the towers. Luminosity Gaming are still playing the towers pretty well as they grab the mid lane and bottom lane. Supernova getting first blood and first brick alongside that. So mostly even in the gold right now. We will have a team fight timer soon enough, and I'm always going to be looking at Dragon to enable that. I really do like Luminosity's chances around Dragon if they are to take fights. Because, again, we had talked about it in the draft, the zone control that you have with a lot of these ultimates is something that you can't underestimate.
I feel like this is pretty much the strongest point of the game right here for LG. Fine Mini is about to hit 2 items with the 10-stack Rod of Ages completing in under a minute. And alongside 1 item, Rumble, Wukong, Corki, they are quite powerful right now.
You know, I've learned to never doubt a Corki. Because I don't know if you remember that game near Airport had where Double Lift was playing Corki and they lost both Nexus towers, but that was a disgusting Corki performance to say the least. Is now fight potentially breaking out around this Otacon. We'll get the reset on the Patience bar. Luminosity getting pulled around the map a little bit. They're going to focus their attention onto Hoarder and push him out. Now Fine Mini by his lonesome, caught out of position. He does not have flash. He does not have a chance. ABO takes the kill.
Great commit from him and Scary Jerry, as they knew the Victor didn't have the flash. Isolated on the bottom side of the map. Supernova playing so well around where Luminosity positions themselves. Now Breezy, he has a flank. Hero's entrance available.
And here we go, already coming in with the Cyclone, wants to focus on Scary Cherry. Cyclone will take him down. Look at Fake God go as he will roast a Blaze Olive. A kill still traded back as Tactical will fall in. Now, in the grand scheme, it is a 2 for 2.
Really good commit though, Luminosity. They knew that Supernova was disjointed. They went far onto Fire Mini, and ABO and Scary Jerry, the 2 carries, were not able to reconnect with the squad. So it's Fake God and Tomio that hard commit, find 2 kills of their own. Ultimately a 2 for 2, however. And Blaze Olive will have teleport when he respawns, and both 80 carries on a similar timer. As we can take another look at the initial pick, this is a good commit. But look at LG, they clap so quickly, and Zeyzal and Fakod are just going to try to drive a wedge between the escape here. Honestly, I think Supernova should have been able to escape, but Blaze Olive and Jerry, they overstay for the wave, and at this point, the team is disconnected. Supernova thinks they're pincering, but Hoarder is too far to get the hero's entrance down onto his carries. The front line is too far to support them. And so, even with Tactical dying and LG's own backline sort of abandoning him, without Jerry and ABO being able to reconnect, that means that Supernova cannot win the fight.
I mean, I get where Supernova are coming from. You're looking at this as a numbers game. You got a 5v4, but they did not keep in mind. Scary Jerry burnt his flash to get out of the gravitational field. You had ABO and Scary Jerry burning ultimates to secure that kill on Fine Mini. So Luminosity Gaming had the heads up to realize that those summoners are down, those ultimates are down, put the ball in their court, and they were able to dunk it.
Ultimately, the objective was not taken on the sequence. Otacon does still remain on the map, with Dragon spawning in under a minute. So, not really too much to be spoken of on either side. And LG is completely lacking their F keys. Actually, LG's very cultured. They all have Flash on D, as proper League of Legends players should. But regardless, they're all lacking those D keys. So, that is a pretty big advantage here for SN approaching this fight.
It's okay to be wrong, Hawk, but as we look over into the mid lane, and keep in mind that Dragon will be spawning right now, it's Luminosity Gaming who have their first foot on the river to set up for this. Still looking for those big ultimates. They're all available for Luminosity Gaming, so tricky situation for Supernova to walk up.
Tactical and Fine Mini trying to get as much damage down as possible as Supernova makes their approach. Not a lot of vision control for SN, but Dardoch, he's big and he knows it.
Gotta be careful, that equalizer does go down, splitting the field just a touch, enough to pull them away from the dragon. That will allow Tomio to secure it, but Supernova are looking for a fight. Ultimate used onto Mini. Mini has to flash back. Hero's entrance finds nothing. Breezy all by his lonesome. Tactical will take him down. 1-for-1 thus far. Dardoch going for the chase. Will be able to take a bite out of the monkey as Tomio falls. And now Supernova are looking to clean this up. The taunt will cancel the teleport of Mini as he will see the gray screen for the third time. And Supernova claim the fight.
Really close fight though, but Dardoch is just so big on this Trundle. 302 rampaging his way through and hitting everybody on LG over the head with his Ice Club. That's going to be an Otacon claim. Dragon be damned.
Bonk, bonk, bonk after bonk, and then a chomp to follow. Dardoch 302 on this Trundle, looking absolutely as fantastic as he did in week number 1. And now the reward for Supernova, even though they didn't get the Drake, they got the Otacon.
I mean, this is, first of all, well played by LG to secure themselves the Dragon. Breezy makes the engagement on Mini, and Mini got his flash back up, and it looks kind of bad. But there's no damage down on the Dardoch. They just one-shot Breezy. So him and Hoarder are just able to run forward and hit whoever the hell they want. And the base damage of this Triforce Trundle with the Spirit Visage to make sure he never dies just means he cannot be burned through. And I think a big story is that Tactical was sort of isolated on the bottom side of that fight. He had to turn tail and run sooner than the rest of his team. That meant a lot of DPS was lacking for LG.
Rough state right now for Luminosity Gaming. While the gold lead isn't that much, you're seeing momentum fall more and more into the favor of Supernova. And I had a talk with Zazel before about what this means, being the defending NACL champions. One of the things he told me was once an LTA veteran can't win NACL, it's easy to call in question their ability to perform in the LTA. So that's why matches like these are still so crucial for the overall look of Luminosity, and right now Supernova are just taking it to them.
And you know, Zazel, if it's any consolation, I think you've been playing pretty well in this recon. But, as you say, Supernova as a team, they are definitely just playing better. I'm particularly looking at the top jungle. Hoarder and Dardoch, they are deathless, and they have been pretty spectacular. Dardoch in particular so far this game, and yes, Mini, he had a great laning phase, which should not be overlooked against a Blaze Olive. ABO is now level 16, and he is approaching 3 items on this Orianna. He has been quite large in these team fights. Unfortunately, Mini just has not been able to have the same impact, getting caught out in multiple sequences in a row in that bottom side river.
This has been a fantastic performance from Supernova. They're keeping the tune into their favor, and you can see that Luminosity are definitely dancing to it, that calling taking half of Tactical's health. And any advantages like this really means that Dardoch wants to step up, but he might have stepped it up too far as the equalizer goes down. A lot of damage gonna be returned. Tomio has to bail out. Here we go, looking for the gravitational field, and Luminosity find the choke point to make this rumble work as they'll take 2 kills.
Okay, wait a minute, Supernova, maybe not immortal. It's Tactical in over the wall. I think that was a mistake.
Oh, Tactical still gonna try and risk it, but no, he will not find it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, both marksmen going down. ABO getting roasted by Fake God. The missile's gonna find that slow, and Fake God will cook ABO.
And that's just gonna be Baron going over to Luminosity as Supernova. They thought they had the health bars to just run in, but it was Mini with the gravity well that sets up the play. And Fake God does so much damage with this Bloodletter's Rumble. That is all of a sudden gonna be Luminosity Gaming catapulted into control of this game.
One of the things Tactical said in his post-game interview was there's not much change to be had. We just gotta keep on winning, and through patience, through control, they find a weak point in the armor, and they take the lead of this game while grabbing the Baron.
And I would really like to get another look at that fight, because Dardoch, he thinks he's immortal, and to be honest, I kind of think he is too. And he's got Hoarder to back him up, but that's a lot of initial damage that comes out from Tactical and Co. And look at this gravity well. Mini so perfectly placed, finds both the frontliners, and Fake God just comes in the side alongside Tomio to blow them up. And once the front line is gone, it is way harder for Supernova to operate. Tactical sends it over the wall, live and die by the aggression. He dies, but a Blaze Olive had to commit, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 on the backside of the fight, 4-for-1 overall.
Yeah, the composition is really starting to come through, especially when you group up at a choke point like that. You talked about it, the gravity well, what it was able to do. Stunning up so many members of Supernova after they had burned such crucial ultimates to start this fight up. Now Luminosity, they're looking for more as they get positioning onto the river. There will be another Drake spawning.
Now 1,000 gold into the lead. 2 items on everybody. Hoarder, taunts a clone. Supernova, they have managed to muscle their way into the river. This was the difficulty around the last Dragon setup, but remember, LG has the Baron. They don't actually have to contest for this one. It's 2-2 in the Dragon count at the moment. And control over mid.
Luminosity Gaming are liking their odds, as looking for an angle in with Zazel did take a bit of damage from the command dissonance of ABO. Dragon now getting pulled, 7k health remains. Fake God looking for the angle in. That equalizer can be so deadly around choke points. Zazel now looking for the flank. Dragon secured by Supernova, but here comes the fight from Luminosity as the equalizer placed beautifully. Now looking to hunt down for more. Hero's entrance goes through, but Tactical will snipe him out of the air. Shockwave! Now the calling getting returned. Shockwave gonna find its mark as Breezy goes in, but Tomio's not done. Cyclone kills one, but the monkey will fall as Fi Mini will claim a kill back on ABO, but the rest of his team has crumbled as the pillar slows him down. Supernova find their fight and take it back to Luminosity.
And that's going to be the Baron nearly wiped off the map. Luminosity Gaming, they could have just walked it down mid. They could have just played on their wave, but they take the fight and they regret it. Supernova has equalized and they're on soul point.
This was the match I was looking forward to all week. I was ready for this, Hawk, and man, even though it was a slow start, what banger fights we're getting.
Great smite by Dardock, and Zazel finds a good engage, but explodes on it. Hoarder ends up getting traded out 1-for-1, but 2 big things happen here. 1, a pillar onto Fake God means he gets focused down, and a Blaze Olive finds the shockwave that clinches the fight. He dies for it, but it buys just enough time for the rest of the 3-man squad to turn around after taking out the top laner to mow down the rest of the team. Fi Mini may end up surviving here, but it is a small consolation prize after an electric performance from the Supernova mid laner.
That counter engage was beautiful by a Blaze Olive. That shockwave, if you're not watching where that ball's positioned, it will take your team down. Of course, paired up with Breezy, who got in there with his own ultimate. Great snap back. It's a counter punch from Supernova. They also get Dragon Soul Point on the back half of it, and a lot of gold into their pockets to try and even this out.
And it's just so big that Supernova was able to section off one of the biggest carries. Fake God has been doing so much work on this Rumble in these fights. He was neutered by that pillar. A really big find from Dardock, and coupled with the shockwave, I mean, those were the 2 spells that, to me, really sealed that fight for Supernova. Good usage of the ENR keys of the mid-jungle. Supernova, funnily enough, still down gold after that sequence, but I mean, at this point, I don't think the gold lead really matters. It's all about the performance in the team fights. 3 items on everybody that it matters. And I think we're just rearing up for the next one.
Yeah, what an intense game so far. 31 minutes into this. The gold relatively even thus far. An incredible performance from both squads. And we're seeing why both of these teams are viewed as pretty much the top in the league. The top 2 who are going to take the league. I haven't seen anyone put up a argument as strong as this for both of these teams all through and through. And with that Baron buff now being wasted, Supernova feeling the tempo start to shift into their favor as they get a hard push going in the bottom lane and start claiming vision.
Luminosity is still up towers, though, for the time being. Equalizer to clear out a wave. Looks like Dardock and a Blaze Olive will still be able to claim it, so it's a tier 1 for a tier 2. Gold advantage over to Supernova, but they have yet to crack the mid lane. Tactical has held it valiantly throughout this game, and that does give Luminosity a pretty substantial advantage when trying to contest for the river. Look at how much control they have into Supernova's topside jungle. It's because Tactical has the freedom to push up so much in mid, catching the wave really high, knowing he's got that tower behind him.
All right, so let's take stock. What's going to be spawning soon. We'll have a little longer before we get another Baron on the table. We'll have a little bit longer before we get another Dragon on the table. So that means there's not much to fight for when it comes to these neutral objectives. So you should see these teams kind of bide their time, especially for Fi Mini to get his flashback. That's going to be something very crucial right there, given how aggressive Supernova have been willing to take a lot of these counterattacks. But already starting to set up around the mid lane as we got the good old American ARAM.
Tomio looking for a flank. Has chunked Hoarder a good bit, but marked nonetheless. Again, though, Luminosity is able to simply catch the wave higher, knowing they have their tower behind them. So Supernova is sort of always on the back foot in these plays.
See Tomio trying to pose as a threat against Scary Jerry, and Scary Jerry says, it's scary in my name, not yours. And we'll chase the monkey out from his side of the jungle. And you're starting to see the damage that Tactical has coming online. Just one auto and missile landing into the face of Scary Jerry will take about 1/5 of his health.
Jerry has 4 items right now. He has a whole item up on Tactical. Yes, his items are a little cheaper, but that is a very significant power spike as Gravity will lock supporter, but man, he does not take damage from magic damage. Let me tell you, this Rumble and this Victor are not going to kill him.
They're completely split right now, so Supernova trying to take advantage of this, but Zeyzal and Fake God put their running shoes on and they get away. Now coming over the wall is going to be Tomio. We'll take that Hex over towards Supernova. Now Supernova have to watch their back or they have to just straight up engage. Tomio goes in with the Cyclone, but he's caught in all members of Supernova. Dardoch will chase him down and chomp him out of the air. Tactical still looking to get some damage in, but there is the pillar. Tactical has to run. Zeyzal jumps back in, will use his ultimate. As the equalizer goes down, it will delay a bit of time, but with the hero's entrance, the time is bought by Supernova. Going for the chase onto Tactical, goes golden onto Tactical, and will claim his life. 3 fall for Luminosity as Dragon Soul belongs to Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, Hoarder, that was stylish right there. Going golden as Tactical's final auto was in the air. Kills him off. That's going to be Hex Tech Soul, but Dardoch and Breezy continue to have unbelievable games as Dardoch found the pillar on a Tactical, sectioned Tomio off onto the top side of the fight and kills him off, finds second pillar, forces the Valkyrie, and then Breezy able to get into the back line with Hero's entrance on his head. The front line of Supernova is just playing a beautiful game. Such diligence in how they approach these fights. The only one in which they got impatient is the only one they have lost.
All right, here comes the counterattack from Luminosity. Mini taking too much damage, too late on the gate for the Monkeys. So again, Supernova realizing that this team is split, tries to find an angle to focus their attack, but Breezy gets separated and he gets dropped. Tomio critically low will get claimed by Scary Jerry. And now a 1-for-1 trade. Supernova still getting the better of it. Dragon Soul and Baron in their favor, so Luminosity feel the pressure to continue this fight and chase them down. Ultimate gonna be used, but a beautiful pillar coming out from Dardoch will stop the dash of Zeyzal. A great disengage from the jungler of Supernova.
And they're able to get out with everybody except for their support. Oh, man. I mean, Dardoch he's so good, man. I'm really impressed with how he's played this game. I mean, a bit touch and go around the Baron right there, but I think overall only losing one. Supernova going to be totally fine with that. Baron on everybody that it matters. Jerry approaching full build. And a lot of towers, as we established earlier, to still go and get to open up what is currently a 3,500 gold lead to what I would expect to finish around 6 or 7K.
I will say, even though he hasn't been the big highlight of this match, I still feel like he's been playing his role beautifully well, and that's going to be Hoarder.
Hoarder's had a great game.
Yeah, this is the player that has the least experience. One of the things he told me was, like, he's used to playing with rookies. He's used to playing in that type of environment where there's still a lot of learning really being had. Now he's around veterans and he's finding his consistency, he's finding his voice. He's doing an absolutely fantastic job in facilitating these fights and allowing for openings from both Dardoch and Scary Jerry to really shine through.
Well, and to add to that, I'm so impressed with how well Hoarder has just played with the team. He's done such a good job of hitting his timers, joining the fights, and really, like, trusting and following up on the engages. I feel like he's not trying to hands check Fake God, but he's simply being a role player, which is really good to see from, like, a mechanically talented rookie to show, like, hey, I can be restrained, and I can do just exactly what my team needs me to do in team fight really well. So, well done from him. Supernova going to take down a tier 2. They already got the mid lane tier 1. Mid lane tier 2 likely not long for this world either.
Now, Supernova looking for this death march. They finally have been able to explode this gold lead into their favor. But at this point of the game, we're 37 minutes in. It's only about a 5K lead, which isn't the most impactful. Dragon Soul definitely going to play a big factor. Baron definitely going to play a big factor. But Supernova have to be careful with the way they approach this. They can clear this out. They are in the driver's seat. Right now, going forward, the Equalizer going to go onto the wave to clear it out and try and delay the push from Supernova.
Both teams just trying to push each other back, calling Equalizer. Health bars trying to be chunked, but Supernova, they still have 2 waves of Baroned up minions that they're pushing on, and these towers slowly but surely going down. I think this is the wave.
Right now, over the wall comes Breezy. He's looking for the engage. Hero's entrance follows through. Tomio can't even fight. He's separated from his team and taken down. Now the chase from Scary Jerry can't find Tactical just yet underneath the Nexus tower. Inhibitor number 1 gonna fall in the top lane. Scary Jerry still positioning forward. He fears no one. He is the fear. Now Inhibitor 2 dropping. It seems like doom and gloom for Luminosity Gaming as Zazel looks for an angle into this. But he does not have Flash, Scary Jerry, and does not fear Zazel.
Baron gone, though, does mean that Supernova needs to take their reset, go spend all of that money. I mean, their gold lead, I said I wanted to see it be about 6,000-7,000. It's a little over 7,000. They did exactly what they came to do. They just can't end the game, but I think there's going to be some people hitting full build here. Jerry being one of them. Guardian Angel picked up just so that if Zazel does find him, he cannot be bursted out of the fight. And with 1 inhibitor left to claim and an Elder spawning in a couple minutes, Supernova has everything that they should need to close out this game as long as they don't fumble the setup.
The Dardock fearless as he steps up. He has
Tactical.
1 more item to go before he hits full build, but here comes Breezy looking for the engage on Tactical. Tactical's caught out. Flashes over the wall. Has some backup from Tomio. Not in the worst spot, will Valkyrie over, but still, they want to chase him down in the pillar. Traps him into damnation. Now Zazel forced to engage the final fight of Luminosity. Can they get something back? Hero's entrance gets the knock up onto Zazel. Zazel getting chunked out by Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry will go over the wall. He sidesteps, focuses onto Fake God, who goes golden. Will finally get dropped, but has the revive. And the rest of Luminosity crumble at the hands of Supernova as they march in the base, looking for the close. Scary Jerry will look to pad the stats, and the reigning defending champions are getting taken down by Supernova.
And Supernova is looking like the #1 team in the league. Unquestionably, what a clean game it was from them. One mistake around the Baron maybe looked like it was tossing the game, but everything else was just so clean from start to finish, winning out on basically every fight.
Yeah, that was some incredible play. I mean, both teams, they're very patient with the way they played it, and a lot of it was counter punches. A lot of it was resource management. I think one of the game-breaking plays was a Blaze Olive really biding his time on his shockwave before he finds the perfect 3-man 1 near that dragon pit. You know, moments like that really show why this team, well, burns bright.
Yeah, I mean, I am really impressed at how Supernova approached that game. This team looks like they've been playing together for a long time, and we're in week 2. I am very afraid of this team. And just to maybe add a little bit of spice, again, to our soup here, but, hey, Disguise, I'd be a little scared of my buddy Jerry here, because we're looking pretty damn good 3 games in. We'll see if Supernova can keep it up, but make sure you vote in the Twitch chat who you think the best player in that game was. Unfortunately, Jerry not making the vote. I think he had a good game. I think everyone had a good game, but Hoarder, Dardock, and Breezy going to be your options. Just to throw my hat into the ring, I think it's a jungle diff again, man. Like, Dardock, holy hell, he was on a heater.
Yeah, Dardock has been consistently performing well for the Supernova squad and making these hyper-aggressive plays. He knows when someone is caught out of position, and he's able to chase them down effectively well on the Trundle. I think Hoarder also looked fantastic, so, you know, big shout out to them. Breezy had great engages to follow through for the rest of Supernova, so all of them definitely big contenders for MVP. But off of that note, we're going to take a moment, throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the members of Supernova.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NACL stream, where we just saw Supernova take a pretty dominant victory over Luminosity Gaming. A little touch and go at points, but at the very least, they are looking like the best team in the league. And Eric, I mean, we just saw SN, outside of one team fight, roll over who we thought was going to be the best team in the league.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm currently fixing my camera right now, so you're not completely alone. But I was very impressed with a lot of the way this game really unfolded. I mean, for both teams really, but more so on just Supernova, on being able to read a lot of these counterattacks and knowing, what the resources were, what ultimates they had available, and that they could still capitalize on these fights even when Luminosity would get these early kills. I think it was fantastically played. Hoarder, definitely a standout. Same thing with Dardock, Scary Jerry, even Breezy, who had some fantastic rel engages. Through and through, this is a top squad.
Yeah, it most certainly is. I want to give a continued shout out to the support crew, because I think the carries played well. ABO had the big shockwave. Scary Jerry did a hell of a lot of damage, but I feel like while Dardock was laying out whoever the primary target was, Breezy did such a great job of finding the secondary engage, kind of setting up the next kill while that first one was going down, and to me that was just an incredible display. Hoarder always doing a great job of following up, and is definitely looking like a team that I do not want to run into. 3 wins now for Supernova. We kind of said at the top of the show, 3 or 4 wins is basically playoffs, and now I think we all expected this team to be there coming into the split, but Supernova now having achieved it 3-0.
And I think this is going to put them in prime position to be our #1 team in the league. At first it was arguable because it's they haven't faced Luminosity just yet. To be fair, they haven't gone against full power Luminosity. Still figuring out what happened with Insanity, but apparently he's still supposed to be part of the squad. But I think at the end of the day, with how competitive that game was, you can pat yourself on the back and you can be proud. And we're hearing right now that Breezy is ready to join us for an interview, so let's pull him on to the broadcast, because Big Breezy, he knows those big flanks, man. And there he is, Big Breezy, joining the broadcast. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, man. I mean, that
You're
was
doing good.
That was
I'm
an
doing
intense
better
game.
after I watched that game. That was.
Me too.
So, talk to me about a little bit about this setup this week. Obviously, you came in on a very hot week #1, going 2-0. But knowing you're going against a team that is currently the reigning defending champions of the NACL, was there any difference in preparation for this match?
No, we didn't really have specific preparation, I guess, for this team. Mostly just as a team, I think we're all very experienced. So when things are going wrong in scrims or going right, we know what we need to keep doing or improve on. So we just had general goals as a team this week that we really cracked down on, and I think we had a good week of scrims, and we were pretty confident coming into this match.
So I would actually like to dig into that a little bit more, because you and Dardock just came off a split playing together, but other than that, for the most part, this team is pretty much brand new. And I was saying during the game, you guys look like you've been playing together for years, and it's only week 2 of the split. Can you speak a little bit more to sort of how this roster has come together, and if you feel like you're doing anything differently than your peers, or something's going really well?
I mean, yeah, it's been nice playing with this group of 5 players. I mean, obviously, most of us are pretty experienced. Porter's kind of a new guy, but he's got a very high gaming understanding as well. So at least going into scrims, we're kind of just focusing on discipline and how to just play better as a team, because individually we know we all have the skill. So we're just really focused on our team improvement, and it's been going pretty well so far. And we've also been getting along very well as a team, so it's been nice working with everyone.
It's always good to hear. Camaraderie really does bring out the best in a lot of teams.
Yeah.
So last time we heard from ABO, he did the post-game interview last week. One of the things he was saying was you guys are still figuring out your shot calling, and it's been a learning experience. So how is that dialed down so far when it comes to communication on the comms?
Yeah, I mean, definitely when we first started playing together, there's just 5 voices going back and forth the entire game, so it was kind of hard, but we kind of have a system down now, where we're not so many voices are going at once. We all just say our piece kind of. I think Dorado kind of makes the main shot calls, then we just add information to it. So it's been pretty smooth so far.
Yeah,
right,
that's great to hear. We are being told we need to keep things brief, but Breezy, before we let you go, any shout outs, anything else you want to say to the fans back home?
And just shout out to my team and our coaches and Supernova org. Everything's been great, and I hope we can continue strong the rest of the season and have a strong show for playoffs.
All right, well, burn bite, brother, and we'll see you more as the season continues. Thank you for the interview, man.
Yes, thank you.
All right, big shout out to Breezy. It's always fun to hear from him because he's a much more like calm, composed person, right? For the style of flanks that we usually see from him, I remember it was Beatdown who had brought up that that flank is so deep that not even King Arthur can pull it out. That kind of shows you the caliber that he's been able to pull off in the past and some of his other teams. So I always love hearing from him, but we're still going to move on for the day because an MVP was decided. Let's go ahead and get me the drum roll, Hawk. Come on.
I don't know if you can hear that, but I'm drumming hard.
Okay,
I'm drumming hard, and unsurprisingly, it's gotta be Dorado. Come on, man. He was too good on this Trundle, just leading the charge in every single fight. Some really good pillars as well that set up some of these sequences. It almost felt like he was the primary engage by just pillaring and running at people, and Breezy and Hoarder were sort of the secondary follow-up engage. And, you know, Breezy said it too, leading the comms as well. He just out-calmed the reigning defending champs. So pretty good showing from him. Definitely a deserved MVP performance. But kind of to wrap a bow up on this game, I do want to say too, on the point of Breezy, I'm so happy to see him on this team because something Grapes and I have talked about on Salty Runback is I feel like he's never been on like a top contending roster. He's always been on like a team that people have lower middle of the table coming into the NACL. But now on the Supernova team, he is absolutely showing what he's worth, and it's so fun to watch.
Yeah, we always called him the next big support up. He just needs to really validate that with some victory. But we do got to move on to our next match of the day, and that is going to be Conviction versus Vancouver Impact. Now, there's no way to sugarcoat this one for Vancouver Impact. They're definitely having low performances. You know, they average 4 kills per game, 21 deaths per game. That's brutal, to say the least. And we really need to see this team shape up because we've seen great performances from players like Will in the past. Dragoon and Sudsy have always been very dominant when it comes to the qualifiers for NACL, but we definitely got to see more, Hawk.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin, we got a Conviction team that we've seen both sides of the pendulum, I think, where they looked pretty bad against Dark Zero and they looked pretty good against the Citadel. And where are they going to fall? Somewhere in the middle is definitely like the team that people have the most question marks coming into the split about, particularly surrounding the bot lane of Viper and Stun. And I gotta say, Eric, they had a pretty good week 1 actually. It's pretty good.
Man, I was so hyped up on Viper in that week 1. I mean, he's definitely making a statement for himself that he's more than just you know, that top lane Riven one trick we used to know in the day. He can be a solid ADC, and it's been kind of fun watching him pull out stuff like Ezreal and still get Riven respect bans. As we see, the casting crew is fully on board with the Conviction win.
Yeah, I just think, unfortunately, Vancouver Impact right now, they are the team that is expected to be last place, and so they got to buck that trend. Look, I still believe they can pick up a win somewhere. They have promise in their players. Guys like Nukes, he had a really bad week 1, but like I still think he might have the sauce. But it just is a matter of when's that going to come down. Conviction may be the team they can do it against, given their inconsistency. But I think on their side, we want to see some of that consistency, as it is top laners getting locked in. Gwen Gragas 1-2. That is I don't think I usually see that in this meta.
Just going straight to it over on that top side. I mean, yeah, for Conviction, I'm going to give them a little bit of leeway on the Dark Zero match because Viper did disconnect. Post-game interview for day 2, they literally planned how to deal with the disconnect and do it a little bit faster to get the pause in. So, you know, funny issues that teams have to deal with that are very unique. Certain teams, especially this one with the disconnect and Conviction. But this is going to leave up, once again, that Varus that has been pretty potent in the league thus far. Gragas, Varus, will be the lock-ins for Conviction. Meanwhile, Vancouver Impact looking for the response and going back to the well with that Jhin that we've seen matching them.
Yeah, we saw this matchup in game 1. It was Instinct on the Jhin that got the better of Sushi's Varus. Let's see if Zev can do the same into Viper. Viper's been quite a scrapper so far in the NACL. I would like to see if that does continue. I think the Varus is a little bit harder to do it on than something like the Ezreal, but you know, you can You can get a couple, an item or two and start throwing out Chains of Corruptions. It can definitely be a thing. But Maokai, it's a good pick. It's a good champion.
Is in fact a good champion. Yeah, I mean, the way a lot of people play it, you get a little bit of AP for the sake of the saplings and being able to harass like that. Then everything else is just for the engage. And that's one of the great things about Maokai is just it runs the entire river. So seeing someone like a Varus, that is a potential way to try and lock him down. But more wave push now going to come out for Conviction as we see that Karma lock.
Another Varus Karma lane. So again, it's going to facilitate the front line. It's going to be a strong 2v2. Could ban out, strong laning supports away from Nukes. Nico, a big pick for Nukes in their promotion tournament series against Polestar, saving that fourth game that looked all but lost, in which they eventually ended up winning in 5. Would like to see that one banned away by the side of Conviction. As far as what Conviction goes for on 4, I mean, I feel like you're probably just picking a jungler and then R5ing mid, right? Like, don't overthink it. Just do it.
So banning away some of those fighter junglers that have become very prominent in the meta as of lately, Xin Zhao definitely one of them. Pantheon we're never going to see. Don't even pretend that it exists, because that one is always permabanned. Also, shout out to the respect ban that you can see of the Riven over on Vancouver Impact once again. Viper's always going to draw that out. It feels like you have to pay the Viper tax whenever you're playing against Conviction. But one more support ban, getting rid of a lot of those engagers. Nautilus and Rel over on the side of Conviction. One more for Vancouver Impact.
I'm curious to see. I'm sort of waiting to see where we do end up going with the picks. I mean, like, Wukong, it's been a really good champion today, still available. I'm actually pretty surprised to see Trundle make it all the way down here, too. It's pretty good into the Maokai, pretty good into stuff like the Gwen and the Jhin. Actually, I feel like Perry should just go Trundle here.
It is an angle to go for. I mean, Trundle, definitely high presence in the league thus far. And for good reason. If you do take the Trundle right here, you can take away a lot of those tank stats from the Maokai and pretty much make him paper. Go from tree to paper all in one click. And that's going to be the lock-in for Conviction.
And it does sort of incentivize Will to just go like Bloodletters, Leandries, like full AP Maokai, which is going to make the Saplings do a lot of damage. But of course you got the Karma, so kind of shield people through it. Yeah. Gragas, good sustain. A lot of sustain on the side of Conviction. Definitely looking for the damage, though. I think a lot of responsibility going to be on Evolved in the mid lane. They had a great Azir game against Bradley in the Citadel last Friday. I mean, something like that seems like it could be a good pick. Funnily enough, they banned the Azir themselves, so it's not going to be Azir. Let's hope it's not Aurora, because that wasn't great.
Yeah.
But maybe something else, maybe something new.
Evolved a very capable player, but the Aurora definitely left more than a lot to be desired. Still got to warm up that one. As next lock-in is going to be for that support role, and we're finally settling in with Rakan, so we got a pretty good engaged duo with both Rakan and Maokai now locked in for Vancouver Impact.
Come on, you got to do it at some point, right? You got to play the Katarina in one of these games.
Happen,
Corki mid? Like, what is this, 2022? What do we got into this? I don't really know Evolved champ pool, so.
With expectations on Vancouver Impact, this would be the game to do it.
Honestly, it would be really funny. Ooh, Cassiopeia. This doesn't seem like the Cassio game to me. I feel like you're a little bit outranged by the double 80 carries, and Gwen has the Hallowed Mist. I could be wrong. I do think it's a pretty good 1v1 matchup in the lane against the Corki, because you're one of the few champions that can actually stand and trade with him when he turns on the Gatling gun. Most mages, they have to like take the quick trades and then walk away, and that allows Corki to win in the early levels. Cassio doesn't really suffer from that after level 1. But I think overall, Conviction is just a very strong composition. Cassio definitely provides that DPS that you need in this style. You've got the Trundle, you've got the Gragas, great front line. I think the one thing that goes the way of Vancouver Impact, they do have a really strong trio of carries later on into the game, but they have, I think it's being generous, honestly, to say they've struggled in team fights. They have not won a single 5 versus 5 in their 2 games. They only had 8 kills on the weekend, and so I'm a little bit worried for like what is a very just like scale and try to play for 5v5 style of composition.
One thing we do have to keep in mind is just how much value you're getting from Miasma. It's going to stop a lot of this engage. You know, if you're standing on it, place it at the right time, it makes it hard for that Maokai and Rakan to get in, but also makes it hard for Gwen to go ahead and get in. It makes it hard for this Corki to escape certain fights when he can't Valkyrie out of it. So even though the cast is something we see at least every now and then as more of a niche pick, I do think it has decent value here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it definitely can be strong. And I think the biggest thing for me for Conviction is going to be how are they able to close on their targets later on into the game, into what is that really strong trio of carries. But that is thinking much later because,
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely have the winning mid jungle. They have the winning bot matchup. That's a really good start to winning a game, as we sort of saw last time around with Supernova, just sort of taking control in the mid game, getting first access to the objectives, and just outplaying. I think Conviction definitely has good odds to be able to do it this time.
And you know, it's not going to be the worst to have this Corki in the mid lane, because what we saw in the LG CCG game was going the Shojin Corki over in mid lane. That was Insanity who was able to play that. And it does a surprising amount of damage when it's focused around the missiles. So it allows them to have some form of poke alongside this Jhin to really try and get down these health bars of Conviction. But let us know as we yap on who you think is going to take this dub. Will it be Vancouver Impact or will it be Conviction? Hashtag VI for Vancouver Impact and hashtag CNV for Conviction. And see how you guys think about this. I mean, personally, I think this is still very much in favor of Conviction.
Yeah, I agree. I think Vancouver Impact just needs to show me something that they've not shown me yet. I mean, look, expectations for them were that, you know, they were the team that's happy to be here, right? They're sort of lucky to be here. But I know that these players are capable of more than they showed us last week. I think I'm looking at like Sudsy and Nukes in particular. They can do more. I want to see if it can happen. Conviction, definitely still a very fledgling team. This Vancouver Impact roster, formerly known as the Jolly Rogers, they've been playing together for longer. I want to see if maybe they can pull one over on a team that perhaps could be more disorganized, but it's going to be tough because there's a lot of talent on the side of Conviction. That much is most certainly true.
There's definitely a lot to be desired on Vancouver Impact that we've yet to see. I mean, I was excited to see Sudsy back, you know, not back, but actually get into the league at last. And Dragoon is the one who came back. But that week one, it was not the best from them. I mean, Dragoon in the past has had a winning record against those opponents. It was Quacker and Denethor, but did not look anywhere near in their league when, you know, push came to shove in week one of NACL.
I will just say, like, you know, for those that have only been watching NACL, obviously Dragoon's not been here in a little bit. He, you know, for those who are watching his journey on South Florida and elsewhere, 2025 has not really been the year of Dragoon. I don't think he's really playing at that level he was playing at in 2023 and 2024. And even though, you know, that was even like lower tier NACL, it felt like he was really building up, right? Like he deserved to be in the NACL, but like he's one of those lower tier top laners, maybe he can build upon it. It feels like he's sort of tumbled back down to be completely honest, I think there's other top laners that I could see performing better than him, and it is just a shame. He's definitely number 10 in that role right now, but we've seen the Dragoon smashes of old. I would love, Eric, if we could just get one in NACL 2025.
He's a very lovable player within the community, there's no doubting that, but we are now on the Rift. Vancouver Impact versus Conviction. Vancouver now looking for their first win on the season here in week 2, day 1. And let's see if they can find it against Conviction, who definitely had very back and forth week 1.
Yeah, I mean, we really did see two sides of the same coin for Conviction in week 1, but the one thing that they really have going for them is that big loss was against, I think, a team that many expected to be in that obvious top 3 in the Citadel. We saw how good they are and how good they can be against Dorado today. That is definitely a quality win that they found themselves. So I think Conviction going to want to continue to capitalize on that momentum against, you know, what should be considered the quote-unquote free win for all these mid-table teams.
I mean, I think the judgment, well, the jury is still out on how good Conviction really is. Because even that day 1 loss that they had, you know, Viper disconnected. And that definitely does hurt when it happens in the middle of a team fight. They looked so much better in day number 2, where we actually got to see Viper have these super impressive plays. So I think only more time will tell just where this team's going to place. I know in the post-game interview, they were described as, by Cat Evolved, as the new and improved near airport. No longer that commercial airliner, they're now the private jet.
Oh, man. Both junglers starting on opposite sides, rather, same sides. Gonna be mirrored pathing down. I think, unsurprisingly, we are weak siding our Gragas this game as Conviction. Dragoon, hey, if he's able to scale up on a side laner, that is where he has been known to cook, Eric. I will just put that out there. Like, I feel like we're playing into Dragoon's hands if we're not perma-camping him. So that's something here for Vancouver Impact early on.
Just camp Dragoon, and that's how you find wins against Dragoon's teams. But definitely a method of strategy to go for, because Dragoon, at least historically, has been more of a snowball player. That's why, like, Darius is one of his biggest champions. It's because once he can start snowballing those kills and start chasing the rest of the team down, you know, he's very good at navigating a lot of those fights to make it look good. But let's hold that breath, because we got a situation right here where Will is looking to fight it out in the jungle. We'll get the Twisted Advance going through onto Perry, still chasing through. Deadly Flourish will find a snare, but you can see that sapling doing its work. 4-on-4 in the jungle, and it's this early, critically low is 7. He will fall. That's first blood for Evolved.
And already Evolved's Cassiopeia finds big value as Zev could not flash because of the miasma. Ends up flashing late. The Twin Fangs had already followed him, and they are able to sink in. That's a big pickup. Good invade from Perry. Doesn't get the red buff, but I think a kill on your mid laner is probably better.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty nice right there, especially for Cassiopeia, because she kind of scales like crazy. When you don't need to buy boots, that's no longer an issue. Hey, just getting another item. Look at this, TF Blade starting to get low against Dragoon. It is a big wave right now, and thing is, Gragas can very easily bait you in. That passive does provide some healing for him. He is ticking away. Let's take another look at that first blood. Very chaotic level 2 fight.
Yeah, I mean, Conviction, they're first to the fight with their bottom lane and sort of able to consolidate first, and the trundle's just so strong. I think that's really the big difference maker. And Zev just not seeing or respecting the miasma to flash early means that he ends up going down.
So now as we regain our bearings, recalls were made by both top laners. Yeah, that was the thing for TF Blade. He didn't really have to worry too much about that exchange. Like, even if he goes back, he's intending for the recall anyway, given how big the wave was. He was crashing forward. But now as we get without that teleport, this is where the trades will be a little bit more meaningful, and that's why Dragoon is getting in his face.
I think Dragoon giving up CS to try to trade with the Gragas is not the decision I would make in this matchup personally, but I mean, ultimately he does still have the CS lead, gonna be able to push this wave into TF Blade. So not really the end of the world. TF Blade, though, so much sustain on this Gragas. Curious to see what kind of build he goes for. I feel like every time I see Gragas top, it's like something new. You know, the Fimble Winthrop Cosmic Drive has been a popular one, I feel like, this year. Already has the Mana Crystal, so hey, maybe. Not a tier, though.
I'm just waiting till the day where we get, like, ADC Gragas, Infinity Edge, Body Slam, and
yeah,
bonk him
man,
with the
dude,
W.
I'm down. Let's do it. That sounds awesome.
I think that's only going to stay in my ARAM nightmares.
It's probably the only build that Gragas hasn't been done in pro play. He's been played everywhere else.
Well, a lot of scouting coming out from Perry. Perry is one player who I feel like not enough people have given him like enough respect in his return back, because he was very good when we used to have him back in the league, and just because he's gone off and done some content creation, branding and whatnot, doesn't mean that skill level has dropped any bit. Definitely a good member here, as he will start up the Dragon in the name of Conviction.
Yeah, Perry, one of many players that found NACL success back in 2023 that sort of took a hiatus, you know, last year or last split and then has come back. You know, Perry definitely was highly touted. You know, him, it's players like Young, Shochi as well. Like there's a lot of these guys. It's good to see them back, because they definitely were some of the more hype prospects I feel like we had in that early NACL, late academy sort of generation of players.
CTF Blade now getting the better of the exchange over in the top side. That definitely hurts for Dragoon. He'll have to take that recall. He didn't have enough mana to really stick it out there. And all the meanwhile, this does give TF Blade a decent amount of time to really push and try and deny some of that wave. Now the attention over in the jungle. Will looking to scout out Perry. Will, definitely another one of those junglers who definitely had higher highs in the past. I remember his time on 100 Thieves Academy specifically. That was a pretty hot squad that we had back in the Academy system. We used to call him our sweet summer child, because he only played in summers.
Yeah, I remember those days. Will coming up. It's been good to see him be able to play more consistently. I do think, you know, he's been a big part of this Vancouver Impact team. Want to see him be able to have a good game, but Zev is dead.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash, so that route from the Karma will go through, and Zev has nowhere to go but right to the respawn. Viper will grab a kill.
And Viper's up like 10 CS too. I mean, this is just straight up a bit of bot gap going on right now in favor of Conviction, and I had no idea what to expect from Stunt and Viper when I saw that Conviction announced this as their bottom lane. I'm going to be honest, I had pretty low expectations, but they have exceeded them so far, and Zev, I do think he's sort of the player I had also a lot of questions about on Vancouver Impact. He's improved quite a bit over the last calendar year, but even so, would not have had him on my NACL bingo card, and he's struggling so far here in the first game of week 2.
It's definitely been a joy to watch Viper's progress as an ADC. We've seen a preview of it before when he played alongside his brother, General Sniper. And I remember Cubby had brought it up last broadcast that this was one of the goals that Viper wanted. He wanted to eventually get into the ADC role. So very much well prepared and with a lot of comfort as Conviction now going to grab the Void Grubs.
I will say, Eric, how cool would it have been if we could have had Viper, Crimson, and Sniper all playing in the LTA as top laners at the same time? That would have been pretty hype, but I digress.
Generational talent, man. Well, if you want to learn how to play like some of the players that are out here showcasing tonight, be sure to check out our sponsor, ProDiff.gg. You can go there, schedule one-on-one sessions with a lot of our players, not just in the NACL, but in the LTA North as well. From this match here, I mean, looking over, actually I realized I got the roster wrong for that one, so I'm not even going to mention that anymore. But yeah, a lot of members within the NACL as well as the LTA North help out with coaching, and if you want to get better, suck at League, this is where you improve, man. ProDiff.gg.
Oh, Eric, that last qualifier, it's perfect for you, man. I'm kidding.
No, dude, I'm dog, bro. Don't even try and make it any better. All right.
Ooh, evolved.
Yeah, that's the power of the miasma. Sudsy had to get out of the miasma before he could actually pop the Valkyrie.
Yeah, and again, Corky not really the champion to outrange the Cassiopeia, and again, you can't really DPS through those Twin Fangs, especially if the Noxious Cloud is able to land. I think that's what it's called, the Q, right? Not Noxious Cloud, Noxious Gas. I don't know, something like that.
I think it's Noxious
When
Cloud.
I tell you I've not casted a Cassiopeia in probably like 2 years, I mean it.
Don't worry. All you need to know is Petrifying Gaze and Miasma. That's it. You're good.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Eric.
Everything else, you
I'll
can just say
be sure to
fangs.
keep that in mind.
You know, a little poison dot.
Yeah.
Stick the
I
fangs in.
think Conviction should have played like the Teemo Cassiopeia for like the double poison, like just auto them and then you can spam E.
Well, if you want to get corrected on that, you can go to our sponsor, ProDiff.gg.
Look, if the coach of Conviction is listening, just hear me out, okay? Look, Viper's a former top laner. He can play the Teemo. I'm sure Stunt maybe, possibly has a Cassiopeia. Okay. Yeah.
I think we'll see ADC Gragas before Teemo even hits the Rift again, man.
Honestly, you're probably right. Do you remember when Bjergsen played like that game of Teemo back in like 2014?
Was it
against,
Bjergsen? I thought it was Reginald who played it back
Was
then.
it Reggie?
might have
Oh,
been
no, you're
Bjergsen.
right. Oh, God, Bjergsen wasn't even, like, alive back then. Oh, yeah.
All right. Here we go in the top lane. TF Blade in a bad way. We'll use that explosive cast to create some distance, but gets pushed right back by the Maokai. A little off the top. Dragoon will take and grab a kill for himself.
Yeah, TF Blade, unfortunately, just not able to create enough distance to get out of that Nature's Grass. Perry will trade it for a Dragon, but that is a kill over to Dragoon. He's not getting camped, Eric. No, he's getting camped 4. That's huge, baby.
We did it. We did it, finally. But, oh, wait, you got to get away from this pillar. Nice knock-up will be found by Nukes to protect Zev, but tower plates are now starting to fall by the wayside as Viper and the rest of Conviction cash in.
2 Void Grubs doing work for Conviction as well. That is a lot of money that has gone the way of Viper with only a single kill and an assist. And apparently Sudsy is dying to Evolved, so yeah, I mean, Vancouver Impact, they get a nice find on the top side of the map, but unfortunately they're just sort of losing in mid and bottom, and so it doesn't really end up being that much of a positive. I think this is just first brick. No Malachi ult. I don't think Will can get in here.
Will's still gonna try, but not sure if this is the angle. You would need someone to teleport in to actually complete this. No teleports are available, so this is an easy tower take. Coming straight for Conviction, and again, that means that Viper is starting to get fed.
I really did not have Viper and Stun basically solo. Yes, Perry helped them out a little bit, but basically solo, taking a tower at 12 minutes on my 2025 NACL Split 2 bingo card. Turns out these guys are just damn talented, whatever role they may be in. And whatever year it may be. I think that's an important... We had not seen Stunt in competitive League of Legends since 2020. COVID-19 was on the forefront of our minds the last time we saw Stunt in any sort of competitive League of Legends. That, like, we talk about it's not 2022 anymore for some of these guys. It has been 5 years, man. 5 years.
Kind of sad that 2020 doesn't feel that long ago for me, mostly because I've been playing since season 1. So, you know, I'm going to hide my age again and just cower into the corner. And we'll see how this game continues off of that change of subject. Tell right now, Control now looking to come out from Vancouver Impact. Or some positioning on the river. They're able to find an isolated Perry, and they'll take him down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, great punish. Overplay from Perry right there. His support was not there to escort him into the jungle, and Will finds him. Really good pickup, and it's Zev getting a much-needed kill.
Definitely great to see, because what I saw from week 1 from Nukes wasn't that great. He missed out on a lot of crucial engage timings, so to see him actually be able to flip the switch like that and be able to capitalize on bad positioning, it's looking better in this week 2 so far.
I mean, hey, you could say the difference is that Nukes held hands with his jungler while Perry did not, right? Or Stunt did not. So, yeah, I mean, definitely good find from Nukes. First one on the board for him. Unfortunately, Vancouver Impact, they are still down 2,000 just off of the laning, really more than anything. And they are down 2 Drakes, but still, kills like that can help them come back into this game as TF Blade.
Yeah,
Stunned again.
Looking for more. And with that, TF Blade, he doesn't have flash, so he's going to try and get out of here. No way, he escapes. Dragoon will chase him down, but how overextended have you gone? Teleporting into the fight, Petrifying Gaze is going to be found by Evolved, able to stun up one in Nukes, but Evolved critically low, gets shut down by Sudsy. Now Conviction on the back foot as another kill is going to be found. Viper is able to swing it right on back. The rest of the squad looking to try and close out on him. The piercing arrow lands onto Nukes, and Viper will still take someone down with him. He will never go without getting his pound of flesh.
But another shutdown over to Sudsy, who picks up 2 kills in the play, as he was basically untouched in the sequence. Vancouver Impact ends up cashing in 3 for 3, but I want to say the kill allocation ends up being better for him. It was 2 to Viper, 2 to Sudsy, and then, 1 to Dragoon, but the other one went to Stunt on Conviction's side. Ultimately, very even, very messy, as it was just sort of bodies hitting the floor. A lot of people overextended at different times.
Call Drowning Pool Up. We'll definitely need to license that song eventually. But with that, I would like to see the gold. If our observers can do that, compare some of these lanes, because Vancouver Impact definitely keeping up in the kill score, but for the most part, the map has been played out very well by Conviction.
Yeah, even though we can't see the gold, Eric, I'm going to assume that Viper is like 2K up on everybody right now, because he's 3-1-1. He's got the highest CS in the game. He got first brick. He's big strong, as we say here on the NACL broadcast. Yeah, okay.
There we go.
Sudsy also in the big strong category. Unfortunately, Evolved is actually not that far behind him.
See right now, Vancouver Impact trying to cash in with that Rift Herald. TF Blade backing off at the right time, right place. The Rift Herald will still crash. Doesn't take a tower, but allows enough pressure for Vancouver to take one in the top lane.
And still gets his charge off on the tier 2, so more gold being funneled into Dragoon. Him and Sudsy are looking big. And again, Vancouver Impact, they got these 3 ultra strong carries that need to scale in, giving them resources. You're just sort of investing on later on in the game. The problem for them is that, I mean, we're going to Soul Point here very early on. As Perry has basically just rocked up and taken 3 dragons uncontested this game.
And like, what are you gonna do? Here's a pillar. Okay, goodbye. Perry just walks out. Dragon Soul Point. I mean, this is gonna be very, very early that Vancouver Impact will have to try and defend around that dragon at a time where we're seeing Conviction kind of get exponentiated in certain lanes. You know, I really want to point out Viper once again. He's going to have a target on his back, and usually when it comes to pressure, Viper handles it well.
He's definitely handled it pretty well so far this game, his only death being one that I feel like he sort of opted into, ended up trading out for 2 kills anyway.
Yeah, right.
But the gold is actually pretty close. Vancouver Impact closing the gold gap by about 1,000 off of those towers they picked up, so, or I should say that tower. So it is, you know, still a pretty close game again. Late game team fighting. If they can get to those 2 items before this next dragon, I do think they have a fighting chance. The problem for them is that Evolved and Viper are already there. And Evolved is 2 minutes away from converting that Rod of Ages, and he is going to be a huge threat as Viper.
We're gonna pop the ultimate. Viper will just take down Zev. As I said, he needs his pound of flesh, and even if you engage on him, he will go for the trade, marksman for marksman.
So I believe, Eric, I said that Viper likes to get scrappy. As he sees a bunch of people coming onto his screen, and he just decides to go forward and eviscerate Zev. Ultimately does trade his life for it, kill for kill, with Sudsy being the one to pick it up. So I think VI can be fine with it.
Yeah, it's not the best case to try and go for these one-of-ones, but in this case, you were kind of surrounded. You had a Maokai ultimate that was about to run you down, so
and
best case scenario,
flash.
Just go ahead and take him down. And yeah, good point too. He maintained his flash.
Yeah, with Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, Dragon Soul, Cloud Soul, oh my god, Cloud Soul, Cassiopeia, and Trundle, and Karma. Good luck, Charlie. Spawning in 3 minutes, you're going to want every cooldown you can have, so I think definitely wise from Viper to not try an ill-advised escape.
Vancouver Impact kind of setting up over towards this top side. Not really much to be had. We'll still have 2 minutes, 40 seconds before Dragon Soul will be on the table. And then my question is, what's the setup going to look like for Vancouver Impact? They do have a solid front line by having that Maokai, but he's not in that position to be a solid tank just yet with that Leandri's first buy. And of course, with Perry to strip away resistances already, definitely does make that brutal. So I really do want to see Vancouver Impact get the first setup on the Dragon if they're looking to challenge for that Dragon Soul, which they very well should.
I mean, they have to, I think. I don't think you can give over Cloud Soul and still win this game, because one of the big things you have is this double AD carry, but if CNV gets more backline access, it becomes so hard as Will's in.
Ooh, yeah, Chain of Corruption lands right onto Will. You can see Viper is able to maneuver around his team. Teleport in for Dragoon. He wants to find Stunt over the wall. Will be able to take him down. Shutdown going to be found as Stunt gets dropped. Now back in is Dragoon. Won't find anything else. It's too low on the health bars for Vancouver Impact to pursue.
But it is a 1-for-0 lot burn from both sides. Big flashes off the front line of Will and TF Blade and Stunt, but they get their kill. They're able to back away, and they're able to trade evenly in cooldowns. So, I mean, not bad for Vancouver Impact. It's another one. I think this one went to Nuke, so not really the best gold allocation, but, I mean, you definitely take what you can get in this position.
Yeah, you do take this away some of the engage that TF Blade can do. The body slam flash is sometimes very, very hard to read, so it's nice having that off the table for this next fight. But it also is kind of echoed across the Rift with Will not having his flash, so makes it harder to close in on someone like Viper or Evolved. This means that Conviction, with the positioning that they have on the map right now, they will be the first one to step in to the bot side river.
Ooh, Dragoon, though, he's got no TP, and he doesn't have his Nashers. He's got to be so close to having that second item complete. but I don't think he's going to have it for this fight, and that's so big. Zev also not going to have a rapid fire cannon for this one. Meanwhile, TF Blade and Evolved have completed their Roa's 10 stacks, and Viper a 2-item on hit Varus. Conviction is on their power spike. This is the problem with giving away all those early dragons, is Vancouver is not ready to go, but they kind of have to.
Yeah, Sudsy's still going to be on that top side. He has teleport available, so he will be able to join the fray. At this point, you got to start acting fast, though. 3 seconds remains, and Dragon is now on the Rift. This is Dragon Soul set up early by Conviction.
Conviction might just try to burst it down. Dragon already at half HP. Will's nowhere close to the pit. I think this is going over.
Yeah, Will just got pushed away, so this Dragon Soul belongs firmly to Conviction. Can the fight be brought back? But Dragooni's just taken down by Viper. And now the chase from Conviction. Perry is hungry and he wants more. Tries to back off for protection, but can't quite get there in time. Still having the kill lead, looking for that snare. Look at the pillar go up. A double kill from Cat Evolved and 3 fall for Vancouver Impact. Dragon Soul for Conviction, and they're looking straight at Baron.
Baron out of the map, but Otacon most certainly gonna be the take. It doesn't matter, Eric, because you know what? I think this game is just looking their way. It may only be a 1,000 gold lead, but Vancouver Impact continues to not be able to win a team fight as Conviction stands so tall. Cat Evolved, to me, the MVP of that one, doing so much work on this Cassiopeia with Perry frontlining to hell, and I mean, as soon as Dragoon got bursted out, so much of VI's damage is just gone. The flank looks good. Great engage from Nukes, but the petrifying gaze of the Miasma means that Dragoon gets one shot, and the rest of Vancouver Impact, they were chasing TF Blade up to the top side of this fight instead of following into the middle, so they weren't able to get anything done. And I mean, even though Sudsy still has good damage, Perry, he's just a little bit bigger than him right now, able to find it.
Patience of Perry for that pillar. Make sure more kills are secured. What a big net, you know? It wasn't Baron. You know, it's kind of off on that one. Hey, Baron, Otacon, you know, kind of same thing. No, you're not. But for that matter, Conviction still awarded so much off of that last fight right there. It's definitely got to feel good for this squad as they've accelerated the game so fast. They've been able to read a lot of these plays for Vancouver Impact, and good God, Perry's just speeding around.
He's got Karma, his own W, Cloud Soul, like, oh boy, yeah, Cloud Soul Trundle is a huge problem, and Perry knows it, man. He's frontlining like crazy. He does not have to be that afraid. He did a really great job of weaving in and out of the previous fight. You know, not just right-clicking opponent, but also right-clicking backwards sometimes to sort of realign with the rest of his team. Should be mid lane tier 1 going down. Will unleashing Nature's Grasp.
That's the thing with it being
Great
lane
Miasma.
focused. It's very hard to get the entire team if they stack up like that. So here comes the chase from Perry, able to put down the pillar, slowing down the rest of the squad. Cat Evolved looking on the opposite end towards the tower. Will chase away the remaining members of Vancouver Impact so they can focus down on a Sudsy.
You know, Eric, I know a lot of us clowned on LS for his take about Cat Evolved being the next mid lane prospect or whatever, but he's playing pretty damn well. That Miasma completely shut down the Vancouver Impact engage, and after the Rakanal and the Nature's Grasp were gone, Vancouver Impact suddenly didn't really know what to do, and Conviction was just able to punish really nicely. So well done from them, and I'm pretty impressed by what I'm seeing from Cat Evolved. I mean, yes, the first game he had was not great, but the next two they've been very good.
And now they're awarded with the Alaskan Bullworm. Got a lot of DMs from people saying when I said Texas Bullworm, that's absolutely wrong. I'm sorry. Messed up my SpongeBob reference. It's okay, man. It's okay. But still wearing purple is Conviction, and damn, do they look good in it. I mean, it is the team colors after all, as they really have taken control of this game. 5K lead for them, 25 minutes in. Dragon Soul, they got the Otacon, they got the Baron. They pretty much have the entire Rift.
And they still have a lot of standing gold to pick up, already up 5K, as still, every time a pillar goes out, I just see how fast Perry runs, and I get very nervous. Do you think Trundle fights Alaskan Bullworms? I mean, he's from the Freljord. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he already did fight the Alaskan Bullworms.
Exactly.
Right. But you know, like I feel like it's something.
Oh, no. Okay, nice flash from Zev. Actually gets him into a better position. Flash comes out from Will as he tries to protect his teammate. It's actually the Twisted Advance that finds the root. Curtain call going to be opened up. Nuke's on the back line, looking for a way in onto Viper. Viper's able to flash out from it, and he kites back, tearing apart the health bars. Even Dragoon can't take him down. Viper so damn strong in this game.
Yeah, Viper, I mean, he's just styling right now. On hit, Varus with the karma behind him. He cannot be assailed.
And now looking for the close is Conviction. Health bar's a little low. They might have bitten off more than they can chew. Pillar goes up once again. Viper steps up and starts wailing away. Looks towards Zev. Gets an auto in. Low health bars ticking to four casualties. As Stunt will be the first one to fall.
Yeah, danger close. Rocket explodes off of Stunt's teammate, I'm pretty sure, and kills him. I don't think it's going to matter very much, Eric. I think this one is still probably cooked for VI. But it is a kill, and it's another one over to Sudsy, who has 3 items. That guy is very strong, actually. Unfortunately, I just don't think it is enough. TF Blade, I will say, man, gotta work on those Gragas mechanics a little bit. You gotta R before you flash, so that way it's already traveling in the air. So that way they get 100% CC comboed. Zev was able to flash during the ult animation from TF Blade there, gets sent a different direction. So, you know, from one Gragas enjoy to another, just want to throw that one out there. I say mostly in jest, but still, yeah, I mean, Conviction's just winning this game. Vancouver Impact, they're going to try to go for broke around this Elder Dragon, but they are split.
When you had said, I don't think it's enough, even that feels like hope. I mean, Conviction, they're just so far ahead, and this is really the last stand now coming out for Vancouver Impact. They're trying to force an Elder Drake because they don't have many options really left to them. But it is working decently as Perry's going to be forced out of this. TF Blade still looking to lead the charge. Throws the cask, but not the explosive one. Perry critically low. Now Dragoon looking to get into Perry's face. The flash out, and Viper will not allow his jungler to fall. Explosive cask pulls Nukes in, but he doesn't want to be in this fray. Perry will take him down. Sudsy on the run. Viper on the opposite end, flanking with an ADC. He does not care. He'll slither on in like he's Randy Orton and take their heads as he goes unstoppable. Finally dropping the Zev. Conviction gonna get the Elder.
Viper, I say this in the best way, but you play AD carry like a top laner, man. Oh my god. The positioning of that fight's crazy. Really bailed Perry out of a bad situation. I think Perry disrespected the damage from Sudsy, but it doesn't matter. They're able to take down that the Gwen on the flank, and then the rest of the fight is all gravy. These double ADCs, they just can't kite. The Cloud Soul is too OP. Elder Dragon, I don't even think it's gonna matter as another inhibitor going to get taken, or rather first inhibitor of the game. Conviction still not able to end, but Vancouver Impact, no purchase into this one.
No, it is all said and done, in my opinion. I don't even think it's an opinion at this moment. It's almost pure fact with how good Conviction have been doing. I mean, Viper is just immaculate in a lot of these plays. As you said, he plays ADC like he's a top laner. When the Varus is flanking from the back line and destroying your team, man, that's just the Viper way. As Zev, out of position, gets chased down by Perry, trying to burn whatever he can. Please, Mr. Troll, don't take me. Perry will bonk him in the head.
Dude, I think this Trundle, while he's fighting Alaska Bullworms, he also got some training from Usain Bolt, man. Like, I am so terrified of Perry. Zev, I mean, just contesting a mid-wave, but I don't think it matters too much. Dude, it's so funny too. You know, we talk about Viper playing top lane, AD carry like a top laner. I think it's also like, you know, the primal urge to 1-for-1 with the enemy AD carry instead of like running from a gank. it's that too.
All right, here we go. They're going after TF Blade, but there's no tower there, so this means this part of the map does not belong to you. TF Blade will get the kill onto Nukes. And with another inhibitor going down, it's looking clinical right now for Conviction. They'll step up, they'll go towards the Nexus towers. Will make one more try. but it will all go awry as the petrifying gaze finds the rest of Vancouver Impact. They're absolutely destroyed at the hands of Conviction as they'll take this game off of what was an incredible performance off of Viper, and Conviction take the win.
And Conviction, we wanted to see them show us what happens in a game, you know, where they can play a bit controlled and more structured, and I think they did a pretty good job of it. Some mistakes here and there, but ultimately definitely having the better of their opposition. And I'm gonna be honest, I think games in which this team is able to let Viper and Evolve just run wild, they look really good.
Yeah, I mean, you just see him slithering on into the back line, finding RKOs left and right, you know, kind of living up to the Viper name. Incredible stuff. I mean, Viper is such a high-risk player, but it's very calculated in the risk that he takes because, hey, if I'm going down, I'm going to take 2 with me. If I'm going down, I'm taking your marksman with me. If I'm going down, I'm taking your whole back line with me. That's the type of play we saw from Viper.
Make sure you watch out, because we got some MVP candidates on the board. As I honestly don't know who I'd pick this game between Viper and Evolved. I feel like they both played equally well. They just did different things. Viper was flashier. I'll give him that.
I mean, Perry has to be talked about as well. I think his trundle was fantastic with a lot of cutoffs that he did with the pillar. What we're noticing is a lot more players are very patient with the use of that move to catch out mobility moves already being burnt and lock them to their demise. So each and every one of them did a fantastic job. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think deserves this MVP, and we'll be right back with an interview from Conviction. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Conviction versus Vancouver Impact. You know, all fairness, I think Vancouver Impact put on a decent fight, but Conviction, off of the back of Viper, man, that was some incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely say that again. As Conviction, I mean, they started grouping up for the team fights, and they started winning largely in part, like you said, Viper playing well, but also Evolved. The two of them, they generated just individual leads in their lanes, and they translated that to clean fighting. And it's also pretty hard to fight when you have like a Mach 5 Trundle, like shoving a club down your throat as well. It's not great, I would say. So, you know, shout out to Perry for playing that. I mean, I think the whole team, like, just played well across the board.
Yeah, Perry has been one of the most reliable engagers. I mean, it was near 80% kill participation he had in week number 1, which is, you know, the first in his role. So it shows you how good he is at, you know, getting these fights going in the name of Conviction, even with how high risk this team really does play. And, you know, they're coming together as a pretty clean team for a lot of people who said, hey, this is just a content squad and they're not going to do much. Hawk. They're showing that they can actually, you know, swing with a lot of our heavy hitters here in the NACL.
You know, I owe Conviction an apology. I was not familiar with their game. I really will say, I expected the top side to be pretty good. I really am surprised by how decent their bot lane is. Well, decent's being disingenuous. How good their bot lane has been. Like, Stunt and Viper, they've been playing really well. I did not realize they had it in them. So, yeah, credit to them. And I'm always happy to eat my words when it means people are playing better than I expected.
I mean, I really do like it. I bring back that post-game interview we had with Cat Evolved because it was pretty straightforward on how they viewed how they were going to move forward within the league itself. Is that, you know, even though they are, you know, this team that does a lot of content and has had streamers and have people who have played in Tier 1, they are still an incredibly serious team. And we do have an interview lined up right now with Perry, who'll be joining us from Conviction. I'm gonna be excited to see him as we'll put him on the broadcast right now. Come on, Perry, there we go. How you doing, brother?
Hello, guys.
All right, first questions first. I want to ask about a little bit of the balance that you've been going through, because as far as I know, you're still doing coaching, you're still doing some content stuff. How do you balance this out all together to still have incredible performances like you did in just this game?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of the work-life balance is just treating NACL as more of a hobby and something I'm enjoying more. So it's like, okay, content and coaching is priority, and then I spend the rest of my time like still focusing because it's fun. Competing is always been really fun. It's just now I have some sustainability, and I can also have a good time competing. So
whooping ass is a hobby, huh?
It's a pretty good hobby.
It's a fun, yeah.
I am kind of curious because, you know, you talk about like doing it for fun as a hobby, but you know what drove you to get back into playing competitive for the split? You know, originally with Milk and then now on this roster. Like, is there something that, you know, kind of you missed or spurred you back into it?
You know, there's a lot of just golden opportunity. This is the relegation split, so there's like, you know, potential, you know, the top two teams. But one part of it was back when I was like really aspiring pro player, there was actually really nice structure to my day. Like I'd have scrims, it'd be very like, okay, I know when I'm doing these things, so I can plan everything else around that. And being my own like boss, I guess, for content and coaching, it has nothing that's structured. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna have more structure with my days if I do this. Plus, it's fun. Like I honestly, competing and trying to become good at something is really fun.
So talk to me about some of the interactions within that game itself, because you guys were very quick with your pacing, whether it be taking a lot of those dragons and dragon stacking, and Viper doing top lane flanks as a ADC. So tell me about some of the inner workings of the squad.
I think there's a lot of things like we're all working on. Like we're all really good individually solo queue, so it's like making all of us like play a good competitive style. I don't know. There's a lot of just like confusion that we're working with and we're fixing. But I think as we've scrimmed and as we've played more together, things are feeling a lot better. So
yeah, I mean, it's definitely great to hear. As we sort of wrap up what does have to be a quick interview, Perry, I mean, do you have any shout outs, anything else you want to say to the fans back home?
I just want to like shout out my family, like everyone who's supported me on my journey from content creation, you know, coaching, people who supported my pro career and everything, just everyone around me, like my girlfriend, and just the people that really believed in me through it all. So.
Well, it's great to see you back, Perry, and it's great to see you better than ever, man. Want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season, and thank you for the interview, brother.
Of course, thank you for having me.
All right, so closing out this interview, it was nice to always have him on board. Very well spoken each and every time we've had conversations with him, and it's great to see how just beating other NACL teams is just a hobby, man.
I really do love how opening up a can of whoop ass is apparently just like something he's doing on the side. I mean, I respect that for sure. And I mean, you'd have to think like, I like how he said like the big growing pain is playing together as a team and playing well in a competitive environment. But of course, they're all great players, and coaching and content creation, you're playing all the time. It definitely keeps the sword sharp. So good to see Perry back, and good to have an interview with him. Like you said, very well spoken. But we got an MVP, Eric.
Yes,
and
we do.
I don't think it's going to be Perry. He was one of the options. He had a great game, but I want to say it's probably Viper or Evolved.
I was very hyped up on Viper. I kind of knew this was going to be the case. When you're still, old habits die hard when you're a top laner, and when you're still doing those types of flank angles, flangles, as good old Joshi would call them, it's kind of disgusting to have the type of success this dude is having in skirmishes.
I think we should make a compilation of all the times that Viper tries to go in like 1v3 to like trade out 1-for-1 instead of just running away from people, because it's already happened like 4 times and it's like worked. Like I kind of hate that it's worked, but it's worked. So like, someone please make a compilation of this.
This is not how you're supposed to play marksman, damn it.
Yeah, like he keeps like finding flank angles, and like when he gets dove, he runs forward. Like, could be argued maybe a bit of over-aggression, but at the very least it's flashy, and like he has the hands to actually make a lot of these like at least be 1-for-1s, right? And so that's it. Yeah, it's funny as hell to watch, and he definitely deserves it. He dropped like 11 kills that game, had a big laning lead as well, which was a huge part of the win. So yeah, well done.
All right, well, my only wish right now, Winthrop, don't ban out Riven when you face Conviction tomorrow. Let's move on to our next match. It's going to be Dark Zero versus CCG. Now, this is an interesting one for me because I think CCG are starting to punch above their weight class, as we saw with the Luminosity Gaming match.
Their weight class coming in, they were weighed in as like a welterweight, I feel like, upper middle of the table. I know I had them 4th, which was higher than most people might have, but I think the CCG team immediately showed how good they can be, and most importantly, it comes off of Shogo and Fadachan. A bottom lane, we weren't really sure what to expect from them. Shogo, kind of a crappy debut split with Supernova. Fadachan, really talented AD carry. How is he gonna look at support? These guys had a great week 1, and it wasn't like a week 1 match where Luminosity like messed up. I think CCG played a great game. Music is such a good facilitator jungler, and they have talented solo laners. I think Young, seeing him back, has been an absolute treat. And so I just want to see what this team can continue to do. They're definitely not favored against Dark Zero, but I think they've already proven that they can punch up into that class.
Yeah, I mean, that Luminosity game definitely did show it as we pull up Dark Zero onto your screen. Now, this has been a pretty fun team to watch, especially their latest iteration, because this team, and especially the collegiate it's associated with, Maryville University, they kind of breed success consistently. They see a lot in K. They were able to grab him as a top laner. Toasty has been performing pretty well over the past of 2025. And even Kizno, he had a standout performance last week where he didn't die a single time on this champion that he practiced over in his Korean boot camp, which was Trundle.
Yeah, I mean, Kizno, I think, really stood out to me in a last split on Conviction. I think it was a huge part of the reason why they ended up being a top 3 team and went 5 games against Dark Zero in the 3rd place match. And so I really want to continue to see him play well. I think up against Music, an old foe of his, I want Kizno to get the better of him. And my one thing I will say about Dark Zero, I think they're a little bit of a hands check team right now. Yes, they're one of the teams that started 2-0. Yes, they're still going to be one of those top table teams, but I was really not impressed by them in week 1 in terms of how they actually played around the map and how they played together in the team fights. I feel like they were just relying a lot on their individual talent. I do want to see that get improved upon. They are going to be a threat. CCG is going to have to be at the top of their game to not just get rolled over, but they've got the team play down, and I'm not I'm not sure that's something Dark Zero has right now.
All right, let's pull up the predictions to see what our casters thought was going to be the outcome of this match. This was a hard one for me. This was a very difficult one for me to make because I have been impressed with some of the play that we've been seeing out of CCG, especially Music handling a lot of early pathing. But then the last match that we saw against them, that's what really slipped this in favor of Dark Zero for me. What about you, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's Dark Zero favored, but I'm predicting for the upset. I think CCG is definitely a good enough team to do it, and I will say again, I was just not overwhelmingly impressed by Dark Zero in week 1. I think they'll get better. I think they got a lot, they got a great coach. They can definitely work on these things, but I need to see it happen, and if it doesn't, I think CCG can take it. Bottom lane, definitely gonna be big. Shogo, always the most important person on any team you will ever play on. Up against Sajet and Zyko, a bottom lane that he's intimately familiar with, and one that has generally had his number.
So obviously it's a small sample size, but the biggest worry for me when it comes to CCG is how they handle playing from behind. They did a decent job when they were doing the Luminosity gaming match. You did mention Shogo. It feels like CCG's potential ceiling really is tied to Shogo's play, but the moment Music got put far behind, the moment the rest of CCG got put behind, they were basically slaughtered by Supernova. So Dark Zero, who has been a very good early game team thus far, especially in week 1, they might have the answer to CCG, but I still think this is going to be a competitive matchup as we do get through the bans. Seems like the first pick leaning over towards that Lucian. I mean, we did see the Yasuo from Shoko last week, which was so crazy, man. But
that was
now we're going more
fun.
traditional.
And, I mean, Lucian. So both these AD carries think that Lucian's really strong. This was like the pick ban between the two of them in the CLOL finals and the winners finals in which they had a showdown. So I think they value the 2v2 is really important, specifically when playing against one another. And I think that is pretty smart when you're up against Dark Zero. Shogo, it's been pretty damn good on this pick when we have seen it. But it's interesting. You mentioned you think that that CCG's success is tied to Shogo, which I think, in many ways it is. But to me, I look at mid lane. How close can Young get to that 2023 peak that he had, NACL champion? I feel like he was sort of in that position Toasty is in now a couple of years ago. He had a pretty solid week 1. Not the strongest start, but it was good. Can he continue to build on it?
I believe the last time we saw Young was PSG. We didn't see him for a year after that. So it's great to see him back, but the biggest question is it a return to form? And that's what we're really waiting to see right now. Is Crimson going to be happy to take that Gwen over on the top side? So we are getting some strong picks here over on CCG side. Meanwhile, Senna, something we have not been seeing as much as of lately, going to be locked in for Dark Zero.
Yeah, and it's pretty vegan from Sajet. I'm not going to lie. He a lot of times likes to play some of the more high agency AD carries. But, I mean, this is definitely a team-focused pick. I will say, if Dark Zero is looking to work on stuff, this is the kind of draft to do it with. But I feel like it's not a champion I typically associate with Sajet. But we'll see what he's able to do on it. Definitely giving a strong 2v2, though, over to Shogo, as we have a very mismatched draft so far. It's AD carries matched, but then solo laners for CCG and jungle support for DZ. So we're going to see a lot of stuff sort of traded back and forth here.
Now, I think one thing that's important to note is that Kisno is now in person at Maryville University. Last time we had a talk with him after his game against Dorado, he said he will be attending, and that the day immediately after that he was flying out to go join them. And we've heard from a few teams what being in person really does mean for a squad and how much it can build that camaraderie and personal responsibility and accountability on top of that. I'm very curious to see how Kisno will develop over the long haul for this squad.
And we've seen what being at Maryville can do for a person as well. So I'm expecting Kisno to become Super Saiyan in 6 to 9 months. We'll see if that's accurate. You do need to be a Super Saiyan a little bit faster than that if you want to promote to the LTA. But regardless, Dark Zero definitely going to be in the running for that. They are banning out Music, a very strong facilitator player. Things I'm looking at that Music could still go to, things like, honestly, like Poppy is an old school pick that Music was so good at back on the Blue Otter split last year in summer. Really good into the Nautilus and the Xin Zhao. and against, you know, a lot of long range, could be strong.
Yeah, we've been seeing a good amount of presence from Poppy, just because it's a flexible pick to that. Zazel played it earlier, and we had Wilson over on Winthrop that was playing it. So definitely there's some potential there because it could block out both the Audacious Charge and the Dredged line. Dark Zero, they're going to put Toasty on a pretty solid standard control mage. It is Victor that he'll be playing.
And this is an interesting pick to me. I mean, it's a lot of scaling for Dark Zero here. And, you know, Eric, you said I want to see how CCG plays from behind. Well, I don't know if they're going to fall behind in this game. Jarvan would be a really good pick here against double immobile backliners. A lot of access. A good follow-up from Talia, Gwen, Lucian. All can kind of get in from long range with their ultimates and some of their other spells. And I mean, we're going to see a strong 2v2 in the bottom lane for Shogo. I think Young should be very comfortable in the Talia versus Victor lane matchup as well. It's not really a counter. The Victor's just generally good.
Yeah, the way I saw Perry playing it last week, the J4 specifically, was all you really do is get a good engage going for your squad. Get that Cataclysm onto a backline like the Senna, like the Victor, that don't have, you know, much mobility outside of that. So this J4 can find some pretty decent value. And of course, now you got the Lucian Braum combo. One of the big reasons why you take that as a combo is just how fast you can stack the Winner's Bite to get a stun going. So very strong bot lane to have. It gives you a lot of good engage on top of that. But now we're looking to round out at the end. It's a Rumble locked in for Dark Zero.
Interesting. I mean, it is one that's facilitated well by the Senna. It's got a lot of damage as well. A lot of magic damage with Senna Xin Zhao sort of supporting good front to back for Dark Zero, but not the most frontline. You're relying a lot on that Crescent Guard, and I do think CCG has a lot of means to buy time in these fights. Jarvan can go for the dive if he needs to, but also he can just sort of prevent the Victor and the Senna from being able to step up and hit by keeping them in the Cataclysm while the rest of the team does hit what is a otherwise thin front line. Gwen, Hallowed Mist, Braum jumping in front, and Talia constantly throwing rocks with Illusion dashing around. I don't know. I feel like CCG kind of got what they wanted in this draft, Eric. An advantageous bottom lane for Shogo. Young and Crimson on champions that they can be strong with in pretty decent lane matchups, and music on a playmaker. I'm just looking at DZ's composition. It feels very hard to play because you don't do a lot of damage for a lot of the game.
It's really tough to say. I mean, I do like what we have so far. Like, if you pick the wrong time to go in on this Xin Zhao and Braum just tags you, you're instantly stunned up. That's going to go real fast. And he's the only one outside of Zyko on his Nautilus that's going to be looking for, you know, a lot of this frontline engage. And of course, Shogo's very good when it comes to navigating fights and getting damage in for his squad. So it is a pretty powerful composition really drafted here by CCG, but I don't think it's to discount Dark Zero at all. It is a little bit harder to execute, but if it's executed well, it's kind of shades of what we saw earlier, how well stuff like, you know, the magic damage from the Victor ult can sync up with an Equalizer, can sync up with the Gravity Field. A lot of that comes together for these neutral objectives to put good fights in the favor of Dark Zero. But, you know, they do need a little bit of setup to that regard, but I do think this is a much more competitive draft.
And we'll have to see if Dark Zero can set up well, layer their abilities well again. Felt like last week it was a little bit of hands checking going on. I want to see them play together as a team with this composition, call out targets and knock them down. Because I agree, when played well, this draft definitely has teeth. I want to see if Dark Zero can do it. We know how good these players can be and how good this team probably will be by the end of the split. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take, and what a pickup this would be from CCG if they started 2-1 after literally playing the 3 expected best teams to start their split. That would be a pretty impressive achievement for a team that I think most people had lower in their standings.
And the thing about, you know, Maryville / Dark Zero rosters is they tend to scale, man. I remember the first season that Maryville was in the NACL, it looked terrible. They didn't do that well. Scary Jerry was part of that squad alongside Zyko. And what happens very next season is they end up running the entire league. So it kind of shows you the capability of Maryville and Dark Zero bringing out the ceiling of a lot of these players. I know I had talked with Coach Niles a little bit about Kay and you know, his place within the Dark Zero roster. He says, you know, compared to Zamudo, he doesn't you know, he's still working on his laning. He's looking to get better there, but what he brings is a lot of energy, and he's able to scout out, you know, a lot of his mechanics quite well when it comes to these fights. So I expect to see some pretty good equalizers come out of K if he wants to continue that trend of really showing off what he can do. But let us know in Twitch chat, who is going to take this dub? Do you believe in Dark Zero or do you believe in CCG? Go ahead and type that in. As you saw with the casting desk, we are completely split on it.
We are. I mean, and largely in part, I think, due to DZ not being super impressive, but CCG looking really good. A lot of great rivalries, a lot of great narratives. Because I got to say something else about this game. Not only is Shogo intimately familiar with the Citadel and Zyko bottom lane, you know, maybe little known by the NACL fans out there, but Fadachan played for Illinois State University, North Conference rival of Maryville, number 2 seed coming out of there. They played, I think, 12 games against each other over the course of this year. It's a lot of games to play against the Jet and Zyko, and obviously Fadachan different role in the AD carry position, but he was still down there in the 2v2 for all 12 of those games, and I think Shogo played something like 7 or 8 or 9 against them. So yeah, a lot of familiarity on both sides of the ball here for these bottom lanes, and it's gonna be really fun to see who comes out on top. But of course, I don't want to discount. I got my eyes on Kisno. I feel like he can really be the difference maker for DZ to pull out a win.
Kisno again, perfect KDA in his last week of play, but I want to bounce right back to that bot lane matchup because Sajed versus Shogo, it's very hyped up in my opinion, right? When we saw Sajed over on FlyQuest Challengers, he was seen as the one to follow in Masu's footsteps and you know, go to that next level of play. Very capable player to say, but Shogo is another one that's been super hyped up. I mean, Doublelift himself was talking about Shogo in a very high regard. So both of these players, I mean, this is an exciting bot lane matchup to me, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. Like, I just love when I get to see collegiate bot lanes play against each other because it felt like these were the two superstar pieces of their teams, like, that we did see in the CLO finals. So getting to see it brought to the NACL is always such a treat for me as someone that has covered collegiate very intensely for the last 3-4 years. But I mean, that shouldn't discount the rest of the map too, because like I think these other lanes will be important. Something good to understand about both these teams is that they're going to carry through every role, especially you know, like these solo lanes. Looking at K versus Crimson, that is a carry matchup. Rumble versus Gwen. We've also got Young versus Toasty. Again, I'm really curious to see how Young does against Toasty. We already saw Shochi return from his hiatus and kind of beat down on Toasty a little bit. Maybe Young can do the same thing on the Talia. Would definitely be special to watch.
Especially looking at my notes for the post-game interviews we had, I remember Shogo calling you out too, Hawk.
Did he?
Yeah, he called you and Grapes out.
That's crazy, man.
It's never gonna end, man. It's never gonna end. Yeah, if you make a public tier list, it's inevitable. You are gonna get called out by someone at the end of the day.
Shogo did tell me, he was like, I hope I can ruin your tier list, Hawk, and I was like, all right, well, my bad. I power ranked you 4th, Shogo. That's pretty good. I believed in you more than most people.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I just love it when some of the players do get mad at casters.
It's
bring
fine.
It like that, man.
It's really fine.
It shows personality, brother.
No, I always love when the players banter with us, because of course, as commentators, Eric, we don't really risk very much in these games. We just get to talk about what happens and kind of laugh about it, right? Whereas you know, the players, that is their game on the line. So I always think, you know, they can and should talk crap at us, and especially let us know when they think our opinions are wrong, because they're the ones leaving everything out on the line. I always love good discussion with it, so.
It brings content. That's the best way to really put it. Well, to restate the stakes of this matchup, I mean, for CCG, they had a fantastic start actually taking down Luminosity Gaming. 1-1 apiece, would like to pick up another win. Dark Zero want to stay undefeated in this matchup. But here we are, ready to head onto the Rift right now. Dark Zero versus CCG.
And look, Eric, I know LG versus SN was like the match of the week, 2 top teams playing up against each other, but I gotta say, this is dark horse for really being up there for games I've been excited to watch for those collegiate storylines and 2 teams that I definitely believe could be really close to each other. at the top of the table. Big playoff implications for this one as well. Dark Zero in a similar position to SN. If they take this win, they're basically in.
Let's see right now. CCG stepping up to go ahead and chase away Sajed, who's going to use the sad B. Now, I always do like to mention about Dark Zero and the way they're able to foster talent. We've seen it in the past, like Zamudo was really good project from Niles, who worked with them quite a bit to make the best of them. But it's not just, you know, top lane prospects. Obviously, Niles plays in the top, but Spyrax was a player that was on DZ, you know, in the last split. And Toasty was on that sub squad. And now that Toasty is on the main roster here for the NACL, one of the things Toasty told me about was like how much he works with Spyrax to try and get his capabilities even further, to discover who he is as a player, and ultimately to take on a leadership role within the team.
And I mean, Toasty's so smart about how he plays the game, so aware of everything that's always happening. I definitely do think that is a position that he can fill. You know, generally a pretty soft-spoken kid, but I mean, he can be fiery when he needs to be. I have seen it, and
he's a really good player.
I mean, it's definitely a good trait to have as a, up-and-coming superstar mid laner. And I mean, I think everyone, all fans of the NACL, are happy to see Toasty in a starting spot for this split.
Yeah, I know there was many arguments really made about Toasty being LTA North ready already. And I think it's a good argument to make. He has shown to have a pretty solid ceiling. And if you want to prove that ceiling, well, you're in the NACL now as a starter for Dark Zero, and Young was one of those old Guardians, literally on Gold Guardians. So it's gonna be a showdown for Toasty to really prove his worth.
And I gotta say too, I mean, it's a pretty open secret that Toasty was considered first for the spot on Disguised, but this might be a better place to be in for Toasty on a team that is going to generate wins and probably really show everyone what he's worth as a starter, because we've still not seen too much from him. And I think, you know, maybe letting it cook for another offseason might just land Toasty in perhaps a better spot than you might have expected this split. So definitely, you know, again, good to see him on a starting spot, even though a bummer he's not in the LTA yet. I have a pretty strong feeling he will be there soon if he continues at his rate of improvement.
Now, as we watch Jungle Pathing coming out, it's also important to talk about these junglers in specific and their roles on these teams. For Music, he has to facilitate a lot, and for this early game, he is able to respond to pressure very well, and he can bring it back quite well on top of it. The only time we haven't seen him do well is when he's put down to a pretty vicious deficit, and you'll find him just kind of headfirst going into a lot of fights without, you know, having a good way to get out. So I think a lot of the early game performance is going to be decided right here, right now, by just what pressure comes out from both of these junglers.
And if you want to learn how to put down good pressure as a jungler, you could learn from Kizno, the jungler of Dark Zero, with our sponsor, Protiv.gg. Go and get yourself better at the game. Lots of former and current pros and NACL players on it. Be sure to check out Protiv.gg as we have some trading in the bottom lane.
I mean, Sajed's on there. Zamudo's on there. Zamudo just got called up. Congratulations to him. So if you want to, you know, get better and stop sucking at League of Legends, Protiv.gg, man. Go ahead and hit it up. But yeah, focusing again right on the Rift. I mean, where our junglers are ending their clears is going to be topside focused. For the most part, this is going to be no flash on Crimson. We'll be going the more aggressive route. So potential play over there to try and take him down. But the thing is, locking down to Gwen is not the easiest thing to pull off. Most part,
yeah, so the exhaust of the Gwen is really common tech, actually, specifically into Rumble. Reason being, Rumble, when he's overheating, can match DPS with the Gwen. Rumble, when he's not, cannot. If you bring the exhaust, it really neuters the power of that overheat and makes it such that Rumble is not able to sort of trade back with you. So it allows Gwen to win in those all-ins. Obviously at the cost of some mobility, but, you know, if you're able to generate a 1v1 advantage, and also, you know, just later on gives you sticking power as well. So It can definitely be worth it.
Oh, nice dredge line coming in from Zyko. The focus onto Shogo. Shogo looking to get out of this, but he wants to trade for his life. It is denied as Sajed will get first blood, and he's not done. He sees Fadachan. Fadachan, you gotta burn that flash if you want to escape from Sajed. Ooh, the snare almost lands, and Fadachan has to flash to get away.
Lethal tempo on the Senna, too, means that Sajed wins out in the extended fight. Good commit, flash forward, and this is going to be a lot missed from Shogo as a nice first blood pickup. Rival on rival.
Needlework going out onto K to push him away, but what a play over in the bot lane. Zyko, brilliant with that hook, man. Really did.
Yeah.
You know, find that slight opening to lock it down on Shogo.
Yeah, it really was just a good play. I think Shogo not really expecting that dredge line to land, and, you know, mistake from him. But nonetheless, a great play from the Dark Zero bottom lane, and history continuing to repeat itself. Sajed and Zyko just ever so slightly having Shogo's number.
Zyko's all over the map, man. He's just showing up where you least expect him, and Music losing about 2/3 of his health in the process and getting denied the spawn of the crab.
And Kisner just hit level 6. I think that would have been 6 for Music, should he have been able to secure it, so that's pretty big.
Oh no. Young looking to get out of this one. This is going to be a pretty tricky escape to make. Saving the flash, the right idea. You were not getting away from Kisno.
Young just walked back up to seismic shove the wave. He didn't even get the minions. I'm very confused by that play from Young. I feel like he should not have died to that one. Huge mistake from the CCG mid laner, but we get another look at this one. Again, it was just a good commit from Sajed after Zyko found the hook. No hesitation, understanding he's got the damage to take down Shogo.
This reminds me of when Gateway Legends was still around. That was a collegiate tournament. I saw some of the most disgusting engages from Zyko possible. The dude can really play these engaged tanks like incredibly well. And moments like that where he's able to thread the needle and find Shogo, it just, you know, takes me back to how good this player can be when he's put on the engage for a squad.
I would still argue that Zyko is the best support in the league. I know there's a lot of cries for Zeyzal in that role as well, but I mean, Zyko is and has been one of, if not the best players in his role for the last 2-3 years almost in the NACL. This guy, he's very, very talented, and so I mean, I'm definitely glad you highlight that. Zyko the Psycho finds Psycho engages a lot of the time. And what's been cool too is in recent years, I feel like he's picked up some of the enchanters.
Really grind right here as an attack going on into the mid lane. Young has to bail out. Flash coming out from Kisno. Gets followed by the Flag and Dragon Music. But Kisno looking to turn this one around, and now Music's in a bad way. The shield goes up from Fadachan, is able to defend. But look at the equalizer. It starts to burn away. Not enough. Fadachan's by his lonesome, and the feats of warfare gonna be claimed by Dark Zero.
Fadachan ends up going down for the sins of his mid-jungle. Music and Young just trying to extend the fight for too long without the priority to arrive with reinforcements. And that's going to mean it's easy grubs over to Dark Zero.
Good angle coming out from Dark Zero. They're able to really lock down these engages that are taking CCG by surprise. You know, I thought the equalizer was going to do a little bit more, but you know, at these early stages, it's not the most effective. The important part there is it just isolated Fadachan and got another kill for the squad.
And remember, Eric, we had big questions about could Young keep up with, well, the young gun of Toasty Alex. And so far, the answer is no. Down about 15 CS, 2 waves, 2.5 waves, and a kill and an assist. This Victor is going to get big real quickly with all those extra Victor dollars and the gold he's been able to acquire. CCG, they've just not really had an answer. I feel like CCG is trying to hands check, but they have not really had the position to hands check. They're just overplaying in situations where Dark Zero is first.
And this is what I talked about in the pregame, is Dark Zero tend to have really good early games. They're very explosive about it. But if the narrative is going to change, this means that Music has to be able to navigate an early deficit, which is what he wasn't able to do in the Supernova game. Let's see if he's able to do it in this one and bring CCG back.
Definitely still a lot of playmaking on the side of CCG, so there is an avenue to be able to find it. Dragon has not been taken, by the way. We've seen a lot of early Dragon stacking in both, or in a couple of the games we've had so far today, but no one's really been willing to take it. Reset coming out from CCG may be providing a window for DZ to start it up now, but Kizno instead just going to match that base. If I would have to guess how strong he is, he might have first item. Sundered Sky, there it is.
Now Recall's going to come out. Still no focus on that Dragon, as you had mentioned earlier. For the most part, it's about early control of the map. You do see that vision line that's been established by Dark Zero. We'll take their recalls now and to resituate themselves, as so far a pretty solid early game has given them a 2K lead.
Which is a pretty significant lead for 11 minutes in and only a few kills going back and forth. I mean, it really just is. Dark Zero, I think, look, I can call them a hands check team, but guys, that's not inherently a bad thing, you know? Because it does mean you might just be better than the opposition. And like I said, despite all that, Dark Zero is still considered a favorite to potentially win the split.
All right, K under attack, kind of mispositioned right here, but with the minion wave coming in,
What
it's
are we
hard to
doing?
land that Witter's Bite, and now here comes the teleport. Overextended is CCG. I said it before, playing from behind is a challenge for them, and we're seeing what exactly happens when they get put in a hole. As Crimson looking to escape, gets chased down, a double kill gonna be found by Toasty. The rest picked up by Kizno, 3-4-0 for Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, that was just an obscene overreach from CCG. I don't know how they ever thought that was going to work. They didn't have mid lane priority, they didn't have river priority. Sure, they were able to rotate their jungler and their support to the play first, but I mean, Dark Zero's always going to be able to answer it. Diving under the tower is psychotic. Easy kills over to Dark Zero. That is a huge mistake. Look, if they walk away here, it's fine. But I cannot believe the tower shots being taken. And, I mean, at this point, they're already cooked. Great TP from Toasty. Good claps from Zyko. All too easy for Dark Zero to double their kill total and grab a dragon.
It's a really big punish to come out of Dark Zero. I mean, this overextension, again, I do get worries when CCG are behind, especially in tempo, and when they try and force plays like that, it's not going to help them out anymore. And now this lead is starting to grow by Dark Zero. They even took the dragon on the back half of it. And you can see now some pretty big items, well, starting to get built up. Already first items now complete on DZ's side.
And, I mean, Toasty is a problem. He is 3-0-2, rapidly approaching his second item. This Victor is going to fry in these fights with how accelerated he is, and CCG just does not really have an analog on their side.
Oh. I mean, Toasty talked about the environment of Dark Zero / Maryville University and how he loves working here, how it's bringing out the best in him, and how it's just fantastic to be around like-minded people who are looking for the next level of play. And early game dominance like this really speaks to that regard, be it said.
I am still really curious to see if CCG can try to apply pressure to Dark Zero. I do want to give a lot of credit over to Dark Zero because I do think their setups have just generally been much cleaner. Zyko and Kizno have done a really beautiful job of how they've walked through the river and not allowed CCG to make plays without them knowing about it. I think that's something they struggled with a little bit last week, and they're not overreaching in some of the plays that they had as well. So, you know, well done to them. I do think marked improvement perhaps coming through from Dark Zero in their first game back this week, which is definitely good to see.
Now, they did have that Korean boot camp. It was Toasty in particular who said how it gave him a lot of time. No, more specifically, when Toasty was on the B team, it was Dark Zero Light that he was on. It said it gave him time to really step back and learn the macro side and find his style as a player and be someone who can consistently perform. Well, now you're in the carry seat, Toasty, with the 3-0-2 victor.
Yeah, I would say he's having a damn good game so far. I would really like to see him continue that. CCG, they're trying to set up on the mid wave. I think Sajed is the target, but Dark Zero sniffing this one out.
All right, here we go. Dredgeline gonna find the hook. Zyko looking to follow it up with the depth charge right onto Music. Music starts to get low. The chase now coming through as the equalizer is brilliantly placed and will separate CCG, who are on the back foot. Another hook from Zyko. He'll give his life for the cause, but the health bar is critically low. And K will burn them down. finally falling underneath the tower. Only 2 survivors for CCG. 2 is the cost for Dark Zero.
It is ultimately only a 3 for 2, so CCG kind of getting out of there alive, but I mean, there's still no ability to play for these objectives. Kizno yet to die in this split. He's gonna pick himself up a Herald, and I think in that fight we could see exactly the problem that you've been mentioning for CCG, where Music gets found out before the engage, chunked out by Toasty, and he decides to just still go instead of writing off the play. Sunk cost fallacy coming out from the blue team, and I mean, phew, when Toasty and Sajed and K are just able to free hit like that, the fights are going to be real easy.
But what happens when Zyko won't let you leave? He did that to Music, he's looking to do that to Young now over in the bottom lane, but the collapse found by CCG. Cataclysm goes out onto Zyko, Fadachan, and Shogo coming up on the back end. A kill onto the support of DZ, and a tower to follow suit.
Actually a pretty big gold swing coming out right here, shrinking the gold right back to 3,000 with the objective bounty being picked up. And a much needed kill for Music going over to him. So it is something, but it's not a lot.
I mean, at the end of the day, you take whatever you can get.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. When you're down 2-9 and those 2 kills came in a very hard dive from Dark Zero, you gotta find a play of your own at some point.
And a big positive side, that was first brick now picked up by CCG before K could get into the top lane.
Yeah, that's a good point. K at the very least is able to get that one, so it does kind of open up the gold again to about 4K. As Fadachan, like, we cannot be that far up, brother. We do not have our team here.
All right, what's the counterattack from CCG? Seismic shove, nothing gonna follow through, and yeah, Fadachan caught way too far up, as you said, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, just skipping steps. You know, you have to retake your own jungle before you can retake the river, before you can retake the enemy jungle. And Fadachan, he tries to take the enemy jungle on step 1. Didn't really have the team in the area. It happens. Maybe, you know, new support, growing pains. Fadachan is an experienced support. He has played it before, but it's not his main role. So, you know, maybe something like that coming out, but still a big mistake nonetheless, and one that DZ will capitalize on with a free dragon and a bot lane tier 1.
He qualified as a marksman. And to get on this
spot...
spot...
a very good marksman, too.
Yeah, very good marksman. And to get in this spot, he was willing to step down into the support role for Shogo. I think that says a lot of respect towards Shogo. But it also shows that Fadachan still very comfortable playing towards its team's strengths and, you know, still comfortable enough to hop onto that support role once again.
He did have a great game in the first one against Luminosity on the Alistair, but it's been a bit of a struggle in the last couple. A lot of, well, not a lot, a couple of unforced deaths in this game. But I will say, I think CCG is still in it if they can find the good engage. They still have a lot of ability to isolate out some of these immobile targets. The problem for them is that Sajed and Toasty have just done a really good job of not presenting themselves as targets. And Dark Zero, again, I want to give so much credit. I think Zyko has had an amazing game. He's been just on point with his positioning on the map, his covers of Sajed, and also his dredge lines to start off fights.
I've always been really proud of Zyko's growth throughout the years. I remember how close he was to winning NACL back on the, it was the Maryville Dragonsteel roster. Still basically the same organization, just the collegiate following. And to follow that up, actually, whoa, Sajed getting Cataclysmed on. Music going a little bit too deep right here. Zyko wants to find the angle back in to get that dredge line to catch out a member of CCG. Toasty on the opposite end. But CCG create enough space to get away from the counter engage. But look at this, your tower's not long for this world. As Kizno is able to crash into it, takes it down. And now jumping in is Zyko, will immediately bail out. CCG try and get him on the back foot. Glacial Fisher goes out, and he's gonna fall. Now with the equalizer, it makes it difficult for CCG to navigate, and K will take down Crimson.
Oh my gosh, and Toasty just does so much damage. The rest of CCG couldn't follow their young top laner into the fight. But, I mean, honestly, not bad for CCG. Their mid lane tier 1 was always going to die to that Rift Herald. They're able to get the flash off of Sajed and disengage, which is pretty good for them. 1-for-1 on the backside. Crimson, he gets himself some gold. I think you absolutely take that. And ultimately, a pretty even play. So I think the bigger story is it was, you know, pretty big timer. A lot of resources used from CCG. They're going to need to pick up these sideways, try to get some gold back to themselves. It is still Dark Zero growing their gold advantage.
I mean, they took the tower along with the trade of kills, so, I mean, Dark Zero ultimately still trade up. They still keep growing that gold, as you had mentioned. As now, there is some attention towards the bottom side of this map. Potentially a trap looking to be set by CCG, but Toasty smelled it out early.
Great ward being put down. Toasty, he is level 14 with that completed Rod of Ages. 2.5 items. I mean, man, this guy is strong. The only one with 2 items on CCG is Shogo. Meanwhile, Dark Zero's hit that spike across the board. And priority coming in mid lane. Otacon definitely a focus. Again, want to give credit. Kizno and Zyko holding hands and taking control of the river.
You can see the worries that K is able to put on. Now that he has more completed. Only 1 item for Crimson thus far. Now over the wall. Here comes Zyko. Death Charge going to land onto Music. Snare not going to find its mark, but the Dredge line will. They can't continue the fight, though, as they're too close to the tower, so Zyko gets pulled in. The teleport of Crimson gonna be found. And now here comes Fadachan on the opposite side, trying to tear apart the team. Will give his life for the cause if he needs to. Equalizer goes down, but not well placed. But look at Toasty go as he puts down the Death Laser. The ultimate taking away at the health bars. And Toasty will claim every name in his way.
Oh my goodness! Jed let the Dawning Shadow go over the Weaver's wall, and Toasty just cooked him with the lasers. Oh my goodness, this Victor 606, he is out of control.
You know, he said he took a step back to improve. My God, has he improved. He keeps looking better every damn season. And under that high pressure, it was a botched engage by Zyko. Good God, do Dark Zero flourish.
And look, I get it, CCG, as you say, botched engage from Zyko. Guys, we can go 4v5. But, I mean, the kite back is just too good. And Toasty, this is lore-accurate Victor right now, man. Holy moly. This guy, big double kill. He is so damn strong. Now, second access to the Dragon. Dark Zero gonna have to muscle their way in, but you can see how much just the front end of the Arcane Ray, or whatever it's called now, does to Fadachan.
And what in the world is up with this Dark Zero scouting? Because, man, they find good players and they know how to make the best pop out of them. As Kizno hops forward, 3 talent strike, they find Fadachan once again, and he's not tanking anything. He's dead. Toasty goes godlike, and the rest of CCG trying to run away, but there's an equalizer to cut them off. K still looking for the chase. Shogo will hop over the wall to find a different escape, but the depth charge will lock him down, and Sajed gets the kill. Now burning away, flamethrower, overheat, finally gonna fall as Young will rock his world, but the rest of his team will go to the gray. Only 2 survive. It costs Dark Zero 1, and they'll get the dragon.
I might have underestimated Dark Zero, Eric, as I mean, they look really good in this game. Kizno and Toasty have just been playing together so well. I want to give K a lot of credit for that fight, though. That equalizer was sublime to force them to run over it, cut off the escape. Not quite Dragon Soul due to the delayed Dragon stacking, but Dragon Soul point. And at this point, I don't think CCG can come back. They are just too far behind. This Victor and the Senna are too scaled.
This is a team that doesn't play that well from behind, and it's definitely showing how explosive this early game was from Dark Zero. They've been running the rift with it. Toasty, 1 kill away from going legendary. You go 8-0-8 at that point, which is absolutely disgusting to have to mess with a Victor that is that fed. I mean, this is an incredible squad. They really are coming together and showing that they are one of the top contenders in the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about that. Most certainly, well, almost certainly going to be improving to 3-0 to start off their split. And, I mean, the big talk of the town is the competition between Dark Zero, Supernova, and Luminosity for those promotion spots. You know, only 2 of them can get to that grand finals. Only 2 of them can contend with the LRN and Disguised for that pro spot. And I gotta say, what a story it would be for Dark Zero if they were the ones to promote. You know, kind of starting with the Maryville organization, they have been the first to do everything at the collegiate level. The first ones to make Tier 2. You know, the first ones to win a Tier 2 split. Imagine if they could become the first ones through Dark Zero to promote into the LTA. What an impressive showing it would be.
All right, here we go, trying to capitalize onto Zyko, but you're met with the depth charge. The rest of Dark Zero fighting this one out, and even K's not going that low as Kizno goes unstoppable. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, CCG are gone. Toasty, getting burnt up while he rides the Weaver's wall, but Dark Zero have blood in their eyes as they chase down CCG, taking down 4 members.
And this Baron's gonna catapult the lead all the way up to 12,000. Toasty's legendary, and Dark Zero almost certainly has everything they need to close out this game with one more push.
Gonna be wearing purple as they take down the Baron and absolutely destroy CCG. 11K is the lead right now. And what a beautiful performance from this entire squad, from Kizno, who hasn't died once in the season yet, from Toasty, who's in the carry position and looking fantastic, and Sajed, who's even able to out-lane Shogo and get a kill alongside Zyko with it. This is the real deal, Hawk.
It most certainly is, and I really want to give credit to Dark Zero. I think their team play is just better than it was last week. They look so much more coordinated. I don't know what the hell Niles feeds these guys, man, but
Right?
like they just are playing together so beautifully. The way they've protected their carries, the way that Kizno and Zyko have layered their engages, the uses of the equalizer from K have been very well timed and well placed to synergize with what their team is trying to accomplish. Like, it's very impressive.
It's the Maryville meal deal. That's what they're feeding him over there. Little sponsorship. But I mean,
They still
come
do
on,
that?
man.
That's old.
I'm not entirely sure. I can get corrected in the DMs if, Niles, you want to send that one out. But I'm pretty sure you're celebrating with your team right now as they're looking to close out the game. Stepping forward into the base, and Shogo is nowhere to be seen when your Nexus towers are already under attack. Baron empowered wave now stepping forward onto CCG. Shogo looking to turn it around, tries to find Kizno. Cataclysm comes out once again, but the Crescent Guard blocking most of the damage that Kizno was going to take. He'll still dive forward, looking for the kill, but you find nothing but death. Crimson will fall. Triple kill for Toasty, and Dark Zero will dismantle CCG.
11, 0, and 11. Oh, what a scoreline for Toasty, Alex. Man, oh man, that was easy money for the mid laner of Dark Zero. I'm just gonna say it right now, give the guy MVP. If anyone votes, if you vote for anyone that's not Toasty, you're dumb.
Okay. I think there's very soft arguments to be made for some of the other players. I mean, Sajid, he lanes well, man. He's one of the best laners in our league right now, if not the best. Kizno was still looking great, but I gotta agree, man. Toasty was out of his mind this game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The whole team was out of their mind. Kizno is still deathless, by the way.
Still deathless.
We are 1/3 of the way through regular season. My boy has not died. Zyko the Psycho finding the engages. They're all too good. Throw out the votes. Just let the people decide. I got nothing else to say. Dark Zero, they're just better, man.
You're just that good. We will get that MVP vote up in just a second now, because we definitely want to hear your voice onto that one. But I really agree. I just love Toasty's play so far. You know, he said he's coming back a much better player, and that's considering the fact that he was already very good in the 2024 season. So to see this continuous growth coming out from him is fantastic stuff. Go ahead and vote in the Twitch chat who you think should take that MVP. Will it be Toasty? Will it be Kizno? Will it be Sajed? All of which, absolutely fantastic players. I mean, we talked about Toasty, but Kizno still keeping deathless on the league, and Sajed still being one of the absolute best laners. It is a fantastic thing to see and watch Dark Zero grow in this season for NACL Split 2. We are going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we will have an interview with one of the members of Dark Zero. You're going to want to stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. What a dominant game coming out from Dark Zero against CCG. This team is the real deal, and they got a meal to seal that as well. Fantastic play from Dark Zero.
They are indeed the real deal, as, I mean, from start to finish, it was just all Dark Zero. There's not really much else to be said. CCG, they tried to find a couple of angles. Dark Zero turned them all around. It started in the bottom lane with a great find on Zyko, or from Zyko, onto Shogo, and I mean, CCG just couldn't find a good engage onto the immobile backline. Toasty and Sajed, they stood tall and did their jobs.
Yeah, Sajed has some incredible positioning when it comes to a lot of these fights, so you're really overextending to try and take him down. And then you could see that as this dragged on, Music was just like, I'll take anyone at this point. Just let me cataclysm someone. Unfortunately, with the team getting spread as thin as they did, and of course, you know, kind of disrespecting Toasty's Victor and just how much AoE damage that damn champion can do, it resulted in Dark Zero taking very early control of this game and then running the rift in the late.
I would really like to be able to see how much damage Toasty's Victor did. I don't know if we're going to be able to, but like, it had to have been a very filthy amount. Like, the Arcane Store was doing so much damage in those late game team fights as it just continued to grow.
Yeah, that's Toasty Alex from Arcane who's able to show up. Clearing out that ace, and it really puts this trajectory that Dark Zero is on. It straps a rocket onto their back going 3-0 this early. And especially this consistently with a lot of their play. They've gone against some teams that I would consider, you know, decently tough. Conviction was one of them they were able to take down. And of course, against CCG, someone who took down Luminosity to make it look that easy speaks a lot about Dark Zero and their potential to try and take over this league.
Yeah, it definitely does. But speaking of taking over the league, we have an interview with the newest member of Dark Zero. Welcome, Kay, to the interview booth. My friend Kay, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. Very happy to be here and to get the win for today. But yeah.
So, Kay, can you tell me a bit about the scouting process that led to Dark Zero picking you up and having you in this top lane role?
Not gonna lie, it was weird. It was a little bit weird because I was back in home. The things that I know from this scene, like the NACL, I just used to hang out with some of the players, like doing some in-houses, and I think they saw me through there, like playing in-houses with them and playing some good game, bad games, and they decided to just take a shot with me, and they give me like a tryout, a way to say it, in Korea. They took me to Korea to a trip and boot camp with the guys, and they decided there if I'm gonna be like the main top laner for them, and yeah, here we are.
So a quick follow-up question. Are you going to be part of the Maryville roster, or is this specifically just Dark Zero?
Being honest, I'm not sure. I'm not sure neither. I think I'm just part of the Dark Zero, but maybe I'm gonna be part of the Maryville like team too. I'm not sure how that works. Like how I say it, like I'm not that familiar with the college and the NACL, how it works, but I think most likely I will be the top laner for MU.
Well, I mean, it would be great to see a strong start you've already had with the squad, Kay. And I just want to ask you, you know, for some of the NA fans that might be less familiar with you, is there anything that you want them to know about you as a player, your style, your personality, anything like that?
One thing I want them to know, not much, that I really want to win, and yeah, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win. Like, whatever the job I have to do in order to win, I'm gonna do it. Doesn't matter if I have to pick 100 games of Casante or 100 games of main top. If that's what we need, we're gonna do it.
And that's definitely great to hear, man. Well, before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm gonna say in Spanish. Quería enviar un saludo pues a mi familia. Shout out to my family, de que me están viendo desde Colombia. De pronto algunos amigos que me están viendo posiblemente, some friends. Shout out to Draxir, that is a really good coach. Shout out to my ex-coach Falcons. He really taught me a lot of things that I'm implementing right now. And shout out to Niles. Un saludo también muy especial a mi novia, Cobdenia, que siempre me apoya. She always supports me, like my girlfriend. Always in the chat, commenting, etc. stuff. And yeah, I think that's all.
All right, well, gracias, Kay. Your English is fantastic, by the way, and we look forward to seeing more of you in the season, man. Have a good day.
Thank you, man. You too. Take care.
All right, awesome to hear from him, and especially hearing that things aren't exactly settled in where he lies with the squad. Because I don't know about you, I would love to see him with the Maryville roster and actually competing in Collegiate. But as it is right now, great stuff seeing him in the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely had a strong start. This was a really great game for him on the Rumble. I know he didn't make our MVP vote, but I feel like we've had too many players that are playing well in the wins to pick MVPs. And I mean, Kay has been so fun to be able to watch. I'm really excited to see him grow. And I mean, hey, my guy said he's willing to play 100 games with Casante. If anyone's willing to do that for you, you want them on your roster. But we're gonna pull up the MVP from this game. If I had to guess, I know who it's going to be.
Okay. Sometimes maybe Twitch chat kind of disagrees. No, they don't. They see the light. They see the vision as well. And without a doubt, well deserved, man. What a disgusting Victor performance.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think I have much else to say about this game. Toasty was just absolutely filthy. He did such a good job of creating his own space in the team fights. The team peeled for him, and the damage was just obscene. If you're not able to take the Victor out, he's just going to continue to pump out the AoE.
And it's spectacular seeing the growth of Toasty. I mean, with a lot of the stuff he told me, he put his money where his mouth is, and he's showing that he is a better player this season. And that's kind of scary, because where does this ceiling lie for Toasty? I have no clue, but we got to get ready for our next match of the day, our final match of the day. On top of that, it's going to be Winthrop University versus Blue Otter.
Yeah, and this is an old school NACL matchup. We've been seeing these two teams duke it out for the last couple of splits, and it's a Winthrop that just had a very successful split against most of a Blue Otter roster that had a bit of a disappointing one. There is, after we check out the Winthrop roster, who is the same guys we know and love from the last split, running it back to try to get, well, maybe even better than 5th place that they got last time. Starting 1-1, I think Wishing, they started 2-0, up against a Blue Otter team that very importantly has made a roster change. Was announced earlier this week that Array is the new starting AD carry for the remainder of the season for Blue Otter.
For Winthrop, it's a core that they've been sticking with, all 5. For Blue Otter, this core is still Quacker, Samikin, and Rovex. It's sad to see Chrome go. We really do wish him the best. He did say he was going through hard times through his life, so, best of luck to him. But this brings up the question as to how Array is going to perform. I know you were calling this a side grade over on the Salty Runback pod.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I feel like Array and Chrome have both been, towards the top of AD carries in the NACL. Chrome coming off of the best split of his career. Shout out to him again, hoping that everything's okay for him. And Array, I mean, he's just consistently been one of the strongest performing ADCs. He had a really great split on CCG. More of a carry player in my head than Chrome. Not that Chrome can't carry, but I feel like less inclined towards the utility ADCs. Will be interesting to see how that goes. But as we look at the predictions, I think it's fair to say, and I'm curious to hear your opinion, Eric, I don't think the substitution changes my opinion that much. I just unfortunately don't think Blue Otter has the same sauce that they had last year when they made the miracle run, and I feel like this Winthrop team has just looked really good last split. They continue to look good starting this split, and specifically looking at the bottom lane, I favor mobility regardless, I think, of who he's against.
I mean, mobility has been definitely a big standout, but the bigger picture has just been how long this team's been able to play together and stay together as a 5-man stack and continue to grow together as well. I think Only 35 was one of the newer additions, but for the most part, this team has been locked in, what they've been able to bring. Now Blue Otter, I mean, I've always called them the Blue Shell team because they've been able to scrap with a lot of our best teams, especially last split when we had the best of 3 format. They took every single top team to a series. Let's start dialing in onto this draft as we do have the bans coming in. A lot of respect thrown Sammykin's way as they'll take away a lot of his tried and true champions. Otherwise, more standard bans coming out of Blue Otter. First pick, Talia, and over on the opposite side, we got Azir and Sejuani.
And Sammy on the Azir, not a champion I've associated with him as much throughout his career. A really interesting pick because it's also not exactly amazing into the Talia, but it's Azir. It's so strong, just always, right? So, you know, Azir Sejuani is definitely a very easy, very safe lock-in. We're gonna get the Vi coming out early for Wilson, though. So, Vi Talia combo. Generally, the way Winthrop likes to play is they like Wilson and Sword playing around each other early on in the game, and then they try to bridge mobility and Denethor in the late game. Denethor being a side lane menace, mobility being the big team fight threat. And, I mean, this is definitely a combination that if they can get active on the map, as they typically like to do, it'll be very punishing.
Still so surprising to me that mobility is the shot caller for Winthrop University. It's not often you see it from the marksman role. And speaking of mobility, we are going to have his champion locked in. It is going to be the Lucian, which has been pretty potent in the NACL so far, especially with those pairings that we've been seeing, the Nami, Rom. Might be things that Blue Otter might want to look out for to take away some of that synergy. Now, one more pick over to Blue Otter. Again, they have the Azir. They have the Sejuani that does provide teamfight potential as well as some self-heal here in the Emperor's Divide. And this is a little tried and true pick. From the old days of Quacker, he's going to go with the Olaf.
This is definitely an old school one. Okay, Quacker. It is blind, which is ambitious. It does have the Sejuani to support it, which is good. So I'm going to reserve judgment until I see what it's up against. I would like to see an Enchanter support for Rovex, though, that can speed it into the fight. You've already got the front line and the engage coming out from the Sejuani. Show me Karma, show me Lulu, show me something like that.
Right, bans coming out are focused towards the top side, at least so far from Blue Otter. They're going to take away that Camille. If we're talking about signature champions, Camille is a signature champion of Denethor. Has spent a lot of time playing that, has yet to lock in his champ. That being said, though, at least in the latest iteration that we've seen from Denethor, he has been able to widen that champion pool from just being a lot of these meta picks to more outside picks that can work around certain drafts. You can tell right now that Blue Otter really want to make sure Denethor is going to be uncomfortable.
I mean, Denethor has been working on opening up that champion pool. He's always a player that I'm afraid to give counterpick, even if he can't get onto one of those comforts, but they have removed his 2 biggest comfort picks, which is the Camille and the Gnar. I don't actually even know, like, what do you go into Olaf right now? Like, I don't know. I just want to see what Denethor does, I guess, because it might be something I've not seen as well. I think for Blue Otter, though, again, just take an Enchanter right here. Don't even think about it. And, like, I don't think you need a tank support to dive in here. And I'm assuming you save your R5 for Array, but no, they take the Senna, which also synergizes with the Olaf quite well.
Yeah, I really want to see this top lane pick because the way Quacker made a name for himself, especially in the early days of his rookie years, was he would take a lot of these champions that Ghost get in your face and he would just become solo kill happy. It was kind of wild to see Quacker go from that into the current form that he is, but this is basically a callback to your roots. And the Gwen is open, so that's what we're running with over on Winthrop's side.
Yeah, this is just like a Denethor special, so I'm fine with this. It's gonna lose a little bit against the Olaf, but it can lose gracefully, scale up, and be an absolute demon on the side lane and in the team fight. But Eric, we get another Lucian Braum against Senna. Are we gonna see Senna Nautilus yet again, or do we see something like, you know, again, Senna Enchanter could definitely be very strong right here.
Yeah.
Nope, don't reinvent the wheel. I'm okay with this.
Saw the impact of Zyko playing that Nautilus in just the last game. And it's also really good because you have the synergy that you were talking about earlier. Sejuani always works really well with top lane melees, but now you have someone to hold people down for Quacker to start wailing against. Same thing with Sammykin, who's on this Azir, so you can kind of see the vision that Blue Otter are going for.
Yeah, and I will say too, It's not actually a very long-range composition here for Winthrop. They have 3 melees, a Lucian, and a Talia, so they actually have to get reasonably close. Quacker's going to have a lot of people that he can just hit with the Zax over and over again. So I don't really think you need the Enchanter, and honestly, Senna still somewhat provides that. You've got massive carry potential on Samikin's Azir, big front line. I'm going to be straight up with you. I just think this is a better composition for Blue Otter. I feel like if Winthrop is not able to get this Vi Talia combo going early, it's going to be so hard because just target selection later on, you're either going after an ultra long range Azir or Senna that have good self-peel or 3 big frontliners that just don't care.
I think this works a lot into the comfort of Winthrop more than anything else. Mobility has shown his ability to pop off on Lucian, but Sword, what we saw last week was around these objectives, Winthrop had great setup for those fights, and a lot of that came off of Sword and his Weaver's Wall and his ability to cut off the rest of the team. Of course, it's not going to be the Gnar combo that we had last time that really synergizes well with that Weaver's Wall because it gives you a place to instantly stun them. But the comfort, as you had mentioned earlier, of Gwen being locked in by Denethor, sometimes those comfort picks are all you really need. And I feel like if Winthrop are able to find early leads, early successes, and take that into the mid game, that's when we're going to start to see them flourish.
Yeah, I mean, I do definitely agree. Winthrop most certainly having win conditions for them. If they win this game, I mean, hey, you could just team diff it as well. I think Blue Otter, they've got themselves such a nice stalwart comp. And I gotta say, again, talking about playoff implications, seems crazy on day 3 of the season, but these are the kind of games that I think both these teams really need to win. There are people in the space that have theorized that, you know, one of these teams could be that 9th place, you know, assuming Vancouver Impact does end up 10th and sort of missing out on playoffs, going to the promotion tournament or you know, promotion relegation. And so taking these kind of games up against your direct competition can be so important. You know, Winthrop already picking up one of those big wins last week. Falling, though, they really wanted one over the Citadel. Blue Otter, they got their game over Vancouver Impact, and they got punched in the mouth by LG. This feels like their first big mid-table test. I want to see what they're able to bring to the table.
And this could also be some vengeance for Blue Otter. For those of you who are watching in Split 1, Blue Otter were so close to making it into playoffs. It was Winthrop who took that spot. And all that being said, Blue Otter actually had the higher game win rate, whereas Winthrop obviously having the series win rate, that's what got him into there. But it is a testament to Blue Otter's ability to scrap, and of course just getting revenge on the team that took you out from playoffs could feel really good for Blue Otter, but we'll see what they can bring.
Yeah, I do feel like in general, Blue Otter, like, they've definitely got a chip on their shoulder. I think last split was one they want back after the magic that they put together last summer when they weren't expected to do anything. So who knows, maybe doubting them is the secret to their success. And right now I'm doubting them, but with this composition, I do believe in them. So like, I don't know, law of equivalent exchange or something cancels out. It's like adding a negative and a negative makes a positive, something like that.
Something like that, you know?
Something like that.
I'm supposed to be the math guy, and I don't even know what you're talking about, dude. So let's get into something we do know what we're talking about, and that's going to be the votes. Who do you think is going to take the dub? Let us know right now. Hashtag WU for Winthrop University. Hashtag Blue for the Blue Otters. And here's the thing, even though I think Winthrop are favored, Blue Otter is the fan favorite team, so I'm expecting them to take this.
I am too. Now, the real question is, though, I'm going to throw one for you here. Are more people voting for Blue Otter because they want Blue Otter to win? Or are they voting for Blue Otter so that Blue Otter is being believed in, so that they play worse and then they don't win?
I don't know. It could be the... It could be just people like me and Dorado who will vote for them no matter what, even though I know they're absolutely doomed in some matchups. So, I don't know. I do think they have a pretty big fan base, though. I remember it was Blue Otter socials that won over a lot of people because they were just damn hilarious on that. Even the socials, do follow them on socials for Blue Otter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Blue Otter has definitely earned their status as a fan favorite. Pretty contested, though, actually, in the fan vote. So, shout out to all the fans supporting their teams. And we're almost underway into the Rift. And between, I mean, two teams that are in the playoff hunt.
Oh, we somehow got to a 50-50 split. That's
impressive.
incredible to me. Yeah. Winthrop, they're bringing the Throps out fans out there. Well, we're ready for our final game of the day. Winthrop University looking good in their first week, only barely slipping on that Citadel game that went Nexus to Nexus against Blue Otter. Lopsided defeat, a lopsided victory. Now they want to add more to that victory column as they face off here on the Rift.
Blue Otter have themselves a very stalwart composition, but good playmaking on the side of Winthrop to try to disrupt it. Winthrop doing some early level 1 shenanigans. They want to put Quacker down. They have identified the threat.
You know, it's duck hunting season. I smell something in this brush, but Quacker.
Hey,
you know, right
Eric,
spot.
my Olaf has Ghost and Barrier. Did Quacker choose the wrong summoner spell, the wrong yellow summoner spell, or is this like the Warwick tech?
It could work. So one of the things I'm thinking about, right? The good thing about Olaf is the lower on health he gets, the more stats he's going to get to fight back. So you get super
Like,
low on
yeah,
health, pop the barrier and whack away, but I'm not exactly sure.
It's very Warwick-esque here, but I do feel that Olaf relies a little bit more on having mobility than the Warwick pick, because, you know, Warwick has the ult to gap close and the W, whereas Olaf very reliant on hitting the axes. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, Quacker, he is, as you say, an Olaf specialist. He knows what he's doing, I'm sure.
As we start the game, Jungler is going to be starting on the bot side, so clearing upwards. See blue to Gromp, red to the Rude Dudes. And for the meanwhile, I will say I do still favor the early game of Winthrop. They've been able to have pretty aggressive early games, but very variable on their finishes, and that's where Blue Otter can potentially look to try and punish. They just got to make sure they weather what could be an early storm.
And I will say that storm not likely to actually come on until level 6, so even then they have a good amount of time, I think, before Winthrop is really able to make plays, unless only 35 is able to get active on the map. Pretty significant shove here from Winthrop's bottom lane, crashing on the second wave, so they do have quite a bit of priority, but yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm expecting a pretty sleepy early game outside of this top lane.
Both junglers still pathing upwards. It can get interesting towards this top side. You know, there's no teleport for Quacker. He is running that ghost. So putting attention over there will help out a lot. The thing is, Quacker going out and getting that scrying plan will be able to spot where Wilson's pathing.
And Quacker without the flash or the teleport does make him very vulnerable pre-6, so definitely good to grab that information. Also have your jungler path up to your side. Make sure you're able to safely hit 6. At which point, the Olaf should just be able to, you know, hit the Vi and the Gwen a lot and not worry about it.
Simply bonk. You know, Lochaz is over there on the top side river. So again, it's providing a lot of protection over towards Quacker, because I feel like, as you said, like pre-6, all you're going to have is Ghost. You really need that Ragnarok for another movement speed boost and to nullify a lot of that crowd control that's looking to lock down on your top laner.
I feel like Olaf, there's a few top laners like this. Olaf's one of those champions where, like, maybe violence is the answer, you know?
And that's Darius too, you know? That's another champion that's in Quacker's wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Quacker, definitely one of those sometimes violence is the answer players. I do think something that's been great about Quacker's improvement over the years is I feel like he knows the moment to bust him out. He doesn't just slam it at moment's notice, which is definitely good.
I wish I could have gotten more information from Blue Otter on the pickup of Array. You know, it is sad to see Chrome go. I was really excited for him to be on this roster. And even Rovex was talking about Chrome, saying, like, yeah, he brings a lot of good energy to this team. So, you know, Array, I think, can bring maybe a little bit more consistency. We've seen him in the past, you know, kind of Action Jackson, be able to step up when it's most needed. But typically, I've seen it more around, like, team fight phases more than anything else. Still a very solid player.
I will say, the biggest thing about losing Chrome, you know, to echo Rovex, very much a vibes guy, so definitely disappointing for him. I am interested to see what Array can do on this setup pick. We sort of talked about Array, generally more of a hyper carry than a utility carry. Well, he picked Senna early on. Only 35. This is a deep flank, and I think Mobility wants this wave.
Yeah, making sure Mobility's not going to be bullied out. And holding the wave right before the tower to farm up pretty well. Wilson will get an early start onto the Dragon, and first strike will go the way of Winthrop University.
This is a pretty good pickup. You mentioned Winthrop having some of that better early skirmishing. I do think we're sort of waiting for a point for this Blue Otter composition to come online. Outside of the Olaf, their early damage is not the most impressive unless they're really able to focus out an individual target. But, you know, if Brahm's ever there, he's going to be able to deny quite a bit with his shield and all that. So, Winthrop leveraging that power, able to get a dragon, able to try to stay on the front foot. I think big question for me is going to be, can they actually build up a snowball, or are they going to have to rely on Denethor side lane heroics later on in the game?
Lojaz looking to steal away a camp, but will get caught out by only 35. Gives a little bit more information to Lojaz, but more importantly than anything else, it protects Quacker, keeping his presence up there. And now that Quacker's level 6, it does give him a little bit more breathing room when it comes to what could be pressure over on that top side.
And without any direct jungle or support intervention, Quacker has built himself up a pretty nice 10 or so, 8 CS lead. So I think this is to be expected. Olaf having that early priority into the Gwen. Again, and the Gwen really wants to scale. That is the big scaling element that Winthrop has on their side. But still good to see that Quacker is able to leverage that. And I would like to see Lojaz be first to these grubs. I do think, talking about early skirmishes, it's pretty good for Blue Otter on the top side of the map. Now that you have this level 6 Olaf with these double combat summoners, if you are able to get your pieces into the fight, you are able to get your Olaf into the fight, he'll be first, and he will wreck house.
You know what's also good? Finally having your mid laner now playing the game. I don't know if you remember, well, obviously you remember, but last week we had Tails in the mid lane for Winthrop University. Just so funny to hear. And the reasoning why is Sword came back from vacation and didn't update his tournament realm in time, so Tails had to sub in for him. But I think when we saw at least Sword on day 1, which, you know, he was able to pull off a lot of those setups around objectives, he looked fantastic. And it was on Talia, so still more solid play, more solid comfort for Winthrop and having, you know, actually their mid laner.
You say it's good to have their mid laner back, but they're 0-1 with their real mid laner. You know, I'm just putting that out there. I mean, you know. No, I'm kidding. Sword, obviously the player that they want to have into the team, just wanted to poke fun. I do think
Vancouver Impact, brother.
No, Sword definitely the guy they want to have in. And on this Talia, I do think he's on a pick that can be set up really well for success. He's on the longest range champion on his team as well, against a Blue Otter team that really does want to fight front to back. So I think a lot of room for him to throw in a lot of damage. And here comes this Void Grub skirmish. Look for the combo, Wilson and Sword. They want Samikin. They know he has to be the target.
This Vitalia combo can be oh so deadly, and this is why. Looking to jump in, it follows up with the seismic shove off the cease and desist, but teleport's coming through, and Samikin might have bought enough time. Ultimate gonna go wide from Lojaz, but it still finds the slow Rovex now in the area. As Wilson, you're going the wrong way. You know, if you play Mario Kart and you see like Toad pop up or the Shell dude saying wrong way, constantly beeping, that's happening right now for our poor pal Wilson. But has he bought enough time to execute? Yeah, that's going to be the big question right now. He's just going to camp it out on the top side, but nope! Action Jackson will snipe him down.
Nice one from Array. Didn't even notice. He's down about 20 CS, so Array's been struggling a little bit too. That's a really nice kill to pick up, and Blue Otter, they're going to be able to go back and get the rest of those Void Grubs. Well played by Samikin, just creating enough distance to make sure that Wilson and Sword were in too deep, and they're trying to keep, I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but they did not keep their head. There's something about the head, keep their head above instead of going under. Yeah, whatever. Wilson goes under at the hands of Array.
It happens, man. You know, sometimes.
Look, I'm not really a lyric listener, okay? Like,
reference.
I'm much better with, like, not lyrics, like rhythm and stuff like that.
You like jazz?
I do, actually. Yeah, I was a jazz trumpet player for 10 years.
I remember being in your room as now Denethor actually feels a terrible spot to let off. Is now chasing down the rest of Blue Otter. And Quacker will go down. It's a double kill for Denethor.
Oh my god, Quacker and Low Jazz, they went to Denethor's room and they got cut up. That's a double kill going over. That's actually really bad for Blue Otter. We talked about Denethor sort of being the scaling win con. Quacker, no longer a CS advantage. He's down 10 and now down 2 kills as we get a cinematic view of the Dawning Shadow that put down the enemy jungler. But I think the real story, Denethor 2-0 on one of his signature picks.
Oh god, this is just becoming a chaotic cast now. Even Rafa's freaking correcting us in the NACL group chat. But fun stuff to see, especially for Denethor, who I feel has just been constantly improving since the days where he took the reins as Winthrop's top laner. I remember it was Mabud that he had replaced, and
yeah,
you know, this was a pretty good pickup for Winthrop University. Mabud definitely worked directly with him.
To speak on Denethor and Mobility together, because they started together on the same team in 2022, Tempest Gaming, as this is a fight.
Oh, is it a fight? I don't know. Yeah, that was just a simple slaughter that we saw right there. Is Denethor gonna get another assist?
Yeah.
Man.
Quacker thought he was laying a trap, but that is a Riftmaker Gwen. He just got cut up before Rovex and Low Jazz could join the fray. That's a big kill. And now Array getting chunked out. Winthrop, they're starting to take over in this early game. You mentioned their composition stronger at this point, and they're winning.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Their win condition of Denethor, get him ahead. Hey, they're getting him ahead. And as I was mentioning earlier, from season to season, he's improved. Very early on, he was kind of this tier list player. You ban that one out. Hey, I'm going to play this one instead. Going down basically the list of a lot of these meta top laners. And now, you know, he has his Pocket Gwen, he has his Pocket Camille, and he even has more like a Pocket Aurora that we saw last week. Denethor just keeps growing and just keeps getting better.
I mean, both Mobility and Denethor, from starting at the same time on the same team, they have both grown from, you know, hype promising but like rookie tier 3 players to fledgling prospects to bona fide NACL players, and now, in my opinion, potential superstars. I think Denethor, Mobility both trying to solidify themselves as top 3 in each of their roles, and it's performances like this that are good. Denethor, I think, expected to get the better of Quacker, and so far he's doing it. Now, he does have 4 people in his lane. It's a little unpleasant.
A lot of dudes. Teleport going to come out. Denethor going to try and weather the storm right here as the Glacial Fissure is found by only 35 to defend Denethor. Rovex runs out. Quacker falls. And here comes the Emperor's Divide to stop the Weaver's Wall. But it all goes awry for Blue Otter.
Blue Otter gives up the dragon. They give up their AD carry more than likely. Oh, Wilson, he doesn't quite have the cease and desist. Mobility!
Oh, Mobility will just hop right into his face with the calling.
That is an outplay from the AD carry of Winthrop, able to find one. And remember, Blue Otter, they give up everything to make their play. And it's only 35. And Denethor, that stand tall. Now they're in the wrong side of a fight. Sword.
Yeah, depth charge going to go out. It's going to find Sword. But look at the back end of the fight as Wilson arrives. And he puts fist to jaws. Looking for Rovex. Interrupted with the Arctic Assault. But over the wall, you see a Nautilus fall. Winthrop take the lead.
Oh, and only 35. He's been outspoken since he joined the league. This Winthrop team, they needed some personality. And only 35. He's taunting on their graves. Now Sword's on the board with a couple of kills. Wilson's got 2 of his own. And I'm gonna be honest, I think that's GG. It's a 5,000 gold lead at 14 minutes. This is, I mean, Winthrop is so far ahead.
Yeah, they're counteracting these plays that Blue Otter are looking to find. You know, hey, let's shut down Denethor. He's doing really well right now. Well, I didn't expect only 35 to be there and the rest of the team to show up immediately after. Winthrop, an excellent early game coming from them, continuing the streak of aggressive earlies that they have.
Turns out when Winthrop University plays around Denethor, they win games. Man, this guy is so good. 2-0-2 on the Gwen. He's got great CS. I mean, everybody's just strong. Winthrop yet to open up a tower, so that is the next task that they have available to them. Rift Herald spawning in a couple of seconds as well, but it seems that Samikin might be the target. He does have Flash and Emperor's Divide, but this tower is low.
Oh no, Samikin getting surrounded. As I said, the Emperor's Divide going to be used. Wilson does not have the cease and desist, so that's the only saving grace for Samikin. All that being said, Denethor is going to take another tower and keep cashing in.
Yeah, I think the real prize is that first brick solo over to the Gwen. He's going to be able to pick up the next wave as well. And with Blue Otter rotating to try and defend against the dive, they don't get any purchase in towards this Herald, so Winthrop should just be able to reset and make that play. I think Denethor wins this, unironically, 2v1.
Yeah, he's willing to take this. He feels like he wins it too. The needlework comes out. Over the wall, we find Wilson once again. And there's no Emperor's Divide to save you this time. Denethor looking for more. Wilson will grab the double kill, but Denethor's not done. He wants to take a little off the top. Oops, he took your head instead as a ray falls. A triple kill for Wilson, and Winthrop will not be stopped. The Throps are out.
2 versus 4, and Denethor, he just runs at them. He just cuts them all down. Wilson ends up being the one with a triple. I mean, like, how do you even come back from that? Well, Sword's just pushing in top lane. Mobility's just pushing in mid. Uncontested.
Even only 35, you can't get the support. Quacker, empty-handed. Your Ragnarok's done. Run away from it. Another tower for Denethor. This gold lead is 10,000.
I have what? I have never seen this. Normally, I feel like 500 gold per minute of a lead is like pretty big, and we have pretty substantially surpassed that. I mean, this is a super stomp.
Absolutely, indeed. And if you want to learn how to play like some of these players, guess what? I got good news for you. ProDiff.gg allows you to book players from both the NACL, from both LTA North. There's a lot of good talent to learn from, so go ahead, go to ProDiff.gg and get some one-on-one coaching from the pros. And Quacker, duck hunting season once again. Now getting chased down, the Vault Breaker into the face of Quacker, and he can try and fight this one out, but the crowd control means you don't get too much time to auto-attack. Guess what? The stun of the Winter's Bite will deny it as Wilson goes dominating.
Okay, barrier aloft, not enough. If he had the ult, that was actually probably winning, but he did not, unfortunately. And Denethor is probably going to pick up another tier 2 tower as the rest of Blue Otter is setting up for a dragon that I do not think will be their salvation. In fact, I'm not even sure they win this fight.
Yeah, Winthrop are free to do what they want at this point. I mean, Denethor is exponentiating in gold. How many towers has he got in the last, like, 5 minutes? Is it 3?
I think he's killed 3. Did he kill top lane, or was that his... I think his mid laner killed top lane tower, so... Jeez. Regardless, he's killed a lot of towers. Denethor is strong, water is wet, and the Knicks are bad. I don't know. Shout out Yanni. Or no, not Yanni. Grapes. That's Grapes. Wait, no, Grapes isn't a Knicks fan, though. I don't know who I'm shouting out.
All right, here we go.
The
Focus
Sixers.
coming out
There we go.
on
Shout out
to
Yanni.
only 35. He just flashes out. So Blue Otter, there is no saving grace. There's nothing that can protect them. Rovex wants to find another hook, but with
He's just
allies
messing with
over the
them.
wall, only 35 glides on out.
Yeah, only 35 is like, you wanna throw an ability at me? Rovex sends up Spider-Man into the wall, but they lose control of the river. Now, health advantage right now for Blue Otter, but item disadvantage. Samikin maybe could be the target as Denethor and Sword are lurking, but I think they're really just trying to maintain their control so that they can do this dragon.
This is that setup I was talking about that Sword's able to do. Puts in the Weaver's Wall, which means there's no escape. You're locked in with Winthrop, and just like that, Low Jazz is taken down. The rest of Winthrop looking to continue the chase. Wilson over the wall. Doesn't use the Vault Breaker onto the rest of the Blue Otter. Happy with the pick they received.
And they don't even need this dragon, I don't think, Desrux, because they have towers that they can kill, and those are worth gold and map control. Gold lead up to now nearly 13,000. I have never seen a lead this big pre-20.
I am very curious if this is going to be the record for highest gold lead we've seen pre-20, because this is such an accelerated game coming out from Winthrop University thus far. I mean, there's already 6 towers down. They're stacking up Drakes. They're going to be at a Dragon Soul point now. And a lot of that gold is shared among a lot of the team. You know, Wilson was able to get those last hits to score in the triple kill, but Denethor has been cashing in towers. You know, mobility been kind of silent in this game, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't need to be the most flashy. He just needs to dictate the calls, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He is up a lot of CS. Mobility, I think it shouldn't fly under the radar because the action wasn't bot lane, but he actually had a really great laning phase, having a pretty big lead over Array early. And, you know, he's been doing his job. He's been putting down pressure, damage where it's needed. But, I mean, I agree. The focal points have been Denethor, Wilson, and Sword. They've been the ones getting super involved. Shout out to Wilson, who's got 10 KP, 6, 1, and 4 on this Vi. Funnily enough, after Denethor picked up that double kill, he's just been an assist machine. But I don't think it matters too much. He's still very strong.
Okay, here comes another attempt to stop only 35. Well, you got the ward. Okay, at least we did that. Now Otacon going to be started up here by Winthrop University, and there's not a single Otter in sight.
No, there is not. Famously, I think eagles do hunt otters.
Oh, man.
At least I would have to imagine. Like, they like small mammals, and they're very large, so feel like that
Otters are that
biologically makes sense.
Could be the way to go. Either way, Throps are out, and Winthrop looking fantastic so far. 12k lead. Quacker looking for that objective bounty. It's probably going to cost him his life in the
It's worth it. It's unironically worth it. Like, just do it. Just stick it.
Dancing around it. Let's cash in on that gold. Denethor looking to fight this one out. Look how fast the health bar goes down. Denethor, damn, man.
I mean, Quacker didn't use, like, his barrier or anything, but I don't think it would have saved him. Like, Rovex is caught now. I think the only game I've seen that's more one-sided than this was SKT versus Hanwha Life to make MSI this year.
Jeez. I think I've seen more one-sided ones.
I probably
can't think
to.
of anything. I can't.
It's been a minute, though.
When it's on the spot, it's hard for me to come through with this. But yeah, this has been one of the most brutal games, at least when it comes to race in history. It definitely compares to that, because my God, they have not let up the pressure whatsoever. And that gold lead, still at 12k, 21 minutes into this. So much gold on the squad. Looking at the items, most everyone has 2 items completed, while still behind the curve for a lot of Blue Otter. For Winthrop University, they could look to close this one out very, very early.
Yeah, I mean, I think once they get the Baron in about 3 minutes, should be enough for them to walk it in. Obviously, you know, Winthrop, they do still need to close this one out cleanly, but I think to sort of, again, reinforce the stakes of this one, I think these two teams, in direct competition with one another in the standings, or at least expected to be, so I think a really big win to be able to pick up in terms of avoiding that 9th, 10th place, making the playoffs. Winthrop, they want to build on what was a great split for them. 5th place finish in the playoffs, and almost 4th place, nearly knocking down near airport. So, I mean, I think if they're able to take down Blue Otter here, puts them in a very good position to be able to make the playoffs and, you know, continue going in the double elim.
Maybe like TSM versus most Korean teams, historically. I know they had that one game against Samsung.
The one against Samsung White?
Thrown, yeah.
That one was pretty I don't remember, like, the actual numbers, but that one was pretty one-sided.
Well, no. TSM were doing okay in that one until Double Lift just decided, you know, I'm going to throw it.
I see. This was also before my time. Any games I've watched before Season 6 were, like, retrospect, which I've watched VODs, you know, but...
I'm old, so yeah, there's that. Winthrop University getting back on track here. They have a minute until Dragon spawns, and that's going to be a Mountain Drake. If your worries weren't that bad, man, it's going to be even harder to kill this team. So they can take that Dragon Soul pretty much on command at this point, because the amount of pressure that Denethor commands, you have to answer it.
Yeah, Mountain Soul really ruins that age-old win condition when you're like 10,000 gold behind of everyone sit in a bush and try to kill one person. Because it makes it so that person does not die as quickly, and that extra split second can make a really big deal.
Oh, and here we go. Dredgeline going to come out in the mid lane. Blue Otter looking for what might be their last chance to take a good fight. Weaver's Wall now coming through. Sword has joined the fray, able to rock their world as he pops that Q. Mobility will pop the head of the Olaf. 2 kills back to back. Cease and desist will follow right on to Array. And a double kill for Mobility. A double kill for Sword. Nothing is going to be acquired by the Blue Otters as they're chased out of their own base. And Sword will end it on a triple. Denethor will end it outright.
GG, well played, as Denethor pushing 4 versus 5. Winthrop, what a stomp.
Absolutely immaculate play coming out of Winthrop, showing the veterancy of just this roster being together for the long haul. They are on the same page. They take down the Blue Otters in a decisive victory.
I feel like I have nothing to add. I mean, that one was a formality from like a few minutes in. Denethor picked up a double, but then it was really the follow-up plays. Wilson all over the map with this Vi. I mean, I feel like if Blue Otter was able to slow things down just a little bit, they had such good scaling, but they went right into the blender, and that blender's name was Denethor.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the pregame was, you know, Winthrop tend to play aggressive very early on. And while, you know, sure, the first 5 minutes weren't too much, once it accelerated, holy crap, man, we could not keep up with Winthrop. They were just absolutely decimating the Blue Otters, which makes you wonder if you got the Maryville meal deal, Winthrop got. Gotta get a sponsor for that one, man. Feed our collegiate boys.
You gotta get like the Winthrop. I don't know. I can't think of anything. The
Winthrop
get Bojangles. That's like a big South Carolina thing, but. Oh man, let's throw out the MVP votes for this match as unsurprisingly the top side of the map going to be the options Denethor, Wilson, and Sword. Take your pick. Look, Mobility only 35. They played great. They just weren't really the main characters of this one.
Oh, yeah.
And these guys were. So
I feel like when I first saw Denethor enter the league, I wanted to see a certain style of play from him. I wanted to see him reach a certain level because I felt like he was capable of it. On the games where he would play his Gwen, where he would play his Camille especially, he could conquer a lot of tough opponents. And now we're starting to see that spread out so much, so it makes me very happy to see Denethor improve so much in performance. And same thing with Wilson and Sword. Sword facilitates beautifully well. He knows his role in the team, and of course with his Talia, lands it fantastically when he needs to get that Weaver's Wall to disrupt a lot of these fights. And as you said, a big shout out to Wilson on top of that. I think each and every one of them very up there in terms of MVP, but my personal pick would go over to Denethor because my god, that green is gross.
yeah, I think Denethor is my personal pick as well, but this one I won't call you dumb. I think you can go either way with this one. But we got some highlights for the match. Let's go on through them. That's going to be the only one. That's a Blue Otter highlight. There it is.
Action Jackson finding the long-range snipe. And was that their only kill of the game? I think it was.
No. I think they got... Was it? Oh, gosh.
We're repeating this over and over, so that's very scary for that argument, man. Oh, God. Denethor being able to tear through an Olaf that fast before you could even feel a lot of the stats that he gets from lower health. I mean, that's how far ahead this Gwen was and how locked in this team was as a unit. I think only 35, again, the latest edition that came in this year, has been shaping up quite well with the environment and the culture that Winthrop bring. And we're starting to see, you know, a lot of this labor that Winthrop have put into making this a competitive team pay off in big dividends.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, this team really has shown marked improvement over the last year. I mean, I think their third place showing in CLOL was fantastic. Their fifth place showing in NACL. Winthrop continues to really set the bar. I think they had a couple years there of like almost success, but not quite getting where they wanted to be. I do think they have finally found it with this roster, and I really want to see how high they can go again.
Yeah.
Denethor Mobility, these guys are superstars in the making. Wilson, Sword, only 35. They play so well in this team, and I think anyone that says they're not NACL caliber players, I just disagree. I think everyone on this team definitely deserves to be here, and they are strong.
Yeah. This is one of the best looks that we've had from Winthrop University. Even with the Citadel game, we call that the NACL Avengers that they were going against. They were this close to taking down Citadel, and they would have been 3-0 at this very given moment. Just, you know, unfortunately giving up those steals and getting Nexus to Nexus. But the fact that they keep up with a lot of these big teams, a lot of these big names that people are seeing as power hitters in the NACL, it's showing that, you know, Winthrop is a power hitter on their own regard.
Yeah, they most certainly are, and not one I want to run into, but I do believe we have an interview ready for us. So welcome to never mind. We need another minute.
Jump in the gun. Jump in the gun.
There.
Don't spoil it. Shh.
Yeah, okay. Who do we think it's going to be? Who do we think it's going to be?
I can see in my screen, so I know who it is. I'm not gonna.
Oh, you cheated! Boo!
Yeah. I see a smile right there.
Boo!
No, I didn't cheat. It's part of my display, man. It's part of my display. So,
Sounds like you cheated to me.
No. Give me one last time to glaze Winthrop. In fact, let's pull up our MVP for this matchup right now. You voted, you let us know. So we don't actually know. I can't cheat with this one. So let's go ahead and pull up our MVP of this series between Winthrop University and Blue Otter. And surprise, surprise, not at all actually, it is Denethor.
Yeah, I mean, it's deserved. He got a double kill right in this play, and it was off to the races from this point. I mean, I like too, Denethor got his lead, and instead of like killing a lot of people like he could have done, he just started pushing side lanes like the entire game and just decided to win the game instead of for funning it, which is a good thing to do when you're playing competitive League of Legends.
I mean, Denethor's look fantastic because when you are that far ahead, you don't need to group up with your team. You can just press the side lanes and constantly put pressure there to split the other team apart. That's what we saw against that Blue Otter match. And Denethor, it's well deserved for him. I think he's been time and time again really starting to show off just how good of a player he is. The Aurora game from last week, fantastic, great with the Gwen. And now let's hear from the man himself as we pull Denethor onto the broadcast. And I'm excited for this one. I'm always hyped up. How you doing, Denethor?
Good, especially after that match.
Yeah, I noticed, man. So first question, dude, you've been looking absolutely fantastic. I think we've been seeing some of the best growth we've ever seen from you in 2025 thus far, and especially that match that you just had. You've shown off Aurora, you've shown off Gwen. Talk to me about some of this growth you've been having and what's been your method for getting to this level of play.
I think the experience has helped me a lot, for sure. And the more and more matches I play, the more comfortable and confident I've gotten. And this split, I'm focusing on myself a lot more than other people. Like, I heard a lot of people talking about where we were ranked this split and what people thought we were going to be. But I think I only briefly saw one thing. I didn't really look into it. And I'm just here to show that all those people are wrong. And that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, proving the doubters wrong is a great way to go, especially after what was, in my opinion, a big success of a split for you all last split. And I do kind of want to look at the team as a whole. How do you feel that the team has been able to grow since the start of Spring Split till now, where you all have pretty much just continued to look better?
We've definitely had a lot of growth. The beginning of the split did not feel good. Some of the moods were down for sure, and everyone kind of just pushed through that. And I give a lot of props to all my teammates for pushing through those whatever it's called. They just didn't really back down at all, I would say. And especially going to this split, even with our first loss, it was really tragic the way we lost. But I think we all showed what we're capable of, and we are all prepared to be a top contender this split, for sure.
I want to follow this up with a more lax question. Talk to me about the team environment and some of the camaraderie you've been building. I know you said things might have been in a more negative light, but I've heard from Only 35 in the past some of the higher moments that you have, such as teaching them slang, such as Lost in the Sauce and whatnot. So tell me about off of the Rift, how Winthrop has been doing.
Off the Rift, we're pretty close. It's been unfortunate that we're not all in person, but when we are all in person, the environment is really good. We're all joking around. We all get food pretty much every day. Me and Emin are still at it, of course. He's still here. And these are some of the best teammates I can have.
Oh, dude, I always gotta love it. That's the best part, getting
Best
to
part
see
of
you guys
collegiate,
have
man.
fun and be in person together. Shout out Only 35 for the hat. But I mean, really, the last question I have for you is, now looking ahead this split, where does Winthrop have their sights set?
I think we have it set on winning this split, for sure. There's a lot of teams that are really good in this season, and there's people not to be looked down on. I think a lot of people have a chance at winning, and we need to go through every opponent, putting the same respect on each of them. And I did that today, and I'll keep doing it.
Well, Denethor, your growth has been a pleasure to cover over these last couple of seasons, and I really am looking forward to what else you can bring in the NACL. So we want to thank you so much for this interview. Do you have any shout-outs before we let you go?
Shout out to my teammates. They are playing phenomenally, and they've shown a lot of growth.
All right, thank you so much, man, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure getting to hear from him.
Yeah, he's always a very soft-spoken person in the same light as like Breezy, but I feel like Breezy brings a different type of energy that's more, kind of lackadaisical. While Denethor just feels like a stone-cold killer.
Oh, dude, Denethor's always so locked in. I remember like 2 years ago, I had him on Salty Runback to talk about like top lane matchups and like champions he likes playing against and doesn't like play against. And it was so funny because he was like locked in the whole time. He actually gave like really good insight and stuff. But I mean, dude, it translates to the Rift because damn was he locked in today. Well-deserved MVP performance on one of his signature picks. You know, you talk about Eric trying to open up the pool, but also at the same time, what makes Denethor so dangerous to me is he never loses those signatures. The Gwen, the Camille, the Gnar. You just can't give him those picks.
Yeah, and just overall, hearing that they still have their bad times and they're still able to work through that. It's a really good feeling for a team like them. I believe some of the reason why they're not all in person right now is just summer break being what it is, you know. But yeah, you know, eventually when they do get back together, I'm looking forward to the next season of C-Law with them, and of course what they can pull to this season, this summer of NACL Split 2. So now that the day is done, let's go ahead and pull up the standings to see how things have shaped up for Week 2. Day 1, Dark Zero and Supernova still going to be undefeated at those top spots. Dorado and Vancouver still looking for their first wins.
Yeah, you know, I said the standings would really shake out after today, but I feel like they just kind of look even more tier listed. It's very even. I need to see chaos. Maybe we can get some tomorrow. I feel like the game's sort of going as expected today, but some real quality wins and well-deserved ones across the board.
Yeah, and of course, like, you need to start getting those wins now, especially if you're Vancouver, Impact, and Dorado, because again, best of one round robin. Every win means so much. For Supernova and Dark Zero to be that high up there with the 100% win rate 3-0 really does mean a lot for them being able to lock in playoffs rather early. We got to see more from a lot of these teams, and I really do think our middle of the pack is going to be one of the most highly contested. The thing is, the biggest shocker to me about the standing, look at 8th place. That's our reigning defending champions down there.
I feel like it's a little disingenuous given the opponents that they've had, but yes, that is our rating NACL champions. Luminosity, definitely a slow start. They got another big game coming up tomorrow against Dark Zero.
You're the reigning defending champions. You gotta take down everyone, man.
They're one game behind everybody else. Like, you know, we can.
Okay. I'll accept the sample size bias.
We can hold our horses a little bit. Now, if they're 1-3 tomorrow, after what is a banger to start off the day against Dark Zero, as you can see here, then we can sound the alarm bells of like, oh, is Luminosity washed or whatever? I don't know, go wild. But otherwise, some really good matches. I got my eyes on the 3rd and the 5th match, Tesserux. Conviction, Winthrop, and Citadel, CCG. I think some big upper mid-table battles right there.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And of course, that first match, Dark Zero versus Luminosity. I think it's now put up or shut up time for Luminosity. As you said, if they go 1-3, we're going to have a lot of big questions about this squad. Now, to be fair, I do think Insanity is a playoffs level player where we don't see the best of him in the regular season, but man, does he step up in playoffs. Only time will really tell to that regard, as our teams, you know, best of one round robin, got to make the best of it. And, some teams are still struggling to get on the board. If you want to follow all things NACL, be sure to check out our socials, man. Choose your broadcast at NACL on Twitch, at NACL on YouTube. And if you want to keep up with all things NACL, we do post clips as well as some updates on the league over on our Twitter at WatchNACL. So be sure to follow those. Hawk, got them followed?
I got them followed.
Okay. Good. But, off of that, we want to give one more thanks to our sponsor, ProDiff. It's not only a joy to have them as a sponsor within our league, but the fact that our players actually participate in this. It means a lot of the players that you are watching in the NACL and even the LTA North, you can get one-on-one coaching with. So be sure to get one-on-one coaching with the pros. You can go to prodiff.gg. Tell them Desrooks. You're not going to get anything for it, but just tell him I sent you regardless.
Tell him Hawk sent you too, why not? But that's gonna do it for us here today. Eric, what a good day of games it was. We had some bangers in there.
Yeah.
Some one-sided affairs as well, but I feel like some impressive ones at that. And only continuing to download the data. We are already 1/3 of the way through this regular season. We are trucking on through. So, well, make sure you're here. Watch all the games.
Every game's important in a best of one round robin. So off of that, we want to give thanks, of course, to our production crew, Liga, doing a lot to cover this. Shout out to the coaches, the staff, the players who make this league possible in the first place. And of course, a shout out to you for tuning in to our ugly mugs. I want to thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, same place, same time, for more NACL. Forward Diamond will get the Pop Blossom, but it's only on Ariana. Decimating Smash doesn't find as Diamond goes golden, but here comes CNV. He's looking for the Cyclone, able to get it onto Shochi, finds Mixture on top of it, and Dorado are completely dismantled. Shochi with one more scatter the week, but the week is looking the other way right now, Dorado, as Citadel in your base. Nexus Towers destroyed. Shochi. Romeo goes in with the Cyclone, but he's caught in all members of Supernova. Dardock will chase him down and chomp him out of the air. Tactical still looking to get some damage in, but there is the pillar. Tactical has to run. Zazel jumps back in, will use his ultimate. As the equalizer goes down, it will delay a bit of time, but with the hero's entrance, the time is bought by Supernova. Going for the chase onto Tactical. Goes golden onto Tac. Finds the root. Curtain call going to be opened up. Nuke's on the back line, looking for a way in onto Viper. Viper's able to flash out from it, and he kites back, tearing apart the health bars. Even Dragoon can't take him down. Viper! Helen Strike, they find Vodachan once again, and he's not taking anything. He's dead. Toasty goes godlike, and the rest of CCG trying to run away, but there's an equalizer to cut them off. K still looking for the chase. Shogo will hop over the wall to find a different escape, but the depth charge will lock him down, and Sachet gets the kill. Now burning away. Flamethrower, overheat, finally gonna fall as Young will... What might be their last chance to take a good fight. Weaver's Wall now coming through. Sword has joined the fray, able to rock their world as he pops that Q. Mobility will pop the head of the Olaf. 2 kills back to back. Cease and desist will follow right on to Array. And a double kill for Mobility, a double kill for Sword. Nothing is gonna be acquired by the Blue Otters as they're chased out of their own base, and Sword will end it on a triple. Denethor will end it outright.
GG, well played, as Denethor pushing 4 versus 5. Winthrop, what a stomp.
Absolutely immaculate play coming out of Winthrop, showing the veterancy of just this roster being together for the long haul.